At this point, the other serpentine beings had already finished dismembering the giant crab, and they wrapped up all of the materials and flesh secured from its carcass in soft beast hide before carrying them on their backs. These beast hide packages were each over 20 feet tall, and were almost twice the size of the serpentine beings that were under them. However, these beings were able to carry these packages with ease, clearly indicating that they were extremely strong. The 4 women carried Han Li over to the group, and their leader issued an instruction, prompting the group to depart from the valley. Only after exiting the valley did Han Li discover that the ocean was only several kilometers away from here. With the sea so close to this place, it was no wonder that creatures like the giant crab would rush into the valley from time to time. However, the surface of the ocean was very placid at the moment. There was the occasional salty breeze that would blow past, but there weren't any particularly strong waves to be seen. It was exactly because of this that Han Li hadn't heard the sounds of the ocean tide in the valley. The serpentine beings carried Han Li along the seashore for a while, as Han Li inspected his surroundings, and he quickly discovered that this wasn't the seashore of some continent. Instead, he was situated on an island that didn't appear to be very big. After traveling for about 10 more kilometers, the group arrived in front of a pile of rocks, between which were parked 7 or 8 thin and long bone boats. There was one particularly large one among them that could carry around 4 or 5 people, while all of the other ones appeared to only be capable of carrying around 2 people each. Each of these bone boats had a pointy end, while the other end consisted of carvings of all types of different beastly heads. Han Li and 2 of the women got onto the largest boat while the others boarded the other smaller boats, and they set off into the ocean as the bone oars on the boats sliced through the waves. With their remarkable strength and stamina, the serpentine beings were able to row their oars almost without any pause, and the boat sped through the waves like arrows. The ocean was extremely calm, and no sea beasts attacked the boats, thereby culminating in quite a smooth journey. After just 2 hours, a black spot appeared up ahead, and it was another island. Han Li narrowed his eyes as blue light flashed within his pupils, and he was able to make a rough appraisal of the island from afar. The island was a medium-sized one that was several hundred kilometers in area, and it was filled with undulating mountains as well as lush forests, making it quite a good place to inhabit. However, there was a hint of red visible at the pinnacle of the tallest mountain on the island, while the rest of the mountain seemed to be covered in ashes and soot. It was a volcano. Han Li wasn't able to conduct a more thorough inspection of the island as he was yet to recover his magic power, so he couldn't inject more power into his spirit eye ability. The bone boats sped through the ocean, quickly drawing closer to the island. A short while later, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the island. Right at this moment, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared over the clear skies above, following which howling winds were swept up as a torrential downpour came pelting down from the heavens. The rate at which the weather could change when out at sea was truly astounding. However, none of this was able to pose any impediment to the bone boats as the serpentine beings all pressed a certain bump on their boats, thereby summoning miniature spell formations from the undersides of the boats. White barriers of light abruptly appeared, encompassing all of the boats within them. However, the serpentine beings weren't looking much more relaxed despite the measures they'd taken. This was because when the sudden change in weather took place, massive waves as tall buildings were swept up at the same time, and they came crashing down toward the small boats. These boats were only around 20 to 30 feet tall, and they were extremely tiny in the face of these massive waves, so they naturally couldn't offer up much resistance. However, due to the fact that they were being protected by the white light barriers, they weren't going to capsize right away. Even so, their journey had become extremely perilous, and they could only go along with the tide, unable to advance in the slightest. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, yet as he cast his gaze toward the 2 serpentine women on the boat, he discovered that they both wore grim expressions, but they didn't appear to be panicking. It seemed that these beings had some kind of strategy to counteract the elements. Sure enough, just as the bone boats were about to be plunged into a truly perilous situation, a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the island up ahead, and the light pierced through the dark clouds nearby in a flash. A loud rumbling boom immediately rang out from within the dark clouds, following which a massive ball of light exploded. White shockwaves surged through the air in all directions, creating a gigantic hole in the clouds with a radius of around 1,000 feet. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he cast his gaze toward the island again. However, the pillar of light that had just appeared had also disappeared just as quickly, so he wasn't able to identify the point on the island from which it had originated from. After the hole had been punctured into the dark clouds, the howling winds and massive waves on the surface of the ocean all subsided slightly. It wasn't as peaceful and tranquil as the conditions had been earlier during their journey, but it was certainly a lot better, and the serpentine beings rowed their boats quickly toward the island again. After a short while, the bone boats arrived in a naturally dock on the island, and everyone disembarked. Han Li was also carried onto the shore on the makeshift stretcher they'd crafted for him. At this moment, Han Li turned back to look up at the nearby sky again. It was quite clear that the suppression effect of the pillar of light couldn't last very long. The hole in the sky had been filled with the dark clouds again, sweeping up fierce winds and massive waves once again as a result. However, none of that mattered to the serpentine beings who had already safely reached the shore. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and he became very interested in the thing on the island that had unleashed that white pillar of light earlier. Even though his spiritual sense was severely depleted at the moment, he could still sense that the spiritual power within the pillar of light was quite chaotic and diverse, indicating that it definitely hadn't been unleashed by a certain powerful being. Instead, it seemed to have been unleashed by a certain formation or treasure after that was borrowing on the power of spirit stones. Han Li naturally didn't find this level of power to be daunting, but for it to appear on such a small foreign island was rather curious to him. However, these thoughts only flashed through Han Li's mind for an instant before he focused his attention on the scenes laid out in front of him again. The small dock wasn't actually devoid of people. Not only were there several stone cabins of different heights lining the shore, there was even a massive stone pillar that stood over 1,000 feet tall. There was also a small wooden cabin at the top of the pillar, and there seemed to be other serpentine beings residing in there as well. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 of those beings emerged from the stone cabins on the shore, and most of them were female while the minority were male. They were led by a beautiful serpentine woman with a voluptuous body who appeared to be in her 20s. The woman glanced at the bulging packages being carried on the backs of the serpentine beings who just returned by boat, and a captivating smile appeared on her face. However, her smile faltered slightly as she caught sight of Han Li. At this moment, the leader of the hunting party extended a bow toward the woman before saying something to her in a serious manner. After hearing what he had to say, the woman's gaze traveled to Han Li's lower body, and a shocked look also appeared on her face. All of a sudden, she slithered over to Han Li in a graceful and seductive manner, then said something in a strange language. Han Li raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. However, the serpentine woman didn't give up. She switched between using 7 or 8 different languages, and the last language in that sequence really was one that Han Li understood. It was the language of the flying spirit race. However, the woman was stuttering slightly as she spoke in the language, clearly indicating that she wasn't very fluent in it. "You know the language of the flying spirit race?" Han Li asked with a hint of surprise on his face. The woman was ecstatic that Han Li knew the flying spirit race language, and she immediately bowed as she replied, "You know this language as well, esteemed upper being? That's fantastic. I am the assistant priestess of the fire yang race, Yen Wu. May I have the honor of knowing your name, esteemed upper being? You can call me Mr. Han. The fire yang race? This is the first time I've heard of your race. I ended up as the result of an accident. What is this section of the sea known as?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "Our fire yang race is only a small branch of the Naga race, so it's not strange at all that you haven't heard of us, Master Han. It is a brilliant honor for us that an esteemed upper being such as yourself has appeared in our race. However, I'm only the assistant priestess, so I do not know much about the upper race beings in the nearby region of the sea. I'll take you to our high priestess right away. If you have any questions, she'll be able to answer them." The serpentine woman replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. His eyes roamed over the woman as he sensed the faint spiritual qi emanating from her body. This woman was only at around the qi condensation stage, but she was indeed a cultivator. However, seeing as her cultivation base was so low, their high priestess was most likely not powerful enough to pose a threat to him either. This sequence of thoughts raced through Han Li's mind in an instant, and he quickly arrived at a decision before nodding in an indifferent manner. The woman also heaved an internal sigh of relief after securing Han Li's approval. In her eyes, this upper being's aura was truly rather strange. If one were to call him powerful, the issue was that the spiritual pressure emanating from his body was almost non-existent and barely more powerful than her own. However, if one were to call him weak, she'd beg to differ, as her spiritual sense was completely unable to ascertain his cultivation base. Such a strange situation naturally had to be left to the High Priestess to assess. Thus, after issuing a few instructions to the hunting party that had just returned, she pulled out a leather pouch, then released a snowy white spirit bird from within. This was a fist-sized bird that resembled a parrot. However, its eyes were of a scorching red color, as if they were a pair of miniature fireballs. The woman stroked the bird a few times while clucking to it in a peculiar manner, then releasing it from her grasp. The bird instantly flew deeper into the island as a streak of white light, disappearing in just a few flashes. "I've already sent a message to our High Priestess. Allow me to guide you to our Fire Young city, Mr. Han," the woman said with a smile. Han Li merely nodded and closed his eyes upon hearing this. Thus, the woman immediately led the other 4 serpentine women who were carrying Han Li's stretcher toward the center of the island along a small stone path. The island was several hundred kilometers in size, and even though these serpentine women were slithering quite quickly, it would still most likely take them a long time to reach the center of the island. However, with Yan Wu leading the way, a crude shack appeared up ahead after the group had traveled for several kilometers. There were a few male and female serpentine beings inside, looking after a dozen or so lizard beasts. On the other end of the shack was a black carriage that had been covered by a black cloth made from some unknown material. As soon as they caught sight of their assistant priestess, 2 of them immediately rushed out to greet her in a respectful manner. Yan Wu issued a few instructions in response while pointing at the aforementioned black carriage. The 2 serpentine beings were seemingly rather surprised by what they'd heard, and they couldn't help but steal a few glances at Han Li while nodding emphatically in response. They then immediately returned to the shack and strapped a pair of lizard beasts to the black carriage before drawing the other 3 over as well. Thus, Han Li was carefully lifted onto the black carriage by the serpentine women, and 2 of them sat on the lizard beasts drawing the carriage while the others got onto the other 3 lizard beasts. Due to the fact that these serpentine women were lacking legs, there was a tubular saddle strapped to the backs of each of these lizard beasts that allowed them to slide their tails into. Thus, the group continued onward. These lizard beasts were rather maladroit and made for a rather bumpy ride, but they were quite fast in their movements, making a significant improvement compared to the ground being covered before. 4 hours later, they arrived in front of an earthen city. This was a true earthen city completely constructed from yellow mud, and it was only a few kilometers in size. The buildings in the city were also mostly constructed from mud, and there were very few stone buildings within. Han Li was slightly surprised to see this, but his expression remained unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the dozen or so serpentine guards standing at the city gates instead. These guards were also mostly women with a minority of men among them, and all of them were wearing armor constructed from unknown materials. They were all holding shimmering silver halberds with long silver projectiles on their backs, giving off the impression that they were armed to the teeth. From a distance, Han Li could tell that there were also many armed serpentine beings standing atop the nearby earthen walls, and it seemed that all of them were on high alert. After arriving at the city gates, Yan Wu brought her lizard steed to a halt before jumping down from its back. A serpentine woman among the guards at the gates immediately made her way toward Yan Wu before extending a smiling greeting. Yan Wu also said something in response, but the smile on her face gave way to a serious expression as she pointed toward the carriage behind her. The female guard's smile also faded as she nodded in a solemn manner. She then waved a hand and the guards behind her immediately opened up a path to allow everyone through. Thus, Yan Wu jumped onto her lizard steed again and the group entered the city. Han Li sat within the carriage and appraised his surroundings. The earthen city wasn't very large, but the streets were very wide and paved with faint white stones, creating a stark contrast with the earthy yellow buildings around them. There were many serpentine beings slithering along the streets. The men were all powerful and muscle-bound, while the women were also lithe and athletic, and most of them were carrying weapons. Even the serpentine children that were only several feet tall were also carrying some smaller weapons that appeared to have been constructed from wood. Han Li fell into deep thought upon making these observations. This was the first time he'd heard of this Naga race, but this was clearly a warrior race. He was curious about whether this race had a large number of cultivators. These mortal serpentine beings were already quite powerful for mortal standards, and if they had a large proportion of cultivators among their ranks, then this was most likely quite a powerful foreign race. In that case, how could he have never heard of them? Han Li had also noticed that there were clearly more female beings than their male counterparts in this Fire Yang race. From the rough tally that he was keeping in his head, it appeared that there were more than twice as many female beings compared to male ones here. Furthermore, their serpentine lower bodies were all of different colors. Most of them were green or yellow, and they seemed to be of the lowliest ranks as well. There were very few beings with white and black tails, but most of them were treated with respect and revered by their brethren, indicating that they were important figures within the race. Han Li analyzed everything that he'd seen in silence, and soon after that, the carriage arrived at a plaza that was paved with smooth and even stone panels. On one side of the plaza was a large palace that had been constructed from wood and mud, and shells of all types of different colors had been used to embellish the building. However, none of that had caught Han Li's attention. His gaze was instead fixed on a strange object at the center of the plaza. This was a conical object that seemed to have been constructed from a copper-like material. It was over 100 feet tall and had a wide base that tapered at the top. There was a series of strange patterns all over the surface of the object, as well as a faint layer of white light that was flashing from it. There were 7 or 8 white-robed serpentine beings standing around the object, all of whom had spiritual light shimmering from their hands. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he immediately identified what these beings were loading into the underside of this strange object. They were fist-sized objects, but they were of all types of different colors and didn't appear to be spirit stones. Furthermore, even though all of these white-robed serpentine beings were emanating spiritual chi fluctuations, their cultivation bases were inferior even to that of Yen Wu. As soon as Yen Wu's group arrived, 2 of the white-robed beings approached them. At this moment, Han Li was carried off the carriage and carefully placed onto a bamboo chair that someone had sourced for him. Han Li looked on with an indifferent expression as the serpentine beings conversed with one another. He couldn't understand anything, but it was quite clear that the 2 white-robed beings were quite respectful toward Yen Chu. Right at this moment, 2 rows of white-robed serpentine beings suddenly emerged from within the palace on the other side of the plaza. One row consisted solely of women while the other was solely of men, and they slowly made their way toward Han Li. All of the conversing serpentine beings' expressions changed upon seeing this, and they immediately backed away to the sides with respectful expressions on their faces. The 2 rows of white-robed beings also stopped before a red-robed being emerged from among their group. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this being. This was a female being with a set of ordinary features and a thin body. Her lower body consisted of a pair of human legs rather than a serpentine tail, and what was even more surprising to him was that he could sense nascent soul stage magic power fluctuations emanating from her body. All of the white-robed serpentine beings present also possessed spiritual chi fluctuations, but the ones with the highest cultivation bases among them was merely a pair of male beings that were around the foundation establishment stage. The rest were all only at the chi condensation stage, just as Yen Wu was. As such, a high-grade cultivator like the red-robed woman naturally stuck out like a sore thumb. A surprised look appeared on the woman's face after glancing at Han Li, but she soon recomposed herself before hurriedly slithering over to him. Junior Hu pays her respects to Senior Han. The woman extended a bow and spoke in extremely fluent flying spirit race language. You're the high priestess of the Fire Yang race? Han Li asked. Indeed. This is not a suitable place to talk. I suggest we converse in the hall, Senior, the woman said with a smile. Sure, I have many things I want to ask you as well, Han Li replied with a nod. Thank you for gracing me with your presence, Senior. All of you, hurry and invite Senior into the palace. The woman was ecstatic, and immediately turned around to issue an instruction to the white-robed serpentine women. The row of serpentine women immediately sprang into a chaotic frenzy, following which 2 of them hurriedly rushed forward, then carried the bamboo chair that Han Li was sitting on toward the palace in an extremely careful manner. The woman then waved a hand and everyone else also followed along. Moments later, Han Li found himself inside a hall within the palace. Han Li and the red-robed woman were the only ones seated within the hall, while all of the other serpentine beings stood off to the sides in a respectful manner. "How is your condition, senior? I can see that you're having a lot of trouble with movement. I have some pills that I refined which can assist in replenishing one's energy and repairing one's body. Would you like some, senior?" The woman asked in a respectful manner. "It's all right. I only encountered a minor issue with my cultivation. I'll be fine after some rest," Han Li replied with a hint of a smile on his face. "Hee, that's good to hear. I received a message from Wu informing me that you'd like to ask me some questions, senior. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know," the woman said. "Oh, I wanted to ask you what this region of the sea is known, as well as whether there are any renowned cultivators in this area," Han Li replied. A peculiar look appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, but she still replied, "This area is known as the Flame Coral Islands, and there aren't any particularly powerful fellow Taoists in the nearby area. The most powerful ones only possess cultivation bases that are comparable to my own." "The Flame Coral Islands? Do you have a map of the area?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "Of course. However, the maps I have are all annotated with text from our Naga race, so I suggest that you learn our language first before inspecting the map, senior," the woman proposed with a smile. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a short while did he nod in response. Sure. The little spiritual sense that he'd retained couldn't be released out of his body, but it was naturally no problem for him to read a jade slip or something like that. A fawning smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, and she produced a glossy black stone shard before tossing it toward Han Li. After resting for so long, Han Li had recovered some of his magic power, but he was still feeling quite weak and feeble. He could tell that the stone shard was something that was similar to a jade slip, so he opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, sweeping the jade slip toward his forehead to try and examine its contents. However, right at this moment, the stone shard abruptly exploded amid a dull thump, and a burst of inky black mist dispersed through the air, enshrouding Han Li's entire body within. Han Li sat still and closed his eyes as the mist descended over him. The mist revolved around Han Li for a long while before finally dissipating into nothingness. After the mist dissipated, Han Li opened his eyes, and when he spoke again, he was using a language that was identical to what the serpentine beings were using. "This is quite an interesting tool refinement method. I could glean the contents of the stone shard even without using my spiritual sense. You're far too kind, senior. This is just an insignificant trick that we learned through experimentation. Here is a map of the Flame Coral Islands, senior," the woman replied with a modest smile before tossing a white stone shard over to Han Li. On this occasion, the stone shard didn't explode. Instead, it was drawn to his forehead by the spiritual light expelled from within his mouth, and it stayed there in a motionless manner. Han Li's eyes narrowed as a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face, but his expression quickly returned to normal again. The red-robed woman was rather perplexed by Han Li's reaction, but she refrained from saying anything. Moments later, the white stone shard detached itself from Han Li's forehead before springing back toward the woman. The woman caught the stone shard and stowed it away, but Han Li remained silent with a contemplative look on his face, seemingly in deep thought about something. The woman merely smiled and left Han Li to his own thoughts in silence. After a while, Han Li raised his head and mused, "From what I've gathered, this place is rather close to the Thunder Continent. It's only about half a year's flight away." "Half a year? That's only at your speed, senior. For us, we wouldn't be able to get to the Thunder Continent without at least a few decades, and that's not even taking into account the perils that we'd encounter along the way." The woman chuckled with a wry smile. Han Li nodded before asking, "From the maps, it appears that your Fire Yang race doesn't have control over many islands. Are the other islands inhabited as well?" "It's indeed true that our race owns very few islands, and in reality, this Firecloud Island is the only one that's inhabitable. The other islands are merely places that our brethren go to source food and materials from. As for the rest of the Flame Coral Islands, most of them are under the control of other powerful races, and some are inhabited solely by upper race beings like you, senior." Our Fire Yang race is not a powerful nor prominent race by any stretch of the imagination. The woman sighed. I see. Han Li nodded before falling silent. However, after a brief hesitation, the woman asked, You seem to have come from somewhere extremely far away, Senior. May I ask what business you have here? My cultivation base may be quite pitiful, but our race has inhabited this island for a long time, and we'd be happy to provide any assistance we can. The woman seemed to be quite eager to please. I am indeed not from this area. I unintentionally triggered some kind of restriction elsewhere and was teleported to this place. During the teleportation process, a minor mishap occurred, and I ended up in this pitiful state. Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. Not at all, Senior. Your mobility is hampered at the moment, but I can sense that your cultivation base is completely unfathomable to me. You must require a place with extremely rich spiritual chi for your rest and recuperation, right, Senior? Our Fire Cloud Island may not be very large, but we have a few brilliant spirit veins. If you don't mind, we'd be more than happy to provide a place for you to rest and recover at. The woman said with a respectful smile. You want me to rest on your island? Han Li chuckled in an ambiguous manner. The woman was slightly flustered by his response, and she hurriedly continued. Rest assured, Senior, the spirit veins on our island aren't inferior to those on the larger islands nearby. On top of that, we also have some rare spirit medicines and a supply of spirit stones on the island that you may use as you please, Senior. Han Li's smile faded upon hearing this. His voice cooled slightly as he said, I don't have a habit of taking free handouts, and nor do I like people who act and speak in a roundabout manner. If you have something to say to me, then just tell me in a straightforward manner. Only then, after hearing Han Li's response, did the woman realize that she'd acted in too desperate of a manner, and her expression changed slightly before she heaved a long sigh. Seeing as you've already identified my intentions, then I'll no longer hide anything from you, Senior. All of you can go for now. The woman's last sentence was directed at the serpentine beings within the hall. All of the serpentine beings immediately bowed before exiting the hall. Han Li looked on with a calm expression and refrained from saying anything. After all of the serpentine beings had left, the woman turned back to Han Li with a solemn expression and asked, How do you rate my cultivation base, Senior? It's passable, Han Li replied in a calm manner. As little as a month ago, I was still like my other brethren and hadn't attained this body that belongs to upper race beings. The woman continued as a peculiar look appeared in her eyes. What are you referring to when you say upper race? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. I'm naturally referring to those who've attained upper race bodies. Only cultivators of my cultivation base can attain an upper race body. The woman explained with a smile. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded and asked, Oh? From the sounds of it, you don't seem to have reached this cultivation base through conventional means. Could it be that you ingested some kind of spirit medicine or used a secret technique to forcibly raise your cultivation base to this level? Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. I did indeed consume a few rare pills within the race, then used an extremely damaging secret technique to raise my cultivation base to this level. However, because of this, my cultivation base will never progress again, and my lifespan has also been reduced to less than half of other upper beings at the same cultivation base. I've done this because our Fire Yang race is truly in grave peril, and I have no choice but to put my life on the line, the woman said with a grim expression. Grave peril? Tell me about it. Han Li was rather intrigued. Half a year ago, one of our neighboring Naga race branches, the Sabertooth race, was completely wiped out. All of the female beings in the race were eaten with only their bones left behind, while all of the male beings disappeared. Not long after that, the neighboring Scorpion-tail race also suffered the same fate. There are only these 3 branches of the Naga race, including our Fire Yang race, in this region of the sea, and none of our 3 branches are all that powerful, but we've always helped one another and managed to keep our races alive. Now that the other 2 races have been eradicated, our Fire Yang race is most likely next. I still haven't been able to find out the reason why those 2 races were destroyed, but what we've managed to deduce is that there should be more than one perpetrator involved, most likely from one of the other powerful races. The high priests of the other races were not inferior to me in power at the time, which is why I did this to myself and forcibly raised my own cultivation base. The woman explained. Oh, so you want me to stay here to protect your race? Are you that confident in me? Aren't you afraid that even I won't be able to save everyone? Han Li chuckled. I don't know what your true cultivation base is like, but it's most definitely well above mine. As for your injuries, our Fire Young race still has a Scorching Sun Divine pill that can heal all injuries as long as one isn't dead. If you're willing to stay and assist me, I'd be glad to offer the pill to you, Senior. The woman gritted her teeth and finally brought out her trump card. Scorching Sun Divine pill? That's a fire attribute pill, right? The severity of my injuries is not something that you can imagine, fellow Taoist. The divine pill you're offering may not be very effective for me, Han Li replied with furrowed brows. Despite what Han Li was saying, the woman could sense that he was interested and she immediately continued, Rest assured, Senior, not only was this pill refined using the inner core of a twin-headed flame WIRM. It's been nurtured within earthen flames in our race ever since it was first refined, and thousands of years have passed since then. As such, I'm quite confident in its efficacy. A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. How about this? You can stay in our race for a few days and consume the divine pill. If the pill really does prove to be ineffective, then I won't request your help any longer, but if it works. If this Scorching Sun Divine pill really can heal my injuries, then I'll naturally help your Fire Yang race survive this ordeal. However, I have to make this clear first. If your enemies are too powerful for me to handle, then our agreement will be void, Han Li said in a calm voice. Of course. I wouldn't expect you to risk your life for an insignificant race like ours, Senior. Not only was the woman not disheartened by Han Li's disclaimer, she was instead ecstatic. Thus, Han Li nodded in agreement and accepted this arrangement. The events that unfolded next were quite simple. Han Li made some inquiries about the foreign races in the nearby region of the sea, and the woman answered all of them before taking Han Li to a silent cultivation venue. She produced a white veil-like treasure and gently swished it through the air, following which the treasure transformed into a large white cloud that was several tens of feet in size. The cloud flashed and lifted both Han Li and his chair up from the ground, hovering at altitudes of several tens of feet. The woman also flew onto the cloud, then chanted something, and the cloud flew out of the palace gates. All of the serpentine beings waiting outside the gates bowed respectfully to see off the departing duo. The cloud wasn't traveling very quickly, but the entire island was only several hundred kilometers in size. As such, the woman and Han Li soon arrived at the foot of a small yet lush and elegant mountain. There was a courtyard consisting of several green wooden cabins situated at the foot of the small mountain, and the cloud stopped in front of the courtyard as the woman turned to Han Li with a smile. What do you think of this place, Senior Han? Han Li took a deep breath, and he nodded with a pleased expression as he sensed the rich spiritual qi surging toward him. The woman was ecstatic to see this, and the white cloud immediately descended into the courtyard at her behest. She pushed open the doors of one of the wooden cabins, then turned to Han Li, preparing to carry him into the cabin. However, Han Li suddenly smiled at this moment and said, There's no need to trouble you any further, fellow Taoist. I can go in on my own. Han Li's body swayed as he spoke, and he stood up on the white cloud before slowly hovering down from it. The woman was quite startled to see this. My injuries still haven't healed, but I can at least move around now, Han Li explained with a smile. Then I must congratulate you, Senior. I was considering sending a few of my disciples over to look after you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. I'm sure you don't want to be disturbed, Senior, the woman said as her expression reverted back to normal. Indeed, I'd rather not have anyone close to me while I recover from my injuries. This is quite a good place. I'll stay here for a while. It'd be best if you could get that Scorching Sun Divine pill to me as soon as possible. If it really does prove to be effective, I'll do my best to recover as quickly as possible, and I'll be sure to do what I can for your race thereafter, Han Li said with a serious expression. Of course, Senior. It's just that the Scorching Sun Divine pill is still being nurtured within the earthen flames, so it'll take me several days to extract it. I hope that's all right with you, Senior, the woman explained. I'm naturally willing to wait a few days. You can go now. I'd like some rest, Han Li replied with a calm nod. Seeing as Han Li was asking her to leave, the woman naturally obliged. She immediately extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before departing from the courtyard atop her white cloud. Hanli stood on the spot and looked on as the white cloud disappeared into the distance. Only then did he turn around and walk into the wooden cabin that had been prepared for him. The cabin wasn't very large, and it was only sparsely furnished with some wooden furniture. Hanli didn't look at anything else. He made his way straight over to the wooden bed in one corner of the room, then sat down upon it with his legs crossed. He exhaled as an exhausted look appeared on his face. Just standing up for a while has completely expended all of the magic power I just saved up. Looks like I really have lost far too much blood essence, Hanli murmured to himself. He then brushed a hand over his storage bracelet, and faint white light flashed as 4 or 5 vials of different designs appeared in his hand. Hanli poured out a few pills from each vial, then stuffed them all into his mouth at once before closing his eyes to digest the powers of the pills. Moments later, he felt a scorching sensation in his dantian, following which a few bursts of cool and refreshing energy began to circulate throughout his body and meridians, nurturing and repairing his injuries in the process. Hanli was quite elated by this development, as expected of regenerative pills refined using myriad-year spirit medicines. They were truly very effective. A short while later, a faint layer of golden light surfaced over Hanli's body, and a faint flickering golden projection also appeared over his head. The wooden cabin fell completely silent. At the same time, the woman returned to the earthen city atop her white cloud and descended in front of the palace on the plaza. Several tens of white-robed low-grade priests were still waiting for her there in silence. "Come with me, Yen Wu. Also, summon the hunting party that first discovered Mr. Han. I have some questions to ask them," the woman instructed. "Yes." The white-robed serpentine beings did as they were told while Yen Wu followed the woman into the palace again. "You stayed with that man throughout the entire trip here. Tell me your impression of him as well as all of the observations you made. Make sure not to skip any details," the woman said with a serious expression. "I'll be sure to tell you everything I know. At the time, I was on duty at the dock." Yen Wu was rather nervous in the face of the high priestess' steely demeanor, but she still gave a detailed recount of the observations she'd made during her time spent with Hanli. Even though the events being recounted were all quite boring and mundane, the woman still listened with an expression of rapt focus on her face. Several hours later, the serpentine hunters who had first discovered Hanli arrived at the palace in the earthen city atop their lizard steeds. They said something to the white-robed serpentine beings outside the palace, then hurriedly rushed in through the gates. The group was in there for over an hour before they finally re-emerged with Yen Wu. At this moment, the woman was sitting on the main seat within the palace with an indecisive look on her face, seemingly grappling with some kind of dilemma. "Are you experiencing some troubles, mother?" A clear voice suddenly sounded within the palace. The woman faltered initially upon hearing this voice before an elated look appeared on her face. "Zhuer, is that you? When did you get back?" Right at this moment, white light flashed in front of the woman, and a slender serpentine being emerged. This was a young serpentine woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age, with a head of long black hair and a set of peerlessly beautiful facial features. There was a string of shimmering silver rings woven into her hair and a large yellow bow as well as 3 bone arrows strapped to her back. There was also a black leather pouch hanging from her waist, and she was holding a white flag in her hand. This woman also had the lower body of a snake, but it was extremely white to the extent that her scales were barely visible at all. She stood there with a vibrant smile on her face, revealing a pair of sweet little dimples on her gorgeous face. "It really is you, Zhuer. Your cultivation base really has progressed markedly since I last saw you." The woman hurriedly rose to her feet with a doting look on her face before enveloping the young serpentine woman in a tight hug. "I should be saying that to you, mother. We've only been apart for a few years, but you've already reached the metamorphosis stage," Zhuer giggled. "You think far too highly of me, Zhuer. I didn't have the power to break through to this stage on my own. I merely consumed that immortal fruit to assist me." The woman sighed as her smile faded. "What? You ate that immortal fruit, mother? Then doesn't it mean your lifespan's been severely shortened?" The young woman's expression changed drastically as she grabbed onto her mother's wrist, and her face turned deathly pale as she gauged the woman's condition with her spiritual power. "What's the point of having a long lifespan if I won't get to live it? By the way, Did your master come back with you? The woman asked with a hopeful expression. When I received your letter, my master just so happened to be visiting a friend on another island. I was afraid that I wouldn't get back in time, so I took the treasures that master left behind to protect the island and came back on my own. When I got here, I saw that you were asking some people about a certain Mr. Han, so I decided to refrain from showing myself until now. The young woman explained with a concerned expression. If your master can't make it, then the situation does not bode well for us. The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Mother, is our race really in such grave danger? I've even brought back Master's heaven-splitting bow with me. As long as we don't get attacked by someone that's more than 10 times as powerful as me, I should be able to kill them with a single arrow, the young woman said in a confident manner. Zhuer, your cultivation base has indeed improved markedly, but you're only at around the same stage as I was back before I consumed the immortal fruit. Even if your powers were to be enhanced by tenfold, you still most likely wouldn't be able to handle this ordeal. If your master had come back with you, perhaps we'd be saved, but as things are now. The woman's voice trailed off into a resigned sigh as she stroked her daughter's hair. The letter that you sent to me was quite vague, Mother. Just what is our race facing for you to be so desperate? You've even consumed the immortal fruit and are trying to suck up to some unknown upper race cultivator. The young woman lay in her mother's arms and looked up at her with a pained look on her face. The woman hesitated momentarily before finally patting her daughter on the shoulder as she said, seeing as you've already returned to the island, asking you to leave now will most likely place you in even more danger. So be it, I'll tell you what's happened. I presume that you already know that the other two races have already been eradicated. Yes, you mentioned that in your letter, Mother. Even so, surely that's not a cause for such alarm. Those two races have always been slightly weaker than our Fire-Yang race, and the cultivation bases of their high priests were inferior to yours even before you consumed the immortal fruit, the young woman replied with a perplexed look. But do you know what kind of being was responsible for wiping out those two races? The woman asked in a slow voice. Didn't you say that there were no leads, Mother? The young woman faltered slightly upon hearing this. Two entire races were completely eradicated. No matter how discreetly they did things, there's no way that they wouldn't have left behind any traces. If I'm not mistaken, then the perpetrators behind these attacks were most likely the sworn enemy of our Naga race, the Black Rakshasa race, the woman said with a hint of fear in her eyes. The Black Rakshasa race? That's impossible. According to our historical records, that race was completely eradicated by our Naga race countless years ago. How could they have appeared in this region? The young woman had clearly also heard of this Black Rakshasa race, and she spoke in a trembling voice as her face paled even further. Indeed, theoretically, the Black Rakshasa race should have been driven to extinction during their battle against our Naga race on the Thunder Continent. However, it's not impossible that some of them had managed to survive and escape the battle. Aside from the Black Rakshasa race, what other types of beings would abduct our men and devour the flesh of our women? The only thing I don't understand is that our three races have been here for thousands of years. If the Black Rakshasa race were also nearby, why did they wait so long before attacking us? A hint of bewilderment appeared in the woman's eyes as she spoke. The young woman was naturally unable to answer her mother's questions, but she took a deep breath and responded with a question of her own. Even if it really is the Black Rakshasa race that's targeting us, won't we be able to take care of them with your current cultivation base and my assistance? I'd naturally be quite confident if we were facing normal Black Rakshasa beings, but from the traces that they'd left behind, it appears that there are Black Rakshasa royals among them. The woman replied with a shake of her head. Black Rakshasa royals? That's impossible. Several of our Naga race's heavenly priests combined their powers to unleash a powerful divination technique countless years ago. Didn't they discover at the time that all of the royalty of the Black Rakshasa race had been destroyed back then? The young woman exclaimed with incredulity in their eyes. We'd also thought at the time that all Black Rakshasa beings had been driven to extinction, but that clearly wasn't the case. Hence, it's certainly not impossible that a few Black Rakshasa monarchs had managed to escape from that battle. Those Black Rakshasa royals possess abilities that place us Naga beings at a severe disadvantage, and aside from Naga royalty, Other Naga beings wouldn't even be able to unleash a tenth of their powers in the face of Black Rakshasa royals. Furthermore, the rate at which Black Rakshasa royals progress in their cultivation is definitely not inferior by much compared to the beings of the major races on the Thunder Continent. Now that they're slaughtering out 3 races with reckless abandon, it's quite clear that they're absolutely confident in their ability to destroy all of us, the woman said with a concerned look on her face. Her daughter also fell silent upon hearing this. However, moments later, she suddenly continued, I still think there's no need to be so worried, Mother. If those Black Rakshasa beings truly are so terrifying, then why would they allow our Fire Yang race time to prepare? They must have sustained casualties to their forces while wiping out the other 2 races, which means that they're still susceptible to our powers. That would be best. But don't forget about all of the male beings that they've abducted. A thought abruptly occurred to the young woman upon hearing this, and her face paled even further. What you're saying is, they're currently... That's right. This is why their race had become the sworn enemy of our Naga race in the first place. They'll most likely only attack us after they finish doing that. After all, our Fire Yang race is the most powerful among the 3 races, and our island is more heavily guarded than that of the other 2 races as well. It would only make sense for them to attack us after making ample preparations. If that Mr. Han truly possesses a cultivation base as powerful as I predict, then it could well be the case that he could be the key to our race's survival, the woman said with a grim expression. Is that man really that powerful? I heard from your conversation with the others that he's carrying extremely severe injuries. Will he even be useful to us at all? The young woman furrowed her brows with a perplexed look on her face. I've already decided to give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill, the woman said in a calm manner. What? You're giving him the Divine Pill? You can't. If you consume the Divine Pill for yourself, you could recover part of your lost lifespan, but you'll be stuck like this if you give the pill to him, the young woman objected vehemently as she struggled free from her mother's arms. That's what I was hesitating about. If that man's cultivation base is comparable to that of your master, then it would naturally be a worthwhile investment to give him the Divine Pill. However, if he's not much more powerful than me and he's only concealing his cultivation base using a special treasure, then that would be a massive waste, the woman sighed with a wry smile. How can that man possibly compare with my master? She's a 5th-tier upper race being, one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in this nearby region, the young woman said in a skeptical manner. The woman hesitated momentarily before replying in a cautious manner. I couldn't ascertain that man's cultivation base, but I could deduce that he's most definitely far more powerful than me. Even with such severe injuries, my instincts still told me that he could kill me with ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such an effort to beg him to stay. If that man really can help our race survive this ordeal, then giving him the Divine Pill wouldn't be a big deal. From your conversation earlier, it sounds like that man hasn't shown you any of his power this entire time. If we give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill like this, it would simply be a blind investment. Even if we do choose to give him the pill, we have to test him first, the young woman said with furrowed brows. Test him? How are we going to do that when he's currently nowhere near his peak condition? The woman was tempted by this notion, but she didn't see how it was possible. Even if he's carrying severe injuries, a high-grade upper race being like him would undoubtedly possess powerful spiritual sense. How about I accompany you to visit him when you give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill? I'll work something out when I see him in person. If that man really does possess unfathomable power, then we can give him the pill for the future of our Fire Yang race. If not, then we definitely can't hand over such an important pill, the young woman said with a determined expression. Well, the woman became rather hesitant upon hearing this. The Scorching Sun Divine Pill could indeed restore her lifespan to a significant extent, so she was quite reluctant to offer it to someone else unless it was for a worthy cause. All right, you can give it a try, Zhuer, but no matter what you do, don't overstep the mark and get on that man's bad side. The woman nodded in agreement in the end. Don't worry, Mother. I'll do things within reason, the young woman replied with a sweet smile. I should be able to extract the Divine Pill from the earthen flames after 3 days. You can come with me to visit the man then. The Black Rakshasa race most likely won't delay for much longer, and I've sent out requests for help to a few races that we're on friendly terms with, but I don't think we can count on them. During this time, I'll discuss with our race's elders to further bolster our island's defenses." The woman decided in the end. Zhuer nodded emphatically in response, and after that, the two of them began to discuss some details regarding their defensive efforts against the Black Rakshasa race. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. Hanli was sitting with his legs crossed at the foot of a small mountain close to 100 kilometers away, and he suddenly opened his eyes as the golden light emanating from his body faded. His slightly dull eyes seemed to have brightened a little, and he remained expressionless as he held up a hand in front of his face before slowly clenching it into a fist. He then heaved a faint, forlorn sigh. Even though he'd recovered some of his magic power, he'd expended far too much spiritual power and blood essence. Even with his vast supply of pills, it would most likely take 3 or 4 years before he could recover to his peak condition. However, he had agreed to stay on this island, so he was naturally confident in his ability to protect himself. With that in mind, Hanli suddenly rustled his sleeve, and a black bracelet emerged from within, following which a streak of black light and a ball of golden light shot forth. The black and golden lights then revealed themselves to be a small black monkey and a small leopard-like beast, respectively. These were none other than his Weeping Soul Beast and his Leopard Kirin Beast. Hanli wasn't sure about the extent of the Weeping Soul Beast's powers, but he knew that the Leopard Kirin Beast was already comparable to a deity transformation stage being. He had only been barely able to summon these two beasts following an extensive period of rest and recuperation that had allowed him to recover some magic power and spiritual sense. Back when he had just awoken in that valley, there was no way that he would have been able to accomplish this. As soon as the two spirit beasts appeared, the Weeping Soul Beast leaped onto Hanli's shoulder with a cheeky smile on its face. The Leopard Kirin Beast charged into Hanli's arms, leaving an afterimage in its wake before licking the back of Hanli's hand in an affectionate manner, leaving a rather warm and abrasive sensation on his skin. Hanli smiled as he patted the two beasts, then forcibly activated his spiritual sense again to issue a few instructions to them. Thus, the Weeping Soul Beast leaped out off his shoulder, then swelled drastically amid a flash of black light before taking on an appearance that was completely identical to Hanli's, even down to the robes that they were wearing. Immediately thereafter, this Hanli sat down beside Hanli with his legs crossed and began meditating as well. Meanwhile, the Leopard Kirin Beast shot forth from within Hanli's arms and abruptly disappeared, having hidden itself somewhere within the room. After doing all that, Hanli swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation flags of different colors appeared. He raised a hand, and the formation flags disappeared into the surrounding walls as streaks of spiritual light. At the same time, a flashing barrier of white light appeared outside the wooden cabin. Hanli finally heaved an internal sigh of relief after all that was done, and after a brief pause, he suddenly raised an arm before appraising it with a solemn expression. There was an extremely faint yellow mark on his arm, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he carefully inspected. After a brief hesitation, azure light suddenly flashed from his arm, and he focused what little remained of his spiritual power toward the mark. The faint and indistinct yellow mark immediately became clearer and more defined as a result. Judging from its shape and size, one could tell that this was none other than the profound heavenly fruit which had disappeared right after Hanli had unleashed the sword strike that had rendered him unconscious. As such, he had no idea how the fruit had managed to enclose itself within his arm. Hanli's brows were tightly furrowed as a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. With the pitiful amount of magic power that remained in his body, all he could do was make the yellow mark slightly clearer than before. That was clearly the extent of his current capabilities. This made Hanli feel quite uneasy. Setting aside the power of the long sword that the profound heavenly fruit had transformed into, just the recollection of the price that he'd had to pay to unleash a single sword strike still sent chills running down his spine. If he were to use the sword in battle, he'd most likely inflict just about the same amount of damage to himself as he would to his enemies. After a long while, Hanli finally let his arm fall back to his side. By this time, he'd already made a decision. Once he recovered his magic power, he was going to immediately force this treasure out of his arm. Otherwise, it was far too unsettling to have such a volatile treasure enclosed in his arm. After stroking the mark with his finger for a while, a contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face as he consumed a few more types of pills. He was very interested in the Scorching Sun Divine Pill, and the woman had made it sound like a miracle pill that could just about bring one back from the dead. He certainly wasn't going to place all of his hopes on it. Not long after that, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. 2 days later, a white cloud flew over from afar, and atop the white cloud were none other than the woman and his daughter, Zhuer. The young woman still had the large bow and 3 arrows strapped to her back, while her mother was holding a crimson jade box. Moments later, the two of them appeared in the air above the courtyard that Han Li was staying in. Is this the place where he's staying? Looks like he's set up a restriction. So he doesn't even trust us. Zhuer looked down at the wooden cabins down below with a curious expression, then harumphed coldly at the sight of the cabin that was enshrouded under white light. Mr. Han is in a very vulnerable state right now, and he's not closely acquainted with us, so it's no surprise that he would take such measures. In fact, I'd find it quite strange if no restriction had been set up during my absence. The woman chuckled in response. Thus, the two of them slowly descended atop the white cloud. Senior Han, I've brought the Scorching Sun Divine Pill with me, and I wish to request your audience. The woman called out as she extended a bow toward the wooden cabin. I see. It's still a little inconvenient for me to move around. So please come in and forgive me for not greeting you in person, fellow Taoist Hua. An indifferent male voice sounded from within the cabin. As soon as his voice trailed off, the white light barrier flashed before vanishing, and the cabin's doors were opened at the same time. The woman immediately entered the cabin along with her daughter without any hesitation. Ha! As soon as the woman entered the room, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. On the wooden bed in the room, there were 2 Han Lis seated next to one another, one of whom was appraising them with a smile while the other had his eyes closed in an expressionless manner. The young woman also faltered slightly as she cast her gaze toward the 2 Han Lis. Please take a seat. May I ask who this is? The Han Li with his eyes open pointed toward the chairs in the room before turning to the young woman with a puzzled look. This is my daughter, Bai Zhuer. She's been cultivating elsewhere and has only just returned to the island not long ago. The woman replied in a respectful manner, and her heart jolted with shock as she swept her spiritual sense toward the 2 Han Lis at once. One of the Han Lis possessed an extremely feeble aura while the other had a more powerful aura, but she was unable to ascertain either of their cultivation bases. On top of that, both of them were completely identical in appearance and attire. The woman was starting to feel quite unsettled. She had heard about techniques that could allow one to create avatars, but those techniques were certainly not for a high priestess of an insignificant race like her to learn. However, just this alone confirmed to her that Han Li did indeed possess unfathomable abilities. As such, she was rather hesitant about whether she should allow her daughter to conduct her test. Right at this moment, the young woman stepped forward and extended a curtsy toward Han Li with a sweet smile as she said, I heard from Mother that an upper-race senior had come to visit, so I wanted to meet you. I hope you don't mind, senior. Not at all. I must congratulate your daughter for her splendid cultivation base at such a young age. Fellow Taoist Hua, Han Li praised with a smile. You're far too kind, senior. My daughter's cultivation base is nowhere near a noteworthy level for you. By the way, are you finding this a good place to stay? If not, you can tell me, and I'll organize alternative lodging for you. The woman replied with a smile. There's no need for that. The spiritual chi here is quite abundant. Is the Scorching Sun Divine Pill in that box you're holding, fellow Taoist Hua? Han Li asked with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. That's right. This pill was procured by our very first high priestess back when. The woman nodded with a smile before recounting the origins of this pill to Han Li. Han Li was rather perplexed by the woman's sudden need to launch into a long story, but he still listened in a calm manner. Right at this moment, a sneaky look flashed through Zhuer's eyes as a green leaf appeared in one hand, while she made an incantation seal with her other hand. Both hands were hidden up her sleeves, so her actions were quite discreet. A burst of invisible spiritual sense immediately surged toward the 2 Han Lis, and both of them reacted completely differently. The Han Li with his eyes closed remained seated motionlessly on the bed, seemingly as if he hadn't even detected what was happening. However, when the young woman's spiritual sense fell on his body, She felt as if she were sensing an inanimate object without even the slightest hint of spiritual sense fluctuations. This was naturally quite perplexing to the young woman. Such a situation wouldn't occur unless Han Li possessed an incredible secret technique that could completely conceal his spiritual sense, or he really was just a dead body. Before she had managed to figure out what was going on, her expression suddenly changed drastically and her mouth abruptly gaped open as her face turned deathly pale. When her spiritual sense had fallen upon the body of the other Han Li, she felt as if it had plunged into a massive vortex, and all of the spiritual sense in her body was gushing toward that Han Li in a frenzy. This sudden development naturally made her extremely alarmed and horrified, and she hurriedly withdrew her secret technique while attempting to recover her spiritual sense with all her might. To her surprise, her spiritual sense was easily recovered without any impediment, thereby allowing her to avert what she had thought to be an irreversible crisis. Right at this moment, Han Li cast a glance toward her with a hint of a smile on his face while he conversed with her mother. The young woman's mouth gaped open upon seeing this, and she was at a complete loss for what to do. The woman seemed to have completely failed to detect what had just happened, and she introduced some of the properties of the Scorching Sun Divine Pill before handing the Crimson Jade box over to him. Han Li reverted back to his normal expression and expressed his thanks before accepting the box. After that, the woman bade Han Li farewell before exiting the room with her daughter, who was still yet to recover from her shock and horror. After the two women left, the Han Li that was seated on the bed with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Why did you decide to scare that girl for no reason?" He waved a hand through the air as he spoke, and the entire wooden cabin was enshrouded under a white light barrier again. "Master, that insolent little girl was only at a core formation stage, yet she dared to try and test your spiritual sense. I naturally had to make her realize the foolishness of her actions." The other Han Li chuckled in response. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from his body, and he shrank down to become a small black monkey. The monkey then leaped onto Han Li's shoulder before offering the jade box to him in a fawning manner. Han Li merely shook his head with a smile and didn't speak any further about this matter as he accepted the jade box. Ever since the Weeping Soul Beast had attained intelligence in Deep Heaven City and absorbed all of Han Li's knowledge, it was becoming more and more difficult to tell it apart from the real Han Li when it took on his appearance. After opening the jade box, a swath of red light and a scorching aura wafted toward Han Li, making him feel as if he had been plunged into a furnace. However, not only was Han Li not alarmed by this development, an elated look appeared on his face instead as he appraised the crimson thumb-sized bead in the box. "So this is the Scorching Sun Divine Pill. It really is quite interesting," Han Li murmured to himself before extending 2 fingers into the jade box in an unhurried manner. In the instant that his fingers began to approach the bead, a ball of crimson flames suddenly erupted from it before immediately enveloping his entire hand. If Han Li were a normal cultivator, he'd most likely sustain severe burns from this alone. However, with Han Li's current powerful body, he was naturally able to completely disregard these flames. Thus, he plucked the red bead out of the box with his fingers even as the flames continued to rage around his hand. The Weeping Soul Beast sat on Han Li's shoulder, and it was also appraising the bead with curiosity in its large black eyes. Han Li stared at the bead for a long while as a contemplative look appeared on his face. According to what the woman had just told him, the fire attribute power within this pill was extremely volatile. As such, consuming it required many complex steps, and any slight lapse could result in further harm to his body from pill backlash, thereby achieving the opposite of the intended effect. Hence, it was best to use a large number of glacial pills and medicines to nullify the pill's fire attribute power before consuming it. However, he could sense that the pill did indeed contain extraordinary fire attribute power, and it would be a waste to nullify and squander it. With that in mind, Han Li opened his mouth to expel Silver Fireball. It was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. The fireball transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven, then flew in a few circles around Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow before tossing the crimson bead in his hand up into the air, and the silver fire raven immediately let loose a clearly cry before pouncing onto the bead. In the next instant, the silver flames completely enveloped the divine pill. Meanwhile, The woman and her daughter were already several tens of kilometers away as they flew atop their white cloud. All of a sudden, white light flashed and the cloud decelerated slightly. "Zhuer, are you all right?" the woman asked. "I'm fine, mother. I was merely given a fright." The young woman was still clearly quite shell-shocked, but she forced a smile onto her face in response. "I'm glad you're okay. It looks like this Mr. Han really is an unfathomably powerful being. In that case, it wasn't a waste to give him the scorching sun divine pill," the woman said with a relieved expression. "I was unable to detect anything specific, but he does indeed appear to be quite powerful." "What are we going to do about your lost lifespan, mother?" the young woman asked with a sad expression. "Hee, as the high priestess of our race, it is my duty to protect the race to the best of my ability. Our race has only been able to exist for so long as the past high priests before me have also fulfilled their duties. Looking back in time, how many of our past high priests have actually died from old age? That's enough of this depressing topic. Let's just hope that Mr. Han can absorb the power of the divine pill as quickly as possible, so he can lend us his assistance," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. But tears welled up in the young woman's eyes and she still wanted to say something. However, the woman didn't want to continue this conversation any longer, and she made a hand seal, causing the white cloud underfoot to surge before enshrouding both of them within. Immediately thereafter, the white cloud transformed into a ball of white light that shot forth through the air and quickly disappeared into the distance. After the two women departed from the wooden cabin, its doors remained shut for 10 consecutive days. During this time, the defenses on Firecloud Island were bolstered significantly. Not only did all of the serpentine beings no longer travel to other islands to hunt and collect materials, the entire race retreated into the Earthen City, and all of the major restrictions in the city were activated despite the vast expenditure of spirit stones that doing so would incur. The Earthen City walls had seemed to be extremely frail and vulnerable before, but they had since been enshrouded under 3 layers of light barrier that were crimson, yellow, and green, respectively. There were also several thousand elite serpentine warriors within the city that were heavily armed and ensuring that the city was constantly patrolled. At the same time, all of the Fire Yang race priests had gathered together, and all of them were priming themselves for the upcoming battle alongside their high priestess and her daughter. The palace they were situated in had also been enshrouded under a layer of 5-colored light, and the source from which the 5-colored light was emanating was none other than that conical treasure at the center of the plaza. As for the normal serpentine beings within the Earthen City, all of them had received instructions from the higher-ups telling them to stay at home unless they absolutely had to come out. A tense and oppressive atmosphere naturally settled over the Earthen City as a result. On this day, just as the priests were meditating within the palace, a voice suddenly pierced through the restriction outside and sounded directly within the hall that they were situated in. "Fellow Taoist Hua, I've already refined the pill and come out of seclusion. Please open up the restriction and let me come in." The voice belonged to none other than Han Li. The white-robed priests were all stirred upon hearing this, while an ecstatic look appeared on the woman's face. It was naturally impossible for her not to be worried that Han Li would break his promise and depart as soon as he recovered. However, the entire race was in grave peril, and she had no alternatives. Giving the pill to him could earn them a powerful ally, whereas refraining from doing so would spell certain doom. Thankfully, she'd made the right gamble, and Han Li hadn't broken his promise to her. Thus, the woman immediately flipped her hand over to produce a shimmering red jade disc with an elated look on her face, then tapped it a few times with her finger. The 5-colored light barrier around the palace flashed before an opening appeared, but it only took the span of a few breaths before the barrier sealed over again. During this brief window of time, golden light flashed outside the palace gates, and a humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air, before making his way into the palace in an unhurried manner. The humanoid figure wore an azure robe and had a set of ordinary facial features, but his eyes were particularly bright and piercing. He was naturally none other than Han Li. His condition had improved drastically compared to just over 10 days ago, clearly indicating that the Scorching Sun Divine Pill had indeed been extremely effective. "Thank you for coming to assist us, Senior. Has your magic power completely recovered?" the woman asked in a fervent manner. Jur was still slightly reluctant to greet him, but she could only rise to her feet with a slight pout on her face. The Scorching Sun Divine Pill was indeed quite extraordinary, but my injuries were also extremely severe, so I've only recovered to around 70% to 80% of my peak condition. The rest of the recovery process can't be aided by pills and can only be facilitated through rest and recuperation. However, if your enemies aren't too powerful, I should be able to lend you a hand, Han Li replied with a smile. The woman's expression initially changed slightly after hearing that Han Li hadn't fully recovered, but she was then elated after hearing Han Li's confident declaration. It appeared that Han Li was even more powerful than she'd estimated. Otherwise, where could his confidence be stemming from? Many of the priests in the palace had seen Han Li before, while the others were only meeting him for the first time. As such, Han Li's arrival naturally stirred up a heated yet muted discussion between them. Han Li ignored the pairs of eyes that were fixed on him and sat down on the chair that the woman had prepared for him in advance. After making some small talk with her, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The woman cast a stern gaze toward the priests in the room, and all of them immediately stopped chattering as well. Thus, the entire palace turned completely silent. However, Han Li could still sense a pair of eyes lingering on his face, and his brows furrowed slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, just in time to see Bai Zhuer appraising him with a wary expression. As soon as their eyes met, a hint of horror flashed through the young woman's eyes, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. It appeared that the weeping soul beast had truly given her quite a fright during their previous encounter. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he closed his eyes again and fell into deep thought. The fire attribute power within the Scorching Sun Divine Pill had been easily refined by his spirit engulfing fire raven, and the woman hadn't exaggerated about the pill's effects at all. It wasn't able to facilitate an instant recovery for him, but it most definitely was superior to all of the regenerative pills that he was carrying. His lost blood essence and spiritual sense had been replenished at an incredible rate, and as for his magic power, even without the assistance of this pill, the past half a month or so of rest had been enough for it to completely recover. Seeing as the pill really had helped his significantly, Han Li naturally wasn't going to revoke his promise. He had already progressed to the spatial tempering stage and possessed many powerful abilities. There was a good chance that he'd be able to escape from a body integration cultivator, so he naturally wasn't going to fear any enemies that the Fire Yang race could have. Coincidentally, less than half a day after Han Li had emerged from seclusion, the enemies finally arrived. The ground within the Earthen City suddenly began to rumble violently, and it was as if many massive monsters were galloping toward the city from all directions. The priests sitting within the palace rose to their feet almost in unison, and most of them wore extremely anxious expressions. Even though the woman hadn't divulged any information regarding the Black Rakshasa race, it was quite apparent to them that the enemies they were going to face on this occasion were extremely powerful. In contrast, the woman remained quite calm, and she only furrowed her brows slightly even as the ground began to tremor beneath her feet. There's no need for panic. We've already set up ample defensive measures, and it would be impossible for our enemies to break through our 3 layers of restrictions in a short time. Let's ascertain who our enemies are and how many of them we're facing first. The woman immediately rose to the occasion as the leader of the priests, instantly calming everyone with her logical instructions. Han Li also opened his eyes in response to this commotion, but he remained completely expressionless. He'd participated in countless battles more significant than this one in the past, so the events currently unfolding certainly weren't enough to faze him. At this moment, the woman rustled a sleeve and a red badge suddenly appeared in her hand before she waved it toward the center of the palace. Red light immediately flashed from the surface of the badge, following which a ball of red light shot forth from it before disappearing into the ground. A loud buzzing sound rang out as red light flashed from the ground, and a crimson formation appeared, at the center of which flames were tumbling and surging incessantly. The woman rapidly waved her badge through the air a few times, and the flames converged to form a crimson crystal ball that was around 10 feet in diameter. The surface of the crystal ball was glittering and translucent, and it was slowly revolving above the center of the formation. 8 white-robed serpentine beings suddenly stepped forward before sitting down around the edge of the formation. All of them then began to chant something as they cast one incantation seal after another into the crystal ball. Immediately thereafter, countless wisps of flames appeared within the center of the formation, forming fiery snakes that were around as thick as a human finger before squirming into the crystal ball. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Red light suddenly flashed violently a few times from the surface of the crystal ball, following which an extremely vivid image appeared within the flames. The image was broadcasting the scenes unfolding all over the earthen city, depicting groups of armed serpentine beings surging up the city walls. There were also groups of serpentine beings on lizard steeds gathering near the city gates. Among these groups, there were many high-ranking serpentine beings that were yelling war cries and instructions with killing intent in their eyes. Thousands of serpentine beings were gathered in the blink of an eye, and Han Li looked on with a hint of surprise on his face. The function of the spell formation and crystal ball was rather similar to that of his myriad dragon beads, and it was rather surprising to him that a small race like the Fire Yang race had access to such treasures. Switch to an image of the scenes outside the city walls, the woman instructed with a dark expression. The ground was beginning to tremor more and more violently, clearly indicating that those massive beings were not far away from the earthen city. The 8 white-robed serpentine beings responsible for activating the formation instantly cast more incantation seals, and the image within the crystal blurred before being inundated by red light. Moments later, a new image appeared, revealing the scenes unfolding outside the city walls. It was already getting rather late, so the image within the crystal ball was slightly dim. Thus, the serpentine beings were initially unable to see anything, but all of them still looked on with bated breath. Only Han Li continued to look on with the same expression as before. They didn't have to wait long before a particularly violent tremor ran through the ground, and the loud rumbling noise suddenly died down. Not long after that, all of the white-robed serpentine beings drew a sharp breath and their expressions changed drastically in unison. In the darkness of the night, a series of massive cow-like creatures that were around 70 to 80 feet tall and over 100 feet long began to emerge. All of them were clad in suits of black scale-like armor, and each of them was carrying a massive frame comparable to the size of cabins on their backs. These frames were filled with humanoid figures of different heights, and it was as if they had taken up all of the area on the backs of these giant creatures. Even though these cow-like creatures were all extremely massive, they were currently able to approach the earthen city in a completely silent wraith-like manner after decelerating drastically. Those appear to be black armor beasts. Those beings riding on these beasts, could they be? One of the white-robed serpentine beings murmured in disbelief. They can't be black Rakshasa beings. Our Naga race should have exterminated all of them long ago. Another serpentine being yelled vehemently. That's right, it can't be those beings. Exactly, they should have disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings immediately chimed in agreement, seemingly in an attempt to inject themselves with courage. However, once those giant cows emerged from the night and the humanoid figures on their backs became visible, all of the priests fell silent with grim expressions on their faces. The upper bodies of these humanoid figures on the black armor beasts were those of women with purple skin and dark green eyes. All of them had long shoulder-length hair and were wearing suits of black armor while wielding all types of black weapons, creating a stark contrast with their gorgeous features. However, once the women leaped down from the giant cow beasts and revealed their full bodies, Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted. These women possessed lower bodies of centipedes. Even Han Li couldn't help but shudder at the sight of these beautiful women with abhorrent centipede lower bodies. These women seemed to have all been well trained, and they managed to arrange themselves in an orderly formation in mere moments. One of the higher-ranking beings among them abruptly strode toward the earthen wall, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. However, this was a grotesque smile that literally spread from ear to ear, revealing rows of small sharp teeth and a serpentine forked tongue. What had been a beautiful woman just a moment ago had suddenly transformed into a sinister nightmarish creature. It would not be impossible for a more cowardly person to faint from fear upon witnessing these beings for the first time. Han Li naturally wasn't that inept, but he had still been given a massive fright. The woman and Bai Zhua looked on with grim expressions while hints of fear crept into the eyes of all of the other priests present. So what if these are black Rakshasa beings? They're just a bunch of pathetic cowards that managed to escape the extermination tens of thousands of years ago through sheer luck. Our Naga race was able to eradicate them so many years ago, and we can replicate that feat now. The other two races must have only been destroyed as they'd been caught completely off guard. In contrast, we've set up ample defenses in advance, so we have nothing to fear, the woman harumphed coldly as she swept a sleeve toward the crystal ball. Red light instantly flashed, and the entire formation ceased functioning, following which the image being broadcasted by the crystal ball also abruptly disappeared. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings stirred upon hearing this, and they immediately bowed as they nodded in agreement. Following the woman's brief yet rousing speech, all of them had been injected with renewed courage, and the fear in their eyes was immediately wiped away. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The woman didn't appear to have done anything, but in reality she's unleashed a secret technique while spurring on the priests present. The secret technique was quite discreet, but it was naturally unable to escape Han Li's notice, seeing as he'd cultivated the great development technique. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to reinvigorate these low-grade priests. Knowing who our enemies are makes things a lot easier for us. All of you, split up into 4 groups and direct our troops at the 4 city gates. If you encounter any black Rakshasa priests, make sure to keep them at bay. Any deserters will be severely punished, the woman instructed with a stern look on her face as she rose to her feet. The serpentine beings all accepted their orders with respectful bows before exiting the hall. Thus, the woman, her daughter, Han Li, and 4 other serpentine beings were the only ones left in the palace. All 4 of these serpentine beings were quite old and possessed core formation stage cultivation bases, thus making them the most powerful beings within the race aside from the High Priestess. Han Li merely glanced at the 4 serpentine beings in an indifferent manner before withdrawing his gaze. The woman heaved a long sigh before turning to Han Li with the intention of saying something. However, right at this moment, earth-shattering booms suddenly erupted from all sides and the ground began to rumble once again. They're already beginning to attack the city. A wry smile appeared on her face. Are you not going to go out there and join the defensive efforts? Han Li asked with a curious expression. There's no need for that. If I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups of the Black Rakshasa race will seek me out. The woman replied with a shake of her head. Is that so? Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. Our Naga race has always been the sworn enemy of the Black Rakshasa race, so I'm aware of their habits and mannerisms. Even though we've activated all of our restrictions, we still most likely wouldn't be able to stop the truly powerful beings among them from infiltrating the city. They're extremely proficient in concealment secret techniques, and in battles, they prefer to slay the most powerful being among their enemies before killing the rest of the rest. The woman explained with a forced smile on her face. I see. Han Li stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. He then chuckled and said something that came as quite a shock to everyone present. So that means the one hiding over there isn't a helper that you summoned here in advance. How about I invite them to join us? What? They're already in here, the woman exclaimed. As soon as her voice trailed off, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a nearby wooden pillar. A massive translucent hand immediately appeared out of thin air before grabbing viciously toward the pillar. However, before the hand had closed itself around the pillar, a streak of black light shot forth from within before appearing over 200 feet away in a flash. Spiritual light flashed, and a black Rakshasa being was revealed. The woman and all of the serpentine beings were stunned to see this as they immediately prepared for battle. The woman flipped over a hand to produce a short crimson rod that appeared to be constructed from stone. The other 4 white-robed serpentine beings also produced long silver blades that shimmered and swayed like slithering silver snakes. The young woman's hands blurred, and the bow on her back appeared in her hands with a bone arrow already nocked and ready to fire. The black Rakshasa being that had just been forced to reveal itself looked on with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. She turned to Han Li in an expressionless manner, completely ignoring everyone else as she said in a cold voice, Your aura isn't right. You're not a being from the Naga race. Which race are you from? For you to be able to see through my concealment technique, are you from the White Eye race or the Thousand Illusion race? This black Rakshasa being was clearly under the false impression that Han Li was some kind of foreign being from the Thunder Continent. Han Li smiled, but didn't offer a reply. Instead, He cast his gaze toward a shadowy corner of the palace before pointing a finger toward that direction. A small azure sword shot forth like lightning, striking the corner in the flash. A dull clang rang out as a streak of black light hurtled forth from the shadows to clash with the small sword. At the same time, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes and brilliant azure light erupted from the small sword. It then instantly destroyed the streak of black light that it was locked in combat with before rushing toward the black figure at a speed that was more than twice as fast as before. The black figure was given a massive fright by the azure sword's sudden acceleration, but she reacted extremely quickly as her body twisted, and she flew through the air as a black thread. The black thread appeared over 100 feet away after just a single flash, but to everyone's surprise, the small sword also transformed into an azure thread before setting off in hot pursuit. The black thread had only paused for a split second before the azure thread was almost upon it, and it was forced to flee again. Thus, an azure thread and a black thread flashed through the air one after another in the air, appearing on one side of the palace in one instant before suddenly appearing in another corner before anyone could trace them. The threads were moving at such an incredible speed that everyone in the palace could only look on in astonishment. All of a sudden, the black thread blurred before suddenly transforming into 7 or 8 identical threads that hurtled forth in different directions. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to summon the small sword back to him before drawing it up his sleeve. Throughout this entire process, Han Li's expression remained completely calm and collected, as if what he'd merely been toying with his opponent. The black threads in the air converged to form a single thread again in midair, and black light flashed before a black Rakshasa being with a pair of golden eyes appeared. This woman was glowering at Han Li with a vicious expression of fury on her face. The woman immediately shuddered at the sight of the black Rakshasa being's golden eyes, and she exclaimed, "Golden and silver eyes! You really are black Rakshasa monarchs. You two must have been the ones who killed the high priests of the other 2 races. Looks like you've done your homework. However, your knowledge isn't going to save you. I've come to eradicate your race in person, so your fates are sealed," the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being said in a sharp voice. At this moment, the first black Rakshasa being to have appeared suddenly vanished in a wraith-like manner, then reappeared beside her golden-eyed companion. Han Li inspected the 2 women through narrowed eyes to find a strange layer of spiritual light draped over their bodies, thereby preventing him from being able to ascertain their cultivation bases despite his immensely powerful spiritual sense. As such, they had to be carrying some kind of special concealment treasure. With that in mind, Han Li decided against immediately attacking them. Before anyone else had a chance to say anything, Bai Zhua suddenly raised her bow before drawing it and letting loose the knocked arrow. The bone arrow shot forth before tremoring mid-flight, immediately transforming into countless identical arrows that enshrouded the black Rakshasa beings down below. In her mind, a battle was unavoidable, so there was no need for words. As such, taking the initiative by attacking first was clearly the best option. The woman was initially rather surprised to see this, but she then immediately gritted her teeth before waving her short red rod through the air, and it escaped her grasp before transforming into a crimson fiery WIRM. The 4 white-robed serpentine beings glanced at one another before also slashing their silver blades through the air, sending silver saber projections hurtling toward the 2 enemies. Thus, all of the fire yang beings were attacking in unison. Spiritual lights of different colors intertwined with one another, instantly inundating the 2 black Rakshasa beings. However, the 2 women remained completely unfazed in the face of such ferocious attacks, and they merely raised a hand each to blast forth 2 balls of black light. The balls of black light then immediately expanded before rapidly revolving around the 2 of them. A loud boom erupted as all of the attacks exploded upon making contact with the black light, threatening to tear it apart in an instant. However, right at this moment, golden and silver light suddenly erupted from within the black light, and the golden and silver light swelled drastically before splitting into 2. A vast expanse of black light appeared over a radius of several tens of feet with golden and silver light shimmering at its center. All of the bone arrows, silver saber projections, and the fiery WIRM vanished without a trace into the black light. The devastating combined attack had disappeared as if it had never even existed in the first place. What remained was a pair of still figures and shrouded black light, inspecting everyone around them with cold looks in their eyes. Revolving evil spirit light! The high priest exclaimed as her heart sank upon seeing this. All of a sudden, the pair of black Rakshasa beings joined hands while pointing their spare hands directly at the woman and her daughter. The black light split up and two thin threads, one golden and one silver, shot forth from within. Dodge? Don't take it head-on, the woman hurriedly warned as she turned to Baizhur. At the same time, white light flashed from her body and she flew back as a streak of white light to take evasive measures. The young woman's heart also jolted with shock and she wanted to evade as well, but it was already too late for her with her core formation stage cultivation base. A thin golden thread appeared before as if by instantaneous teleportation and she had no choice but to let loose another bone arrow in response. On this occasion, instead of splitting up into countless more arrows, the bone arrow transformed into a pillar of light that was around as thick as an arm before striking the oncoming thin thread. The size difference between the two was quite a significant one, but their clash was completely soundless. Immediately thereafter, the pillar of light faltered before suddenly shooting back. The young woman was completely caught off guard by this sudden development and she didn't have any time to adopt any defensive measures. As such, she could only let loose a cry of surprise before reflexively using her bow as a shield. She was the one who had unleashed that arrow, so she was naturally well aware of just how powerful it was. If she were to be struck by this reflected attack, both her body and soul would instantly be reduced to nothingness. She could even already hear a cry of despair from her mother. In the next instant, the bow in her hands was blasted away by the pillar of light, and a scorching sensation immediately enveloped her entire body. Her face turned deathly pale, and she could only close her eyes to await her inevitable doom. Right in this instant, someone suddenly grabbed the back of her collar and gently wrenched her away, following which she abruptly disappeared amid a flash of azure light. An earth-shattering boom then rang out, and the young woman opened her eyes with a startled look on her face to find that she was currently situated over 100 feet from where she'd been standing just a moment ago. The pillar of light had passed through the exact spot where she was situated before crashing into the wall of the palace. It clashed with the five-colored light restriction amid a flash of piercing spiritual light before being reduced to nothingness. However, the thin thread behind the pillar of light didn't also follow suit and crash into the wall. Instead, it abruptly changed direction and hurtled toward the young woman again. Arg! The young woman let loose a cry of alarm. However, before she had a chance to do anything, her collar tightened, and the scenes around her blurred as she was wrenched elsewhere again. Only then did the young woman return to her senses, and she hurriedly turned her head to discover a man standing behind her with a calm expression and a hand laid casually on her back. This man was naturally none other than Han Li. After the golden thread in the distance missed its target, it suddenly swerved around to fly toward the young woman again as if it refused to rest until she was dead. Elsewhere in the palace, the high priestess was also desperately evading a similar silver thread. However, she was a nascent soul stage being, after all, and with the four white-robed serpentine beings assisting her in keeping the silver thread at bay, she was able to just barely ensure self-preservation for now. So it can reflect attacks, that's quite interesting. Han Li murmured to himself before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a swath of gray light instantly appeared before Baizhur. However, the golden thread merely faltered for a split second after plunging into the divine essence-fused light before puncturing through it without any impediment. Baizhur's face paled again upon seeing this. However, a layer of five-colored flames then immediately appeared thereafter to enshroud the golden thread again. The extraordinarily fast thin thread immediately slowed down significantly after entering the five-colored flames as if it were a fish caught in a net. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, but his smile quickly stiffened in the next instant. This was because the thin thread suddenly pierced through the five-colored flames just as it had done with the divine essence-fused light, then continued on toward the young woman. Following this startling turn of events, Baizhur's heart sank even further, and she was well and truly in despair. However, what unfolded next had her flabbergasted yet again. The thin thread swayed and suddenly disappeared on the spot without any premonition. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and the golden thread emerged before flying directly toward his face at an astonishing speed. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes, But he made no effort to evade as a cold look appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth in response. A ball of silver flames erupted from his mouth, crashing into the golden thread in a flash. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Even the divine essence-fused light and 5 glacial flames were unable to trap the golden thread, yet it was stopped cold by the silver flames as if it had encountered the bane of its existence, and it curled up into an egg-sized ball amid a faint sizzling sound. The silver fireball then transformed into a small silver bird, while the golden ball melted away within its body at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, vanishing into nothingness in virtually an instant. The silver fire raven then spread its wings and let loose a triumphant cry before disappearing in a wraith-like manner. In the next instant, silver light flashed before the silver thread that was giving the high priestess an extremely hard time, and the fire raven reappeared before devouring the pesky thread. A dull thump then rang out as the silver fire raven exploded on the spot, dissipating into specks of silver light. Only then did Han Li turn toward the pair of black Rakshasa beings with a hint of a smile on his face. The previous sequence of clashes seemed to be quite complex, but they actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. All of the Fire Yang beings heaved a long sigh of relief, having just escaped that life-threatening ordeal. Only then did they finally understand how the higher-ups of the other 2 races had been eradicated so easily. The high priests of the other 2 races were inferior in power to their high priestess, even before she'd consumed the immortal fruit. However, even after consuming the immortal fruit to forcibly enhance her cultivation base, there was still no way that she could have been able to take even a single attack from that revolving evil spirit light. As such, the woman was ecstatic that Han Li just so happened to possess an ability that could oppose this light. It was quite clear that none of them would be able to oppose these 2 black Rakshasa monarchs, so they had no choice but to rely on Han Li. With that in mind, the woman immediately cautioned, "Be on your guard, Senior Han. Not only can that revolving evil spirit light reflect attacks, it can disregard most restrictions and abilities, and it's extremely poisonous. If one were to be struck by it, the poison would immediately spread to all parts of the body, and there's no way to get rid of it. Many of the powerful beings of our Naga race had fallen to this accursed light many years ago." The woman was quite concerned that Han Li would be adversely affected by the revolving evil spirit light after it had been devoured by the silver fire raven that had flown out from his body. Poison, eh? A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. However, seeing as his spirit engulfing heavenly flames were able to devour this so-called revolving evil spirit light, it would have naturally already converted the poison into energy that could be used by him, so there was no way that it'd be able to harm him. Of course, Han Li wasn't going to divulge the spirit engulfing heavenly flames abilities to the woman. He merely nodded to acknowledge the fact that he'd heard her words of caution. Throughout this entire process, his remained firmly fixed on the 2 black Rakshasa beings. "You dare to devour the revolving evil spirit light?" Han Li was unable to glean the expressions of the 2 black Rakshasa monarchs, as they were enshrouded under black light, but the astonishment in their voices was quite apparent. "Hee, this ability of yours is quite interesting. It's just a pity that you haven't honed it to a passable degree. Otherwise, even my flames wouldn't have been able to vanquish it so easily. Alright, looks like there really are only 2 of you here. I'll take care of you 2 as quickly as possible, so I can go back and rest." Han Li chuckled before striding directly toward the 2 black Rakshasa beings. He didn't appear to be moving very quickly, but each and every step he took covered a distance of several tens of feet, and he was soon just over 200 feet away from the 2 black Rakshasa monarchs. At the same time, brilliant golden light erupted from Han Li's body, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin. Simultaneously, a golden halo surfaced above his head, and at the center of the halo sat a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 of the projection's 3 faces were quite clearly, both of which were identical to Han Li's appearance, while the third one remained rather blurry and indistinct. Not only were the Fire Yang beings astonished by this new ability that Han Li was unveiling, even the 2 black Rakshasa beings within the black light were quite taken aback. The black light around them immediately began to buzz before tremoring and warping, transforming into a giant black blade around 70 to 80 feet in length in a flash. The blade then hurtled toward Han Li with ferocious might. The giant blade was completely inky black with an arc of golden and silver light flashing at its center, creating a rather mysterious sight to behold. A resounding boom rang out, and a massive golden hand that was no smaller than the blade appeared beneath the latter before lifting it upward. The two clashed, and black and golden light flashed violently. The massive golden hand remained completely still, and the giant blade was forced to falter in midair. Both the black Rakshasa beings were stunned to see this. However, the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being then immediately made a hand seal, and her body instantly swelled to several times its original size. At the same time, golden light flashed from her tail, and a massive golden hook tail was manifested, then hurled toward Hanli like lightning. Meanwhile, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being opened her mouth, and a sinister look flashed through her eyes as she let loose a guttural beastly snarl. Immediately thereafter, a swath of white mist appeared above her head. Silver light flashed within the mist, and a giant man-faced centipede projection emerged. The silver light flashed again, and the projection also pounced toward Hanli as a streak of silver light. The man-faced centipede opened its cavernous mouth mid-flight, and a vast expanse of silver light was expelled from within. In the face of this joint attack unleashed by the two black Rakshasa monarchs, Hanli continued to remain completely expressionless. He merely swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens of small azure flying swords shot forth. These swords then blurred before flying toward the giant golden hook as azure sword projections. The golden hook emitted a ringing sound as countless runes suddenly appeared on its surface, making it appear as if it were about to unleash some kind of powerful ability. However, in the next instant, azure light flashed, and the azure sword chi converged upon the golden hook, following which the latter let loose an anguished wail before plummeting from above, having been sliced into countless pieces. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was quite stunned to see this. At the same time, Hanli raised his other hand in the face of the man-faced centipede, and he spread open his 5 fingers as his hand turned into an inky black color. A gray light barrier then instantly appeared before Hanli, keeping the silver light unleashed by the centipede at bay. After that, silver light flashed from the center of his palm, and a miniature black mountain suddenly appeared. Hanli took a glance at the oncoming man-faced centipede and flipped his hand over in a nonchalant manner. An astonishing scene then ensued. The miniature mountain instantly disappeared as he did so, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the man-faced centipede, following which the miniature mountain appeared amid a flash of gray light. At the same time, the miniature black mountain swelled drastically to over 100 feet tall in the blink of an eye before crashing down upon the man-faced centipede's back with devastating force. A look of excruciating pain appeared on the human face of the centipede projection, and it let loose a series of shrill screeches as its body was forced to plummet from the sky by the immense weight of the divine Assis-fused mountain. The silver-eyed black Rakshasa being was stunned to see this, and she hurriedly made a series of hand seals. As she did so, a series of silver lines appeared on her gorgeous feminine face, presenting quite a sinister sight to behold. She then opened her mouth to expel a mouthful of silver blood essence, and as soon as this blood essence appeared, it transformed into a string of silver runes amid a dull thump. These silver runes then disappeared in a flash into the body of the centipede projection. As a result, the man-faced centipede seemed to have received a significant power boost. Silver light flashed from its body, and it began to squirm beneath the black mountain. In fact, half of its body had already coiled around the lower half of the mountain, and it was attempting to topple the mountain through brute strength alone. A peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he pointed at the mountain from afar while uttering the word, heavy. The black mountain shuddered as a burst of mundane gray light emanated from it. Its form didn't appear to have changed at all, but its weight was suddenly increased in excess of tenfold. The man-faced centipede was just barely able to withstand the immense weight of the mountain a moment ago, but that fine balance was instantly shattered as it was sent plummeting down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, causing the entire palace to tremor violently, and the small black mountain forced the man-faced centipede firmly into the ground. A crater that was around 300 feet in size and over 10 feet deep was smashed into the ground, and the black mountain sat firmly at the center of the crater. The man-faced centipede beneath it let loose a cry of anguish before dissipating into specks of silver light. The strange stone blocks that Han Li had fused with the divine Assis-fused mountain were comparable in weight to gargantuan mountains, so the mountain was certainly far too heavy for the centipede to withstand. In the instant that the centipede protection was destroyed, the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's face paled, and she threw up a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was of a blackish-red color on this occasion, rather than silver color it had been before. All of this had taken place in the mere span of just a few breaths. The golden-eyed black Rakshasa being was still reeling from the fact that her giant golden hook had been vanquished so easily by Han Li's flying swords, and her expression abruptly changed as she realized that her companion had sustained significant injuries. As such, her body swayed, and she immediately appeared behind the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being before laying a hand on her back. Golden and silver light flashed from the silver-eyed black Rakshasa being's body, and her complexion improved significantly. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger toward the several tens of azure flying swords in the air. All of the flying swords shuddered before flashing toward his two opponents as lightning-fast azure threads. Shock and horror finally appeared on the faces of the two black Rakshasa beings upon seeing this, and they exchanged a glance before suddenly raising an arm each. Two more balls of black light surfaced as a result before enshrouding their bodies. Right in that instant, the azure threads struck the black light. A cold expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he immediately activated his sword arts without any hesitation. All of the azure threads shuddered at his behest before transforming into azure flying swords, each of which was around a foot in length. However, all of them had become extremely faint, as if they'd been turned into mere projections. This was none other than the void form ability that Han Li's newly refined flying swords had obtained. In their new insubstantial form, the swords were able to puncture through the black light in their way without any impediment. The two black Rakshasa beings were clearly caught completely off guard by this incredible development, and they immediately fled for their lives with shock and horror etched on their faces at the sight of the oncoming flying swords. However, the swords were far too fast for them to evade at such close quarters. The flying swords pierced through the air, and two howls of anguish rang out in quick succession as countless bolts were punctured into the bodies of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. All of the fire young beings were ecstatic to see this. However, blue light suddenly flashed in Han Li's eyes, and his body swayed as he arrived beside the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. He then extended both arms at once before grabbing the nearby air like lightning. A layer of silver flames immediately erupted from each of his hands, and two balls of light, one golden and one silver, were forced out of thin air, then enveloped by these fierce silver flames. The balls of light were then revealed to be a golden centipede and a silver centipede. The two centipedes were only several inches in size, but they each had the face of a female human that were identical to the faces of the two black Rakshasa monarchs. The two centipedes were trapped within the silver flames, screeching incessantly with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. The golden and silver light emanating from their bodies was one other than the revolving evil spirit light, and they would have been able to escape in the face of any other ability. Unfortunately for them, Han Li's spirit engulfing heavenly flames completely dominated their revolving evil spirit light, thereby placing them at his mercy. Han Li had no intention of letting these two go. He joined his flaming hands and rubbed them together in a casual manner. The golden and silver lights being emitted from the bodies of the two centipedes quickly dissipated, and the centipedes themselves were then reduced to nothingness by the silver flames. Only then had Han Li truly slain the two black Rakshasa monarchs. However, he didn't think much of this. During their clashes, he was able to deduce that these two were merely early deity transformation stage beings at most, and if it weren't for their revolving evil spirit light, he would have slain them within seconds. However, Han Li was rather intrigued by the fact that he had been unable to detect their cultivation bases with his spiritual sense. As such, his gaze immediately fell on the remains of the two black Rakshasa beings. He made a grabbing motion, and both sets of remains slowly flew up into the air toward him. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and blue light flashed from his pupils as he conducted a thorough examination. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he waved a hand toward each of the two sets of remains. Two sections of black veil emerged from the bodies of the two women before landing in his grasp. Han Li took a quick glance at the black veils before immediately flipping his hands over, upon which they disappeared. At this moment, the woman made her way over to Han Li with her daughter by her side, and she wore an elated look as she said, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior Han. Our Fire Yang race will never forget your kindness." As for the two black veils that Han Li had just taken, she didn't mention anything about them and merely pretended as if she had never even seen them. Only then did she truly understand that Han Li was far more powerful than she'd imagined. As such, her heart was filled with gratitude as well as awe and veneration. The two black Rakshasa beings had seemed virtually invincible to Bai Zhuer, yet Han Li had just slain them with ease, so her heart was filled with astonishment and awe. Even though she didn't say anything, there was clearly a more respectful look in her eyes as she cast her gaze toward Han Li. As for all of the other serpentine priests, all of them also gathered around with respectful smiles on their faces. Hee, it wasn't much. Seeing as I've already decided to help you, I'll take care of all of the other black Rakshasa beings outside as well, Han Li chuckled. All of the Fire Yang beings were naturally ecstatic to see this, and they all expressed their gratitude again. Han Li smiled as he stowed away his flying swords and black mountain. He then rustled a sleeve, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a small leopard-like beast that landed on the ground several feet in front of him. It was none other than his leopard Kirin beast. The Fire Yang beings faltered initially upon seeing this beast, but all of them drew sharp breaths after sweeping their spiritual sense toward it. The immensely powerful aura emanating from the body of this little beast sent chills running down even the High Priestess' spine. "Go and kill all of the black Rakshasa beings," Han Li instructed in a concise manner. A ferocious light appeared in the leopard Kirin beast's eyes upon hearing this, and its body swayed as it manifested 7 or 8 identical projections, all of which rushed out of the palace at once. The beastly projections merely blurred before reappearing several hundred feet away, and after just another, they completely disappeared out of sight. The speed at which they were moving was truly astonishing. The woman only managed to barely recompose her expression after a short while, but the shock in her heart still lingered. A thought then immediately occurred to her, and she suddenly produced a badge before rapidly pointing at it a few times while chanting something. Spiritual light immediately flashed from the badge, and the 5-colored light barrier outside the palace instantly vanished. "Seeing as everything has been taken care of here, I'll be going back to rest now. Don't worry about that spirit beast. It'll come back to me after all of the enemies have been destroyed," Han Li said in a calm manner. Before the Fire Yang beings could express their gratitude toward him again, azure light flashed from his body and flew out of the palace as a streak of azure light, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The Fire Yang beings were left to their own devices with awestruck expression in their eyes. After a long while, one of the white-robed serpentine beings heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank heavens you convinced this Mr. Han to stay, High Priestess. Otherwise, our entire race would have most likely been eradicated." Indeed, we were all quite perplexed by High Priestess' decision to give the divine pill away to an outsider, but I can see now that we've been far too short-sighted. Another white-robed priest chimed in with a nod. However, a wry smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing these words of praise. "You two think far too highly of me. I only gave the divine pill away as there was no other alternative, and thankfully, my final roll of the dice resulted in a favorable outcome. We were blessed by the heavens to have discovered someone as powerful as Mr. Han. Zhuer, how do you think Mr. Han compares with your master?" The woman turned to her daughter with a serious look on her face. Bai Zhuer's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a brief pause did she hesitantly reply, "My master is a 5th-tier upper race being, but even if she were here in person, it'd still most likely be a lot more difficult for her to slay those 2 black Rakshasa monarchs." The young woman's reply was rather ambiguous, but the implications behind her words were quite apparent, and the woman nodded in response. However, peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the white-robed priests upon hearing this, and one of them murmured, "Could it be that Mr. Han is a powerful upper race being? In that case, even the most powerful being in the nearby region, Layman's Silver Shark, wouldn't be a match for him." That may not necessarily be the case. Layman's Silver Shark is an upper 3rd-tier being, and cultivation arts, as well as treasures, are extremely important in deciding the outcome of battles, so it would be unfair for us to make such comparisons," the woman replied. All of the white-robed serpentine beings nodded with contemplative expressions upon hearing this, and they all fell silent. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. How long does Mr. Han plan to stay on Firecloud Island? Does he have any intention of permanently settling here? The woman could sense what the priest was trying to ask, and she immediately shook her head before replying, "I'm not sure, but he most likely won't leave right away." Having said that, it's also very unlikely that he would choose to stay on our island permanently. Someone of Senior Han's powers surely wouldn't be willing to confine themselves to a small island like ours. The other white-robed serpentine beings furrowed their brows upon hearing this, and the entire palace fell silent again. All right, we'll discuss these matters another time. The battle outside hasn't reached a conclusion yet. Even though the two Black Rakshasa monarchs have been slain, there could still be other high-grade Black Rakshasa beings out there. Mr. Han's spirit beast is indeed quite powerful, but we can't just let it do all the work for us, so let's join the battle outside as well. The sooner we can get rid of all of these Black Rakshasa beings, the fewer casualties our race would incur, the woman suddenly instructed. All of the white-robed serpentine beings immediately bowed and nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, the 6 of them flew out of the palace and rushed toward the locations where the battle was most intense. A short while later, Hanli returned to his wooden cabin and reactivated the restriction before taking a seat on the wooden bed in a cross-legged manner. A contemplative look then appeared on his face. The 2 most powerful Black Rakshasa monarchs had already been slain, so the leopard Kirin beast would be more than enough to take care of the rest of the battle. As such, he'd already returned the favor for the pill that the woman had bestowed upon him. All he had to do now was rest and recover for around half a year, and he should be back to his peak condition. With that in mind, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and he abruptly flipped a hand over. Black light flashed, and a thin veil appeared over his hand. This was none other than one of the treasures he'd taken from the remains of the Black Rakshasa monarchs. Han Li stared at the veil in his hand, and an intrigued look appeared on his face. This was a thin black veil that was quite smooth and soft to the touch and also gave off a rather cool sensation. Just by adjusting the orientation of the veil under the light, Han Li could see faint black runes on its surface, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary treasure. After inspecting the veil for a while, Han Li extended a finger toward it. An azure light flashed from his fingertip as he injected a vast amount of pure spiritual power into the treasure. He then flicked his wrist, and the black veil rose up into the air before transforming into a piece of semi-transparent material that was around 10 feet in size. Han Li inspected the item through narrowed eyes, then cast an incantation seal toward it. The incantation seal disappeared into the black veil in a flash, following which it descended toward Han Li and completely obscured his body. An astonishing scene then ensued. In the instant that the veil landed on Han Li's body, he suddenly became quite blurry and indistinct, and he completely disappeared after a few flashes. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he inspected his hands, then glanced at his concealed body. Immediately thereafter, blue light suddenly flashed within his eyes, and it was only growing brighter and brighter. Moments later, a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected, he was unable to see through this veil's concealment ability unless he activated his spirit eye ability to its very maximal extent. Those 2 Black Rakshasa beings had presumably used these treasures to sneak their way into the palace. With that in mind, Han Li released a wisp of spiritual sense and attempted to pierce through the veil with it. However, as soon as his spiritual sense made contact with the black veil, he felt as if it had fallen into a vast expanse of illusionary mist, making it completely impossible for it to pass through the veil. It appeared that this treasure was responsible for his inability to identify the cultivation bases of the 2 Black Rakshasa monarchs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly grabbed onto a corner of the black veil before casting an incantation seal. Black light flashed from the veil, and it abruptly disappeared into his robes. Han Li then used his spiritual sense to assess his own body several times, following which a pleased look appeared on his face. This black veil was indeed quite a brilliant treasure, as it had exemplary concealment abilities. In fact, it was second only to the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman among the concealment treasures that he possessed. The High Zenith Invisibility Talisman did indeed possess extraordinary concealment abilities, but it also had many limitations. Not only did it severely hamper his speed, the treasures and cultivation arts he could use with the talisman activated were also significantly restricted. In contrast, the Black Veil was slightly inferior in terms of concealment ability, but it had none of the aforementioned drawbacks. Furthermore, its concealment ability would become more potent the more powerful its user was. If it weren't for the fact that the two Black Raksha monarchs possessed cultivation bases that were far inferior to his, he wouldn't have been able to see through them so easily. Han Li experimented with the Black Veil for a while longer before stowing it away. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to engage in silent cultivation. Golden light flashed from his body, and golden halos proliferated above his head as the seated golden projection appeared once again. Han Li remained completely still, and several days passed by in a flash. During this time, the woman had brought a batch of rare spirit medicines and high-grade spirit stones to his doorstep in person. On that occasion, Han Li hadn't opened the door to greet her. Instead, he merely asked her to place the medicines and spirit stones outside the door, clearly indicating that he had no intention of entertaining any guests during the upcoming period of time. The woman naturally didn't dare to express any displeasure toward this, and she immediately set the items down outside the wooden cabin before taking her leave. Only then did Han Li get the weeping soul beast to carry the items into the room. Throughout this process, he didn't leave his bed nor open his eyes even once. One day passed by after another, and several months flew by in a flash. During this time, none of the higher-ups of the Fire Yang race dared to disturb Han Li again. On this day, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The silver flames immediately transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven. It was none other than the spirit engulfing fire raven. Han Li looked at the fire raven, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. At first glance, the bird's appearance didn't appear to have changed at all, but after sweeping his spiritual sense toward it, he discovered that something seemed to have appeared within its body. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he was finally able to identify what this thing was. Within the silver flames, a series of barely visible golden threads had appeared. These golden threads had only appeared after the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had completely refined the so-called revolving evil spirit light, so there was most likely a direct correlation between the two. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the silver fire raven in front of him. The fire raven immediately spread its wings before flying in circles in the air above Han Li. Immediately thereafter, the fire raven opened its mouth to blast forth a thin golden and silver thread. The thread struck the restriction that Han Li had set up in a flash, and the white light barrier tremored slightly before the thin thread was able to pass through it without any impediment. Following another flash, the thin thread re-entered through the light barrier, encountering no obstruction whatsoever yet again. The fire raven then blasted the thin thread out of its mouth again, aiming it at a wooden chair in the room on this occasion. The scenes that unfolded next immediately sent a stir running through Han Li's heart. After the thin thread flashed past the wooden chair, the latter immediately turned into a pitch-black color before being corroded into nothingness. This golden and silver thread really was extraordinarily toxic. Han Li exhaled as he made a hand seal, and the silver fire raven flew toward him before disappearing into his body in a flash. Han Li then closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. However, in the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes again as his brows furrowed slightly. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside. Junior Xianxia is here to pay her respects to Mr. Han. May I have the honor of requesting an audience with you, Mr. Han? This was an unfamiliar female voice that carried with it an irresistible air. Xianxia? Han Li was rather perplexed. He was sure that this was definitely the first time he'd heard such a name. With that in mind, Han Li released his spiritual sense, and it passed through the white light barrier, thereby allowing him to glean the scenes outside the wooden cabin. There, he discovered a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s in an azure palatial dress. She was extremely beautiful, and there was an indescribable air of regal grace about her. Han Li swept her spiritual sense toward her to find that this young woman possessed a mid-deity transformation stage cultivation. After a brief pause, he slowly asked, "Who are you? You're not a Fire Young being from Firecloud Island, are you? How do you know that I'm staying here? I'm the master of Baijur of the Fire Young race. I heard that the Fire Young race was in grave danger, so I came here to offer them my assistance, but I heard that you had already saved the entire race. My disciple told me that you're immensely powerful and could be a senior of the upper 3 tiers of upper race, so I decided to pay you a visit in the hopes that I could perhaps learn something," the woman said with an earnest smile on her face. "You're that little girl's master? All right, I wanted to come out of seclusion in the next few days anyway, and I also have some questions for you. Seeing as you've paid me a visit, it looks like I have no choice but to meet you," Han Li chuckled. Before Xianxia had a chance to reply again, the white light barrier around the wooden cabin suddenly dissipated, immediately following which the wooden door opened of its own accord. The woman hesitated briefly before calmly making her way into the cabin. After entering the cabin and catching sight of Han Li, a hint of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. It was quite clear that Han Li's youthful appearance came as quite a surprise to her. However, a respectful look immediately appeared on her face after she swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, and she extended a curtsy as she said, "You really are a being of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. It appears I was right to come here. Your cultivation base is nothing to be scoffed at, either, fellow Taoist." "Take a seat," Han Li said in a calm manner as he inspected the woman with a faint hint of blue light flashing through his eyes. Xianxia expressed her gratitude before taking a seat on a wooden chair beside the bed. "You're using wind attribute cultivation arts, right?" Han Li suddenly asked. His question immediately brought a hint of surprise to the woman's face. "How did you know, senior? Could it be that we've met before?" Xianxia asked. "That's not the case. It's just that your movements are quite light and graceful, and the aura of the treasures you're carrying are all of the wind attribute. So I deduced that you were perhaps a wind attribute cultivator," Han Li explained in a calm manner. Han Li's reply was quite nonchalant, but the woman was quite stunned. It wasn't difficult to identify a person's cultivation base at a glance, but it was quite extraordinary that he was able to even identify the attributes of the treasures hidden within her body. As these thoughts raced through her mind, the expression on Qingzhao's face became even more respectful as she carefully said, "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. I am indeed mainly using wind attribute cultivation arts. I heard from Zhuer that you're a sword cultivator and that you're not from our Flame Coral Islands, senior. May I ask if you're from the Thunder Continent or perhaps elsewhere in this nearby region?" Han Li smiled upon hearing this and he replied, "I'm neither from the Thunder Continent nor from anywhere nearby." Qingzhao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her as she exclaimed, "Does that mean you're from another continent, senior? You really are a smart person." "Fairy Qing," Han Li replied with a smile. Qingzhao's heart jolted with shock upon hearing Han Li's admission. Only after a long while did the shock on her face fade, and she exhaled as she said, "The fact that you were able to get here from another continent is a testament to your abilities, senior. It's no wonder that you were able to kill those 2 black Rakshasa monarchs so easily. However, most seniors from other continents traveling to our Thunder Continent wouldn't pass through our Flame Coral Islands. So you're the first cultivator from another continent to have graced this region in the past 10,000 years. Hee, when you put it that way, I feel quite honored. However, I must clarify something. I never intended to come here, and I only ended up in this place as a result of an accident," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "Regardless of how you got here, it's undeniable that you possess extraordinary powers, senior. I've encountered a few issues with my cultivation recently. Would you be able to enlighten me, senior?" Qingzhao asked with a smile. "I wouldn't dare to claim that I can provide you with enlightenment, but we certainly exchange our knowledge with one another," Han Li replied with a calm nod. Qingzhao was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately expressed her gratitude. She was naturally aware that even though Han Li was speaking about this as if it were a fair exchange, she was the one that would be benefiting far more from this due to the vast disparity between their cultivation bases. Thus, the woman began to make cultivation-related inquiries to Han Li. Even though the cultivation arts they were using differed quite drastically, there were common issues that the vast majority of cultivators encountered at certain points in their cultivation. Han Li made no effort to hide anything either. After carefully listening to the issues she raised, He really did give her some useful instructions. Even though he didn't say much, he was still a spatial tempering cultivator, so his guidance was undoubtedly vastly beneficial to Xianxia. As such, she was ecstatic as she listened with rapt focus, and her eyes were bright with excitement. Of course, the woman also revealed some of her cultivation secrets during this process, and some of those aspects were also somewhat helpful to Han Li as well. Thus, the two of them conversed with each other for half a day. After Han Li answered the woman's final questions, she closed her eyes and silently processed his response for a long while before suddenly opening her eyes. She then rose to her feet and extended a grateful bow toward Han Li as she said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Your teachings have saved me at least several decades of arduous cultivation. It wasn't much. I was merely answering your questions. Besides, I have some things that I'd like to ask you as well, so it'll be an exchange of sorts," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Please ask me any questions you may have, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my ability, Senior," Xianxia declared without any hesitation. "I don't have any particularly complex questions. I just wanted to ask you if there were any long-distance teleportation formations nearby that could teleport me to another continent," Han Li said in a serious voice. "Teleportation formations? Are you trying to get back to your own continent, Senior?" Xianxia immediately guessed Han Li's intentions. "Indeed. I'm almost fully healed from my injuries and I don't intend to stay here for much longer. According to my experience, long-distance teleportation formations should exist in all places inhabited by large numbers of cultivators," Han Li replied with a nod. A wry smile appeared on Xianxiao's face upon hearing this. "That is indeed true, Senior, but I'm going to have to disappoint you." "What? There are no teleportation formations here." Han Li's heart sank a little upon hearing this. If you'd come here several thousand years ago, then there would still be a teleportation formation on Flame Coral Islands that led straight to the Thunder Continent. However, this formation was destroyed by a massive beast from another region of the sea thousands of years ago, and the high-grade cultivators guarding the formation have also all been devoured by this beast. Unless you're confident in your abilities to fly to the Thunder Continent, I'm afraid this region of the sea is virtually inescapable, Senior Han. I presume that's also why the Black Rakshasa race were able to reveal themselves in such a reckless manner and suddenly attack the Naga race, Xianxia sighed. Han Li was silent for a long while before a grim expression appeared on his face, and he asked, "Is there no way to repair the teleportation formation? If we had sufficient materials, it would certainly be possible to repair the formation," Xianxia replied. "Oh? From the sounds of it, the main caveat here is the inability to gather sufficient materials," Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. He was carrying many types of rare materials, so he was starting to grow hopeful again. "We've gathered most of the materials required, but the main core that ensures the function of the teleportation formation is a chunk of spatial cloud crystal, and that material is extremely rare. There are only a few mines that produce such a material on our Thunder Continent, and it's impossible to find it here," the woman explained. "Spatial cloud crystal?" Han Li's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing this. It was his first time hearing such a name. However, that was not all that surprising. After all, teleportation formations were extremely profound, and each continent most likely had a different method of constructing them, thereby necessitating the use of different materials. Just as Han Li's expression was gradually darkening even further, Xianxia suddenly said something that instilled him with renewed hope. "What? You're saying that spatial cloud crystal was devoured by that giant beast, and that the beast is roaming the nearby area?" Han Li was rather incredulous. Indeed, at the time, the giant beast devoured most of the entire teleportation formation, including the spatial cloud crystal, and it left this region of the sea immediately thereafter. However, someone discovered this beast again over 100 years ago in the deep sea to the south. On that occasion, it was discovered by a dozen or so upper race beings, but only 2 of them managed to escape while the others all died. During the next several decades after that, we arranged many hunting parties to try and kill this beast in order to repair our teleportation formation, but not only was this beast extremely powerful, it possessed brains and brawn in equal measure. When there were too many people around, it would hide deep within the sea and refuse to show itself, and it would only attack stragglers or small hunting parties. As such, many cultivators perished during our attempts to slay the beast, all to no avail. Xianxia sighed in a resigned manner. What kind of abilities does this beast possess to make it such a difficult opponent? Han Li asked with a peculiar look on his face. Generally speaking, regardless of how powerful a sea beast was, it would inevitably be slain if it were to be hunted down by a group of cultivators. We haven't been able to identify what species this beast is, but it seems to be a mutated sea beast. From a distance, it appears to be a massive whale, but it can expand or shrink as it pleases, and it's capable of unleashing a water movement technique that allows it to move extremely quickly in the sea. Even on the few occasions where we managed to force the beast into a dire situation, it was able to easily escape after unleashing that technique, thereby making all of our prior efforts go to waste. On top of that, the sea beast is extremely violent and ferocious. Aside from Layman Silver Shark, who's the most powerful cultivator in this region of the sea, no one dares to face the beast on their own, the young woman said with furrowed brows. The elation on Han Li's face also faded upon hearing this. It appeared that things were not going to be as easy as he imagined. However, a skeptical look then appeared on his face as he asked, will the spatial cloud crystal still remain in the sea beast's body after so many years? Wouldn't it have been refined or absorbed already? Rest assured, Senior, the spatial cloud crystal possesses spatial attribute powers, so there's no way to destroy it unless an attack imbued with spatial powers is used. That sea beast possesses a diverse range of powers and abilities, but it doesn't possess spatial attribute powers. That's something that we've managed to ascertain after hunting it for so many years. Xianxia replied in a confident manner. Han Li nodded in response before falling into deep thought. Fellow Taoist Qing, do you know the rough location that this sea beast tends to appear in? Han Li asked. Do you intend to kill this beast, Senior Han? The woman asked as a grave look appeared on her face. Indeed. It wouldn't be plausible for me to fly to the Thunder Continent. Even if I fly without any rest, it'll take me the better part of a year, and unless I become significantly more powerful than I am now, I'll most likely perish along the journey considering all of the hazards that are present deep within the ocean. However, if I want to return to the continent that I was originally from, then I have no choice but to visit the Thunder Continent, which is the continent closest to us. Only there will I be able to find teleportation formations capable of teleporting people between continents, Han Li mused as he stroked his chin. It would indeed be vastly beneficial to everyone in this region if we could repair the teleportation formation. This region of the sea has a few decent spirit veins, but cultivation resources are sorely lacking and many people have reached bottlenecks only to find themselves unable to progress any further. After a few more millennia, all of the cultivation resources in this area would most likely be completely exhausted. If you intend to hunt down this beast, then how about you join forces with us, Senior? The woman offered with a smile. She then paused momentarily before continuing. Truth be told, I left my cave abode on this occasion to visit Layman Silver Shark on his island as he was trying to organize another hunting party to kill that sea beast. I've actually come here to visit you with the intention of inviting you to come along with us, Senior. If you can repair the teleportation formation, then of course I wouldn't mind working with all of you, Han Li replied with a smile. Rest assured, Senior, we have all of the other materials ready, as well as capable formation masters who are able to repair the formation. All that we're missing is the spatial cloud crystal. Xianxia said with an elated expression. That's good to hear. Han Li nodded in response. With your assistance, there's a good chance that we'll be able to succeed this time. Layman Silver Shark has asked everyone to gather on Blue Lake Island located to the south in 4 months, and the hunting party will set off from there to search for that sea beast. If you truly intend to join us, then you'll just have to turn up on the designated date with this silver shark badge. Xianxia flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering silver badge as she spoke. Han Li accepted the badge from her before giving it a quick inspection. The badge was of a gleaming silver hue as if it had been forged from pure silver, and there was a large shark character emblazoned onto its surface. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he stowed the badge away. Xianxia was overjoyed to see Han Li agree to join their hunting party so quickly, and she chatted with Han Li for a while longer before finally taking her leave after extending a respectful bow. After she flew away as a streak of white light, the white light barrier appeared around the wooden cabin once again, and at the same time, the wooden doors slowly swung shut. Over 2 months later, a long cry and incessant cry erupted from the foot of the small mountain, piercing straight into the heavens. Almost all of the fire-young beings on the island heard this cry, and all of them turned toward that direction with bewilderment etched on their faces. The high priestess was discussing some things within the palace with some high-grade serpentine beings, and she immediately emerged from the palace upon hearing this sound. She stood on the plaza and cast her gaze toward the small mountain with a peculiar look on her face. Moments later, the long cry drew to an abrupt conclusion, following which a streak of azure light shot forth from the foot of the mountain. The streak of light reached an extremely high altitude in a flash, then flew toward the edge of the island. Not long after that, the silver streak of light appeared over the surface of the ocean several hundred kilometers away from Firecloud Island, heading toward the southern direction without any pause or delay. Han Li flew within the streak of light in a completely expressionless manner while contemplating what he was about to do next. If he could join forces with the hunting party and slay the sea beast, then that would naturally be the ideal outcome. After recovering the spatial cloud crystal, he'd be able to head to the Thunder Continent, then return to the Tianyuan continent from there. If they failed to kill the beast, then he'd have to wait in this area for further opportunities to arise or to hunt down the sea beast again in the future. In any case, he was carrying a large quantity of spirit medicines, as well as that small vial, and they would be sufficient to support his cultivation for a long time. Having said that though, it had been a long time since Han Li had left the territory of the human race, and he was wondering what state the human race was currently in. Had a battle with other foreign races broken out? Was Deep Heaven City still standing? He hadn't stayed in that city for long, but he certainly didn't want to see the human race being wiped out. In reality, the main reason why he wanted to return to the territory of the human race was because he was worried that Nangong might ascend to the spirit realm soon. According to his estimations, it would take quite a bit more time before Nangong could ascend to the spirit realm through a spatial node, but he obviously couldn't reliably foresee the future. Perhaps Nangong could have encountered some kind of miraculous opportunity that had taken her to the deity transformation stage, and maybe she'd already ascended to the spirit realm. With his current cultivation base and abilities, he was powerful enough to protect Nangong on his own in the human territories. Even for one as calm and steadfast as Han Li, he couldn't help but be struck by a sentimental feeling at the thought of his beloved wife. However, it only took him mere moments to cast aside that train of thought and refocus on the task at hand. Much to Han Li's surprise, this journey was quite a smooth one. He slew a few insolent demonic birds that dared to attack him along the way, but he didn't even encounter so much as a single sea beast. Thus, over a month later, he finally arrived in an unfamiliar region of the sea. As he sped through the air, his spiritual sense scoured the area down below. According to the map that he was consulting, he should have been close to the so-called Blue Lake Island. However, there were no islands to be seen in the nearby area. Han Li felt this to be rather strange, but his expression suddenly changed slightly after he flew ahead for several tens of kilometers further, and he abruptly changed directions while accelerating at the same time. Thus, he soon flew into a strange region of the sea. The weather there shifted in the blink of an eye, and it began to snow over the ocean. Countless white snowflakes were swept up by the gusts of frosty winds, striking one with a bone-chilling sensation. What was even more peculiar was that the ocean down below didn't show any signs of freezing despite the frosty weather. Instead, there seemed to be bursts of hot steam rising up from the surface of the ocean. The hot and cold air combined and intertwined in a peculiar phenomenon, creating a vast expanse of mist over the ocean. After flying for a while through the wind and snow, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion downward to draw a stream of seawater into his grasp, only to find that it was extremely hot. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he looked on at the mist in the distance, which was only growing denser as time passed, but he merely continued onward without any pause. As Han Li forged ahead, the wind and snow in the air above became even more frosty, but the sea was bubbling and churning as if it had reached a boiling point. However, Han Li merely ignored these peculiar scenes and continued to fly onward. After traveling for several tens of kilometers, the mist suddenly disappeared up ahead, and Han Li was greeted by the sight of a translucent island of ice. The snowstorm had already ceased here, but the air temperature only plummeted even further. The seawater here had also frozen to form a thin layer of ice, creating a stark contrast with the boiling seawater that Han Li had just witnessed not long ago. Han Li didn't take much time to ponder the issue before flying directly toward the icy island. From a distance, he could tell that this was quite a large island, one that was several times larger than Fire Cloud Island. This island was most likely the Blue Lake Island that had been annotated on the map. With Han Li's current speed, he was naturally able to reach the edge of the island in the blink of an eye. However, before he'd flown onto the island, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted up ahead from deep within the island. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this menacing roar, and all of the blood within his body began to churn violently. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face as he drew to an abrupt halt. He then immediately made a hand seal, and golden light flashed from his body as he activated his Provenance True Devil Arts. Through doing so, he was able to forcibly repress his churning blood. But before his bodily condition had completely returned to normal, the skin on his back was suddenly struck by a scorching sensation, as if it were being directly baked over an open flame. Han Li's brows furrowed, and he immediately took off the upper half of his robes to reveal his upper body. He then raised a hand, and a ball of golden light shot forth before transforming into a shimmering golden mirror. The mirror revolved in the air before appearing above Han Li, and spiritual light flashed from its surface as it instantly revealed to Han Li the scenes currently unfolding on his back. From the image in the mirror, Han Li discovered that 4 extremely clear and vivid tattoo-like images had appeared on his back. There was a vibrant rainbow phoenix, a massive azure bird, a 5-claws golden dragon, and a 5-colored peacock. These were none other than the manifestations of the 4 true spirit bloods that Han Li had absorbed into his own body. At this moment, not only were these 4 images shimmering with spiritual light, they were moving around incessantly as if they'd sprung to life. If it weren't for the fact that the power of his Provenance True Devil Arts was repressing them, it appeared that the 4 true spirit bloods were preparing to fly out of his body. Han Li was naturally quite astonished to see this. He had already used the 12 awakening transformations to completely refine the 4 true spirit bloods. So how was this happening? Furthermore, all of this had been caused by nothing more than that thunderous roar. Han Li's mind was racing rapidly, yet before he had a chance to figure anything out, another resounding roar erupted in the distance. Brilliant light erupted from the true spirit images on his back, and they began to thrash around even more violently as if they were attempting to find some avenue through which they could leave his body. Han Li harumphed coldly as he made a hand seal, and golden light radiated from his body, following which the true spirit images immediately ceased moving. Han Li took a deep breath before waving a hand through the air, and the small golden mirror exploded with a dull thump, then dissipated into specks of golden light. Meanwhile, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and flew deeper into Ice Island, heading directly toward the direction where the thunderous roars had erupted from. These unsettling roars were able to disrupt the true spirit bloods that he'd already refined in his body, so he certainly couldn't leave this mystery unresolved. His decision to venture further into the island was also contributed to by the fact that he'd become vastly more powerful, to the extent that virtually no beings below the body integration stage could pose a substantial threat to him. Back when he was still at the deity transformation stage, he would have most likely been a lot more hesitant. After just a few flashes, the streak of azure light disappeared into the distance. The roars didn't seem to have come from very far away, but even after traveling for over 20 kilometers, Han Li still hadn't reached the source of the commotion. Furthermore, this ice island itself was also rather strange. It seemed to have been enshrouded under some kind of natural magnetic field that significantly hampered one's spiritual sense, thereby limiting his detection radius to less than 10 kilometers. However, after flying onward for a short while longer, Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly as he drew to an abrupt halt. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the sky up ahead, and 7 or 8 streaks of light of different colors came hurtling toward him. Han Li narrowed his eyes to try and get a better view of what was coming toward him, and the sight that he was greeted by sent a jolt running through his heart. The streaks of light flying in his direction consisted of a group of cultivators, all of whom were at around the nascent soul stage. All of them wore extremely horrified expressions as they flew as quickly as they could, indicating that seemed to be something extremely fearsome hunting them down. Han Li cast his gaze into the distance behind this group of fleeing cultivators, only to find nothing there. His brows furrowed, and he was just about to call out to these people when a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. One roar after another then rang out in a relentless sequence, and an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the roars rang out in quick succession, the spiritual light around the bodies of the nascent soul cultivators flickered unsteadily, and their skin suddenly took on a vibrant red color. Immediately thereafter, several blood-curdling cries sounded as these cultivators' physical bodies and souls all exploded into clouds of blood mist in unison, then dissipated into nothingness. A grim look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, spiritual light flashed once again up ahead, and two more streaks of light came hurtling toward him. Han Li focused his gaze on those two streaks of light, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Within one of those streaks of light was a woman in a palatial dress. It was none other than Xianxia. Her companion was a young woman in a black dress who was not inferior to her in the looks department. However, both of them also wore horrified expressions, and their skin had also become quite flushed amid the string of resounding roars. Fortunately for them, they were able to maintain the layers of spiritual light around their bodies, and they managed to stave off the fate of self-detonation that befell those who had come before them. This was clearly because both of these women were mid-deity transformation cultivators, and their superior cultivation basis compared to the others was the key for their survival. Even so, both of them had clearly been severely debilitated and were flying significantly slower than they would otherwise have been capable of. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and he was just about to fly over to them when his expression abruptly changed while his pupils contracted drastically. A murky gray shadow that was several thousand feet in size had appeared several kilometers behind the two women, and it was flying directly toward them. The string of thunderous roars was coming from none other than that gargantuan creature, and even though Han Li had activated his Provenance True Devil Arts, he could still feel the four true spirit bloods struggling to free themselves from his body. Even a cultivator of Han Li's powers was being adversely affected by these fearsome roars, so it was quite clear that the two women would be suffering to an even greater degree. Seeing as they possessed far inferior cultivation bases compared to Han Li and were also a lot closer to the gray shadow in the distance. As the giant creature began to close in, the two women decelerated even further, and it was as if they were flying through an invisible restriction that was exerting an immense resistant force. As such, the massive gray shadow was able to quickly close the gap between itself and its prey, and the two women could only turn around to unleash a series of attacks. A large bow abruptly appeared in Xianxia's hands, and a bone arrow was shot forth. The arrow then split into countless arrows mid-flight, conjuring up a rain of arrows that fell like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, her companion raised a hand and several streaks of white light surged through the air, all of which transformed into white lightning WIRMs that hurtled toward the gray shadow. The attacks unleashed by the two women rapidly approached the gray shadow, but before they could draw close to its massive body, a burst of invisible fluctuations suddenly swept forth, causing all of the arrows and lightning WIRMs to self-detonate on the spot. The gray shadow took advantage of this opportunity close in on the two women again, and after just a few flashes, it was only around half a kilometer away from them. Both women immediately turned deathly pale. With their cultivation bases, if that gray shadow were to draw any closer, they would also suffer the fate of self-detonation in the face of its devastating roars. In her panic, Xianxia finally caught sight of Han Li, and she immediately yelled, "Mr. Han, save us!" Xianxia was appraising Han Li as if she'd just found her savior, and her female companion faltered slightly upon seeing her expression. She then also hurriedly cast a glance at Han Li just in time to witness a burst of piercing blue light flashing through his eyes. Han Li had activated his Spirit Eye ability, and he was staring intently at the gray shadow in the distance with a grave expression on his face. Through the use of his Spirit Eye ability, he was able to identify the massive creature as a flying moth-like monster. The creature's wingspan stretched for over 1,000 feet, and it had two heads, one on the top of its body, while the other was situated on the underside of its body. Its upper head was similar to that of a furry lion with a pair of green eyes, and that head was the one responsible for letting loose those thunderous roars. Meanwhile, its lower head belonged to that of a giant python, and the eyes on that head were tightly shut, but it was flicking its forked serpentine tongue in an erratic manner. "What is this thing? I've never heard of anything like it," Even with Han Li's vast wealth of knowledge and experience, he still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the sight of this fearsome beast. Thankfully, the demonic power emanating from the beast's body wasn't overly powerful, and it appeared to be a late spatial tempering stage being. As soon as Qing Zhao's plea for help rang out, Han Li swept both sleeves through the air, and 72 small azure swords immediately shot forth. The swords then transformed into 72 azure threads that flew through the air toward the giant moth. Xianxia was the one who had invited him here, and they'd conversed with one another extensively on a past occasion, so he naturally wasn't going to abandon her in such a dire situation. Han Li's newly refined flying swords were drastically faster than they once were, and they reached the giant gray moth in a flash before piercing toward its body like lightning. The massive moth clearly didn't expect Han Li's attacks to reach it so quickly, and it didn't have time to adopt any defensive measures before the azure threads punctured its body with ease. The gray shadow immediately faltered, and the unsettling roars also came to an abrupt halt. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads revolved around the giant moth's body, quickly slicing it into countless pieces. However, Han Li was not elated in the slightest by his easy victory. Instead, his eyes narrowed as a wary look appeared on his face. Having just been saved from certain death, Qing Zhao and the woman in black were ecstatic. The massive moth's roars had just cut off, thereby freeing them from its restrictive power, and they immediately took this opportunity to fly toward Han Li with all their might. At the same time, Qing Zhao yelled out from afar, "Be careful, Senior Han. This thing seems to possess an immortal body that can't be killed by normal treasures." An immortal body? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, the countless sections of the giant moth's body suddenly converged, and gray light flashed as it instantly regenerated back to its original form. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and all of his flying swords transformed into azure threads again at his behest, then hurtled toward the giant moth. However, the massive creature let loose a thunderous roar of fury, and at the same time it flapped its wings to emit those invisible fluctuations again. The ripples proliferated in all directions, instantly sweeping up all of the oncoming azure threads. The azure threads shuddered in unison before reverting back to their sword form, then exploding into balls of azure light in quick succession. Han Li didn't know what kind of ability those invisible fluctuations were, but even his azure bamboo cloud-swarm swords were completely unable to withstand it. Qing Zhao and her companions' faces paled again upon seeing this. They'd only opened up a little bit of distance between themselves and the giant moth at this point, so if it were to let loose its roars again, they would still be in a dire situation. However, Han Li remained completely unflustered at the sight of his flying swords being destroyed. Instead, he harumphed coldly and made a rapid series of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the distance. An astonishing scene then ensued. The countless azure flying sword fragments suddenly began to emit a loud buzzing sound while revolving around the massive moth. The fragments then joined together to form 72 azure flying swords again, and the two women were struck by a sense of déjà vu as they witnessed those swords slicing the giant moth into countless pieces once again. Han Li had naturally just unleashed his flying sword's void form ability, and the two women were truly flabbergasted. However, they quickly came to their senses and flew even faster over to Han Li before stopping right beside him. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. However, this monster is too powerful. We should run away while we still can," Qing Zhao said in an urgent voice. "You two can do as you please. I'm rather interested in this thing, so I want to see if I can kill it," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "Senior, we don't know where this beast came from, but it's extraordinarily powerful. Even Layman's silver shark suffered a terrible death at its hands. I think it's best to retreat first and work out a strategy before returning to try and hunt it down." The woman in black was clearly also of the opinion that a temporary retreat was the best option. Even though Han Li just displayed the abilities of his powerful flying swords, the two women still didn't think that he'd actually be able to defeat the monstrous moth. "Rest assured, you two. Even if I can't defeat it, it'll be no problem for me to ensure self-preservation." Han Li shook his head with a faint smile. At this moment, gray light flashed in the distance, and the giant moth's body regenerated back to its original form again. However, the monster had flown into a thunderous rage, having been killed twice in quick succession, and it began to roar and flap its wings with even greater ferocity. Earth-shattering booms akin to loud thunderclaps rang out as a series of ripples radiated from the moth's body, proliferating in all directions in a frenzy. All of the flying swords exploded into even smaller pieces than before. However, the massive moth had learned its lesson from last time, and it continued to flap its wings violently without any respite. The moth was being kept at bay by the flying swords, so it wasn't able to approach Han Li, but its roars immediately made Xianxia and her companion's skin turn a deep shade of red again, as if their blood were about to escape from their bodies. In contrast, Han Li merely furrowed his brows and activated his provenance true devil arts to a slightly greater extent, thereby allowing him to ward off those negative effects. He then caught sight of the two women's dire conditions, and his hand shot forth like lightning as he thrust his palm toward them. Golden light flashed from his hand, and two golden pillars of light disappeared into their bodies in a flash. The two women immediately felt the churning blood within their bodies settle down to a great extent, and their flushed skin also reverted back to a more normal complexion. Both of them immediately heaved a collective sigh of relief before thanking Han Li for his assistance. This beast's roars are quite peculiar and can affect quite a vast area, so you two should get out of here for now, Han Li said as he waved a dismissive hand. He could see that the space within an area with a radius of over 10,000 feet around the giant moth was twisting and warping incessantly, making it feel as if he were appraising a massive illusion. Han Li wondered whether this was a result of the monster's roars, or the invisible ripples emanating from its flapping wings. The two women were already petrified of the monster's devastating roars, so they already intended to flee the scene. They attempted to persuade Han Li to leave with them one last time, only to met by a refusal again. As such, they could only extend respectful parting curtsies before flying away as two streaks of light again. They fled for close to 100 kilometers, all the way until they reached the sea outside of the ice island's borders. Only there did the monstrous moth's roars completely fade. The two women stopped in midair before turning around to look behind them with lingering fear in their eyes. The woman in black took a moment to compose herself before asking, "Sister Qing, is that the Mr. Han you were talking about last time?" "Indeed. Mr. Han possesses the same cultivation base as Layman Silver Shark, but he appears to be far more powerful," Xianxia replied with a nod. "No matter how powerful he is, there's no way that he could be a match for that monster. Even Layman Silver Shark and his Silverlight Shark Spirit Beast working together could only last a few exchanges before they were killed by that thing. That monster's lower serpentine head is even more fearsome than its upper head. Senior Han's decision to engage it in battle really is quite unwise." The woman in black sighed. "That may not necessarily be the case. It appears that Mr. Han can remain completely unscathed in the face of the moth's roars, so he must have some kind of powerful protective ability. Also, the fact that he's so confident indicates that he'll at least be able to get away from that thing even if he can't defeat it. Let's wait here for now for the outcome of the battle. In the worst-case scenario, we'll just have to gather all of the upper beings among the races here to set up a few powerful formations to combat this beast." Xianxia was quite confident in Han Li's abilities, and she was already thinking ahead into the future. In the face of such a powerful monster, we can only rely on the power of spell formations. Otherwise, no matter how many people we gather, all of them will simply fall to those accursed roars. Thankfully, this thing appeared here quite early. Otherwise, in a month from now, all of the members of the hunting party will be gathering here, and even more fellow Taoists would perish. The woman in black said with a wry smile. "That's true. I wonder where this beast came from. It doesn't appear to be a sea beast." Xianxia murmured to herself with a set of furrowed brows. A hint of confusion also flashed past her companion's face, and she naturally didn't have the answer to that question either. After the two women departed, Han Li's flying swords continued to be shattered into smaller and smaller pieces by the invisible power unleashed by the moth's wings. However, Han Li merely looked on with a cold smile on his face. This monster was at the late spatial tempering stage, and its abilities appeared to be quite powerful as well, but he certainly wasn't going to be fearful of it. After all, he was a simultaneous cultivator who had cultivated to the second part of the Provenance True Devil Arts, and he possessed several insanely powerful abilities. Thus, he immediately made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light emanated from his body as a golden halo appeared above his head. Within the halo, a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually surfaced, and each of its 6 hands was making a different hand seal. Han Li let loose a low cry, and the golden projection waved all 6 of its arms toward the giant moth in unison. A string of dull thumps rang out, and 6 pillars of golden light that were as thick as large bowls shot forth from the projection's palms. The pillars of light pierced through the warped space up ahead and was just about to strike the massive moth's body when a peculiar turn of events abruptly unfolded. The moth's gargantuan body suddenly blurred, and the 6 pillars of golden light were diverted away from their original paths, thereby glancing past the moth without hitting their target. Han Li faltered upon seeing this, but he then immediately reached out with an inky black hand before gently thrust it toward the giant moth up ahead. A vast expanse of gray light immediately erupted from his fingertips, forming a gray light barrier that hurtled toward the giant beast in a frenzy. The divine essence-fused light continued to expand drastically as it surged through the air, and it quickly encompassed virtually the entire sky. Such a large-scale attack was quite alarming even to the monstrous moth, and its green eyes flashed as it directed all of the invisible fluctuations from its wings toward the oncoming gray light. The gray light and invisible ripples clashed with a resounding boom akin to that of a thunderclap, and they seemed to be evenly matched as their clash resulted in a complete stalemate. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the 5 fingers on his inky black hand suddenly curled inward slightly. All of a sudden, a black shadow appeared within the gray light, following which a small black mountain appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The small mountain then expanded at an alarming rate, reaching over 10,000 feet in size in just a few flashes. It was none other than the divine essence-fused mountain. The giant moth faltered initially upon seeing this mountain, but it then immediately let loose a thunderous roar. The invisible ripples hurtling through the air suddenly converged, forming a semi-transparent pillar of light that was visible to the naked eye, which then sped directly toward the underside of the massive mountain. These invisible ripples had been able to pulverize Han Li's flying swords, so it wasn't difficult to imagine their destructive power when condensed into a single pillar of light. Prior to fusing with those strange stone blocks, the divine essence-fused mountain may not have been able to withstand this pillar of light. However, ever since those stone blocks had been melted into it, the mountain had become resolute to an incredible degree. Gray light flashed from the underside of the mountain, and the pillar of light struck it amid a resounding boom. However, the pillar of light was quickly vanquished, but it had been unable to leave so much as a single scratch on the underside of the mountain. The giant moth was stunned to see this, and it was almost unable to believe its eyes. In contrast, Han Li remained completely expressionless, as if he'd anticipated this in advance. He quickly made a hand seal, and the mountain came crashing down with devastating might. The massive moth was still conjuring up invisible ripples with its wings, but those ripples were swept aside with ease by the divine essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and power. Just as the Black Mountain was about to crush the massive moth into mincemeat, its lion head suddenly blurred before transforming into the giant serpentine head that had its eyes closed. The green serpentine head then abruptly opened its eyes to reveal a pair of shimmering golden pupils. It wore a frosty look on its face as it raised its head to appraise the oncoming Black Mountain. An eerie hissing sound escaped its mouth, and as it continued to flap its wings, puffs of gray powder suddenly began to permeate through the air, completely enshrouding and concealing the monster's body within. It seemed to be preparing to unleash some kind of powerful ability. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he abruptly made a hand seal, following which the Black Mountain accelerated in its descent, sinking into the gray powder in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and only a small section of the Black Mountain managed to sink into the gray powder before being stopped cold in its tracks, as if it were being obstructed by something. Han Li was truly quite stunned to see this. There was naturally no one more aware than him of just how heavy the divine essence-fused mountain was. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to hoist this mountain up prior to reaching the spatial tempering stage. Even after reaching the spatial tempering stage, he was still only barely able to withstand the mountain's ridiculous weight after activating his Provenance True Devil Arts to strengthen his body. However, the giant moth had been able to accomplish such an incredible feat. Despite the shock surging through his heart, Hanli immediately made a hand seal and the golden projection overhead instantly swung its 6 arms through the air. All of a sudden, balls of golden light shot forth before transforming into a gust of fierce golden winds that swept forth in a frenzy. Prior to reaching the gray powder, 5 blades of wind suddenly emerged from within the gale force winds and all of them disappeared into the vast expanse of powder in a flash. A string of dull thumps rang out and all of the blades of wind struck something, but they seemed to have inflicted no damage to the giant moth whatsoever. Han Li's eyes narrowed and the golden winds whistled through the air at his behest, instantly sweeping aside the gray powder to reveal what was hidden beneath it. Han Li focused his gaze on the giant moth up ahead and his expression changed drastically. The giant moth had undergone a dramatic transformation. A layer of palm-sized dark green scales had appeared all over its body and a serpentine tail that appeared to have been forged from iron and steel had emerged from the underside of its body. It had also grown a pair of strange arms that were as thick as water tanks and also covered in green scales. These arms were currently raised up into the air to keep the descending divine essence-fused mountain at bay. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this. The transformation that the moth had undergone wasn't all that surprising to him. But how had it managed to attain such enormous power? Even while hoisting the divine essence-fused mountain above its head, the creature was still showing no signs of strain, thereby indicating that its strength exceeded even that of Han Li. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and the pulverized fragments of his flying swords suddenly flashed with azure light, then transformed into 72 azure threads again before hurtling toward the monstrous moth. For some reason, Han Li's instincts told him that following the giant moth's transformation, it no longer possessed an immortal body. As such, he immediately conjured up his flying swords again to try and kill this beast once and for all. A loud hiss suddenly rang out from the serpentine head's mouth, following which a series of transparent shields appeared over its green scales. All of those shields were hexagonal in shape and appeared to have been constructed from a crystalline material, forming, essentially, a suit of armor that covered its entire body. The azure threads struck these transparent shields, only to be repelled amid flashes of white light, completely unable to damage the giant moth's defenses. Han Li's expression darkened even further upon seeing this. He was scrambling for another course of action when the giant moth suddenly straightened both of its arms, and an ear-splitting boom erupted as the massive black mountain was flung into the air. Immediately thereafter, all of the crystalline shields all over its body flashed in unison before exploding to form balls of scintillating white light, all of which converged to create an artificial white sun. The white light was simply far too bright. Even after activating his spirit eye ability, Han Li could still feel his eyes throbbing with pain. However, that split second was enough for him to identify what lay beyond the scintillating barrier of white light, and his lips twitched in response to what he saw. There was nothing beyond the vast expanse of white light. The giant moth had disappeared without a trace in the instant that he'd closed his eyes. However, with Han Li's extensive battle experience, he certainly wasn't going to give his opponent an opportunity to land a surprise attack on him. As such, he rustled his sleeve almost in the exact same instant that the giant moth had disappeared, and 5 white skulls shot forth from within. The skulls revolved around Han Li before blasting forth bursts of 5 colored flames in unison, encompassing an area of over 1,000 feet. All of a sudden, a monstrous cry erupted several hundred feet away from Han Li, and a black figure that was around 70 to 80 feet in size abruptly appeared within the 5 colored flames. It was none other than the monstrous moth that had just disappeared. The moth had shrunk down to less than 1/10 of its original size, and it was moving extremely slowly within the flames, appearing as if it had been trapped within. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames and a small azure cauldron at the same time. The silver flames transformed into a silver fire raven that was around 1 foot in size, and it immediately hurtled through the air. Meanwhile, the small azure cauldron began to emit a faint buzzing sound before its lid flew off of its own accord. A clump of azure threads then shot forth from within before immediately vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted from above the giant moth's head, and the azure threads emerged out of thin air before dispersing and instantly enveloping the giant moth's body. However, the crystalline shield reappeared all over the moth's body. thereby keeping the azure threads at bay. Only then did the silver fire raven reach the massive moth. Han Li stood in midair in an expressionless manner while chanting something, and the silver fire raven opened its mouth to blast forth a thin golden and silver thread. This was none other than the wisp of revolving evil spirit light that the spirit engulfing fire raven had devoured no long ago. The thin thread flashed through the air and completely disregarded the crystalline shields as it punctured the month's chest with ease, then emerged on the other side. A thin puncture wound appeared on the monster's chest, but the edges of the wound were completely charred, and there was no blood dripping out from it. If this were a normal demon beast, having its chest punctured would at least be a grievous injury, if not one that would kill them on the spot. Right at this moment, the thin thread that had just punctured the giant moth swerved back and prepared to punch another hole into its body. On this occasion, it was aiming for the moth's head. However, layers of piercing light suddenly appeared over the monstrous moth's body, and it tore through the restrictive five-colored flames around it with its enormously powerful arms. It then slammed its palms together in front of its chest, and an earth-shattering boom rang out, following which sound waves that were visible to the naked eye instantly proliferated in all directions. All of the five-colored flames in the surrounding area were swept aside by these immensely powerful sound waves. At the same time, the giant moth suddenly turned around to appraise the oncoming thin thread with a cold look in its golden eyes. All of a sudden, two streaks of golden light suddenly shot forth from its golden eyes, and they combined as one before striking the oncoming revolving evil spirit light with unerring accuracy. The two clashed, and the revolving evil spirit light transformed into a ball of golden and silver light before exploding into nothingness. Only then did the spirit engulfing fire raven spread its wings and hurtle directly toward the giant moth. However, the massive python head suddenly opened its mouth to blast forth a ball of black liquid that temporarily trapped the fire raven within. Immediately thereafter, the giant moth abruptly whipped its massive tail through the air, and its body twisted around before flying toward Han Li like a speeding arrow. The space in front of the moth then twisted and warped, following which it suddenly disappeared. Han Li immediately laid a finger on his own glabella upon seeing this, and black light flashed as his law destruction eye appeared. Streaks of black light then shot forth in all directions from within the eye, all of which disappeared into space in a flash. A resounding boom rang out as one of the streaks of black light disappeared into space over 100 feet above Han Li, forcing the giant moth to reveal itself as it stumbled out of thin air. In the instant that the monstrous moth was forced to reappear, it fixed an intense gaze on Han Li, and two streaks of golden light shot forth from within its golden eyes. The moth also swung its serpentine tail toward Han Li with devastating might, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. At the same time, the giant moth swung its powerful arms directly toward the top of Han Li's head. Having been wounded by Han Li on several occasions, the giant moth was at the height of its rage, and it was engaging Han Li in close-quarters combat so it could tear him apart with its bare hands in order to vent its fury. Instead of being alarmed by this development, Han Li was quite elated that the giant moth had voluntarily closed down the distance between the two of them. The golden projection above his head suddenly flashed before disappearing into his body, and in the next instant, he let loose a loud cry. Immediately thereafter, shimmering golden scales appeared all over his body, and four golden arms also sprouted from his back. At the same time, a golden weapon appeared in each of his hands, and they consisted of a saber, a sword, a staff, a ring, a pestle, and a mace. His law destruction eye then flashed as a thick pillar of black light shot forth to strike the two oncoming pillars of golden light. After that, he swung his 6 arms through the air, and 2 of the golden weapons were swung toward the moth's gargantuan tail, while the other 4 manifested into a vast expanse of golden projections that formed a barrier above him. The serpentine tail clashed with a pair of Han Li's golden weapons amid an earth-shattering boom, and Han Li was knocked back a few steps by the force of the collision. At the same time, the 6 golden weapons in his hands also crumbled before vanishing without a trace. However, the giant moth certainly hadn't gained the upper hand during that clash. Not only was its serpentine tail repelled away, its 2 monstrous arms had clearly been severely wounded and reduced to masses of gory flesh and blood. This monstrous moth perhaps possessed slightly superior strength to Han Li, but its body was nowhere near as stalwart, and the small crystalline shields it had conjured up didn't appear to be very effective against attacks from actual weapons. The giant moth hissed with pain and fury, clearly having been completely taken aback by the result of that clash. However, a vicious light then flashed through its golden eyes, and a layer of green light surfaced over its mangled arms. The wounds on its arms began to rapidly heal as a result, and it abruptly flapped its wings again to release a vast expanse of scintillating white light. The wings then disappeared in a flash, transforming into hundreds of shimmering flying blades, each of which was around half a foot in length. A ferocious light flashed through the monster's eyes, and the flying blades behind it began to emit a buzzing sound, seemingly as if they were about to fly toward Han Li. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly smiled as golden light flashed from his body. The golden scales and 4 golden arms that he'd conjured up suddenly blurred before disappearing, and the giant moth was rather taken aback by this development. All of a sudden, Han Li made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out from behind him as a pair of shimmering wings appeared on his back. With nothing more than a gentle flap of those wings, Han Li instantly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, another thunderclap rang out several hundred feet away, and Han Li re-emerged out of thin air. However, he didn't unleash any cultivation arts or treasures. Instead, he merely crossed his arms and appraised the giant moth with a hint of a smile on his face. The massive moth was quite bewildered by this, but its ferocious nature instantly vanquished the doubts in its mind. It let loose a loud hiss as all of the scales on its body instantly stood up on end before it attempted to fly toward Han Li. However, Han Li suddenly chuckled as he rubbed his hands together before uttering the words, "Fall, fall, fall." As soon as those words were uttered by Han Li, the giant moth suddenly felt a rush of dizziness, following which it began to experience an unbearable itch on its chest. A section of its body also instantly lost all feeling, and its massive body began to sway in an unsteady manner. The monster was naturally both infuriated and alarmed, and it hurriedly looked down to discover that the tiny puncture wound on its chest still hadn't healed. Not only that, but a small section of its body had turned a dark purple color with that puncture wound at the center of that area, and a putrid smell was emanating from that section. That was also the same section of its body that it had lost all feeling in. It appeared to have been afflicted by some kind of lethal poison. This poison was extremely potent yet discreet, and it had completely failed to notice it until now. The giant moth was stunned by this drastic turn of events. It immediately opened its mouth to expel a burst of green light, within which a green egg-sized bead was faintly visible. The burst of light then disappeared into the wound on its chest in a flash, while the bead revolved in midair just in front of the wound. At the same time, the bead began to release a peculiar fragrant aroma that immediately nullified the putrid odor emanating from the poisoned wound, and the dark purple poisoned section of its body instantly ceased spreading. Han Li was rather surprised to see this. He had witnessed just how potent the poison of the revolving evil spirit light was in person, and the fact that the giant moth wasn't immediately killed by the poison indicated that its body was quite resistant to toxins. However, Han Li merely chuckled coldly upon seeing this, and brilliant azure light erupted from his body as he transformed into a massive azure bird over 100 feet in size. He then flapped his wings and hurtled toward the giant moth, sweeping up gusts of fierce azure winds in his wake. At the same time, a loud thunderclap rang out, and thick bolts of golden lightning instantly surfaced over the massive bird's body. The lightning turned the bird's huge talons into a golden color before they grabbed toward the giant moth with ferocious might. The monstrous moth down below hurriedly sent the flying blades behind it hurtling toward Han Li, but the massive azure bird merely continued to fly on ahead, completely ignoring the oncoming blades as it maintained its astonishing speed. The flying blades quickly struck the giant bird, only to be swatted aside by its massive wings amid a string of loud clangs, rendering them completely ineffective. This was not a surprising occurrence. After all, Han Li's physical body was already powerful to the extreme, and after undergoing his Kuan Ping transformation it was enhanced even further, so there was naturally no way that these blades would be able to harm him. In contrast, his sharp talons swept through the air like lightning and managed to tear through the monstrous moth's body with ease. The The moth's body was completely dismembered by Han Li's attack, but it was only an empty husk without flesh or blood within it. The true body of the moth had disappeared, leaving only a ragged chrysalis in its place. Even the green bead that it was using to eradicate the poison within its body was merely a projection, and it also vanished in a flash. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before blue light flashed through his massive eyes. He then flapped his wings violently a few times, and the golden arcs of lightning surging all over his body shot forth amid a string of explosive thunderclaps. Arcs of golden lightning instantly appeared in a radius of several thousand feet, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. A resounding boom rang out as golden lightning exploded around 500 feet away from Han Li, transforming in countless thin arcs of lightning that flashed in an erratic manner. These thin arcs of lightning then formed a massive golden net that was sent swooping down from above, but a streak of green light suddenly flashed from down below before piercing through the golden lightning net. The giant moth stumbled out of the golden lightning, and at this point, around 2/3 of its body had turned into a dark purple color. It was holding that green bead in its mouth to keep the poison from spreading toward its head, and its arms and tail also seemed to be resistant to the poison to a certain degree. Even so, it was quite clear that it was in a very sorry state and could barely even keep itself aloft. It was no wonder that it had immediately attempted to flee the scene and didn't dare to engage Han Li in battle any longer. Unfortunately, despite its discreet concealment techniques, it was still unable to escape the detection of Han Li's bright sight spirit eyes. In order to withstand the divine Devilbane lightning, it had no choice but to muster up some of its magic power, but as a result, there was insufficient magic power dedicated to repressing the poison within its body, and the toxins spread at an alarming rate. Han Li flapped his wings and flew over to the giant moth in a flash before looking down at it from above with a cold look in his eyes. Even though the giant bird that Han Li had transformed into wasn't actually a Kuan Peng true spirit, he had absorbed its true spirit blood, so the aura emanating from his body bore a strong resemblance to that of a true Kuan Peng. A hint of fear finally flashed through the golden eyes of the monstrous moth upon seeing this, and gray light emanated from its body as it attempted to unleash some kind of movement technique in order to flee the scene. However, in the next instant, a crisp crack suddenly sounded as the green bead that it was holding in its mouth abruptly shattered. Both Han Li and the giant moth were quite taken aback by this unexpected development. However, the monstrous moth then let loose a shrill screech, and piercing light erupted from its body as it swelled drastically to several times its original size. Gray light then flashed beside its huge serpentine head, and its other feline head also appeared. Both of its heads wore deranged expressions as it pounced toward Han Li with ferocious might, and it swung both of its arms violently through the air, conjuring up a pair of gargantuan claw projections. The world's origin chi within a radius of several kilometers formed countless specks of light before being absorbed by the two giant claw projections, and they swelled drastically to encompass heaven and earth before slowly traveling toward Han Li. In the face of the colossal claw projections, Han Li was struck by the sense that there was no way for him to evade this attack, and his pupils contracted drastically. He let loose a clearly cry, and azure light revolved around his body as he instantly transformed into a peacock that was enveloped in 5-colored spiritual light. The peacock was only around 10 feet in size, but the 5-colored light swirling around its body seemed to possess some kind of mystical defensive properties. Han Li had activated his 12 awakening transformations to adopt this 5-colored peacock form. For some reason, he had instinctively undergone this transformation in the face of the oncoming claw projections. As a result, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Just as the claw projections were about to reach Han Li, the feathers from the 5-colored peacock's body suddenly shot forth before fusing into the 5-colored light around it. The 5-colored spiritual light instantly swelled to several tens of times its original size, then swept directly toward the giant claw projections. From a distance, it appeared as if a 5-colored waterfall of light was descending from above. A hint of incredulity flashed through the massive moth's eyes at the sight of the 5-colored peacock and the 5-colored spiritual light. The giant claw projections and the 5-colored waterfall of light clashed, yet the collision was completely silent and anticlimactic. The 5-colored spiritual light flashed violently a few times, and the massive claw projections somehow suddenly disappeared without a trace into the waterfall of light, as if they had never even existed in the first place. Han Li was rather bewildered by the scenes unfolding before his eyes, and he retreated as a precautionary measure. 5-colored spiritual light flashed from his peacock body, and he suddenly appeared over 200 feet away. After its final attack proved to be ineffective, the monstrous moth could only glower at Han Li with resentment and fury in its eyes. However, in the next instant, the poison spread upward and its 2 heads also took on a dark purple hue. The monster's body then shuddered one last time, and its eyes glazed over as it plummeted toward the ground. Right at this moment, the 5-colored phoenix shrank down before reverting back into Han Li's human form, and he looked on at the plummeting moth with a cold expression, showing no intention of giving chase. The giant moth's purple body crashed onto the icy island down below before falling completely still. Only then did Han Li make a grabbing motion, and a silver ball of flames appeared out of thin air before him. It was none other than the spirit engulfing heavenly flames that had been trapped by the monstrous moth earlier. The silver fireball flew immediately hurtled downward at Han Li's behest, transforming into a shimmering silver fire raven along the way. The bird flew through the air as it headed directly for the giant moth's carcass, preparing to plunge headfirst onto its remains. Right at this moment, the moth's 2 massive heads suddenly exploded in unison to form a vast expanse of blood mist. 2 fist-sized balls of green flames emerged from within the mist, then fled in opposite directions. Han Li immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the 2 balls of green flames, following which 2 clumps of azure threads emerged out of thin air. The azure threads dispersed before ensnaring the 2 green fireballs in a flash, and regardless of how vehemently the green flames struggled, they were unable to break free from the restrictive threads. At this moment, a small green cauldron appeared nearby, and Han Li pointed a finer toward it from afar. The silver fire raven that was flying toward that direction exploded amid a dull thump, then flew through the air as 2 silver fireballs before striking the pair of trapped green fireballs with unerring accuracy. A pair of shrill shrieks rang out, and the 2 balls of green flames converged within the silver flames to form a pair of eyeball-like objects. The pair of eyeballs turned toward Han Li, and they blinked as a peculiar light flashed from within them. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he reflexively disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the 2 green eyeballs were completely reduced to nothingness within the silver flames. Only then did Han Li reappear over 100 feet away amid a flash of azure light, and his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked down from above. The souls of high-grade beings were most definitely quite useful, but he didn't dare to keep them in case they possessed certain abilities that could harm him. As for using a soul search technique, that was not advisable on beings of a higher cultivation base than himself, as he could easily suffer spiritual backlash. However, Han Li was quite surprised by the fact that this monster possessed 2 independent souls. Furthermore, the pair of eyeball-like objects that the souls manifested into in the end were also rather peculiar. After conducting a thorough examination of his own body, Han Li didn't discover anything amiss, so it appeared that the spirit engulfing heavenly flames had eradicated those 2 objects before they could unleash any abilities. With that in mind, Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief as he swept a sleeve through the air. Immediately thereafter, his spirit engulfing heavenly flames, Heavavoid Cauldron, Divine Essence-Fused Mountain, and Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords all flew back toward him before disappearing into his body. Only then did Han Li slowly descend toward the giant moth carcass down below. Unbeknownst to Han Li, right after he had slain the monstrous moth, a sequence of events was unfolding in a palace constructed from flawless white jade located deep within the pitch-black ocean. There were 12 ancient copper lamps placed in a row on the ground within a dark secret chamber on the deepest level of the palace. These lamps were each around a foot tall, and there were faint green flames of different sizes flickering within the lamps. There was a tall and thin humanoid figure seated with their legs crossed in a motionless manner in front of the ancient lamps. The humanoid figure had its head lowered, and its entire body as well as its face was concealed under a golden cloak. There was a series of strange patterns emblazoned onto the cloak, and it was shimmering with spiritual light. In the instant that Han Li had destroyed the 2 souls of the monstrous moth, one of the medium-sized lamps was suddenly snuffed out. A strange creaking sound rang out from the humanoid figure's body as it slowly raised its head, and two balls of green flames appeared, instantly revealing its true appearance. The humanoid figure had a white skeletal face, and the two balls of silver flames were burning within its eye sockets, creating a very eerie and unsettling scene to behold. The skeletal head turned to appraise the snuffed-out ancient lamp with a cold look in its eyes, and it let loose an enraged harumph as it suddenly opened its mouth to expel a ball of black light. The object that had been expelled was a square black seal. The object was extremely smooth, but there was an inky black true dragon carved onto its surface, revolving several times around the seal. The skeleton uttered a strange incantation, and a swath of black light swept forth from the black seal, following which a giant black object appeared. Under the dim light of the lamps in the secret chamber, the black object was revealed to be an azure beast that was around 30 to 40 feet in length with the head of a giant cow. The monster lay motionlessly on the ground, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of its chest, one could be forgiven for thinking that it was a dead carcass. The skeleton opened its mouth, and a pea-sized ball of fire flew forth from within, then disappeared into the monster's body in a flash. The monster shuddered, and a series of cracks and pops sounded from its joints, following which it opened its eyes and rose to its feet. It looked around in a confused manner initially, but a hint of clarity soon crept into its eyes, and its hands balled up into fists as it threw back its head and let loose a loud roar. A rumbling thunderclap erupted, and arcs of azure lightning surfaced over the beast's body. The skeleton suddenly let loose a string of inhuman screeches, as if it were giving the monster a series of instructions. The cow-headed monster nodded before the arcs of lightning emanating from its body intensified in brightness, and it abruptly disappeared amid another thunderclap using a lightning movement technique. The secret chamber turned dim and silent again following its departure. The green flames in the eye sockets of the skeleton flashed, and it cast its gaze toward the ancient lamp that had just been snuffed out before pointing a skeletal finger toward it. Following a barely audible thump, the flame in the lamp was relit, but it was only a feeble pea-sized flame that looked as if it could be snuffed out by a gentle breeze. After doing all that, the green flames in the skeleton's eye sockets flashed a few times, and it withdrew its gaze from the ancient lamp as it cocked its head to the side in deep thought. However, in the next instant, it suddenly swiped a finger through the air and drew a circle up ahead. As soon as the circle took shape, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a shimmering silver mirror was manifested before the skeleton. The skeleton opened its mouth to expel a ball of green light onto the mirror, and the mirror's surface flashed with bright spiritual light before a series of images appeared on it. Some of these images were extremely clear, as if they were right before the skeleton's eyes, while some were quite murky and indistinct, as if they'd been concealed by something. Each and every image depicted a different setting and subject, some of which were humanoid in nature while others were beastly creatures, but all of them appeared to be extremely powerful. All of a sudden, the skeleton suddenly pointed toward the mirror, and it locked onto a single image. The image depicted a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was hovering in midair in a completely expressionless manner and dressed in a set of azure robes. The man in the image was none other than Han Li. The skeleton appraised the image of Han Li in the mirror with a cold expression for a long while before waving a hand through the air in a nonchalant manner. A crisp crack immediately rang out and the mirror shattered down the middle before dissipating into specks of azure light. The green flames within the skeleton's eye sockets then burned for a while longer before they were also snuffed out, following which it lowered its head and fell completely motionless again. Meanwhile, Han Li had just descended next to the carcass of the monstrous moth and was carefully inspecting it. With a beast of such a high caliber, many of its body parts would naturally be extremely rare and precious materials. However, the thing that interested Han Li the most wasn't the beast's inner core. Instead, it was those scales that could conjure up small crystalline shields, as well as the pair of giant wings that could manifest countless sharp blades. Despite Han Li's interest in the moth's carcass, now wasn't the time to dissect it. As such, he rustled his sleeve, and a storage bracelet shot forth from within before expelling a swath of azure light. The carcass of the monstrous moth rapidly shrank down within the azure light before being stowed away into the storage bracelet. After that, Han Li drew the storage bracelet back to him before inspecting his surroundings. After a brief pause for contemplation, azure light erupted from his body as he flew into the distance, traveling deeper into the island rather than away from it. A short while later, Han Li appeared above a cluster of buildings that had been reduced to rubble. This cluster of buildings stretched for around several kilometers, and all of them were glittering and translucent, having been constructed from glacial ice. However, all of these buildings were completely empty, with only a few traces of blood and ruined scraps of clothing to indicate that they'd recently been inhabited. It seemed that everyone here had been killed by that monstrous moth. Han Li's brows furrowed as he descended toward the largest palatial building down below. However, as soon as he landed on the ground, his expression suddenly changed as he cast his gaze toward a nearby mundane-looking pavilion. "Who's there? Come out right now." Han Li's body blurred, and he abruptly appeared right in front of the pavilion with a cold expression on his face. "Please spare our lives. We're merely servants of Master Silver Shark." A female voice sounded from within the pavilion. Immediately thereafter, a group of several tens of young men and women emerged from within. This was quite a youthful-looking group of beings, with most of them appearing to be around 16 to 17 years of age, and they were led by a white-robed woman who appeared to be in her 20s. As soon as they emerged from the pavilion, all of them knelt down before Han Li with horrified expressions on their faces. Han Li glanced at this group of beings, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. At first glance, these beings appeared to be identical to normal human mortals, and none of them possessed any magic power, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that that was not actually the case. All of these young men and women had remarkably translucent skin, and faint glacial chi was emanating from their bodies. They were also quite sparsely dressed considering the air temperature, and they didn't seem to be fazed by the frosty conditions in the slightest. Han Li raised an eyebrow, and he was just about to ask them a question when he suddenly turned toward another direction. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance, and two streaks of light shot forth rapidly through the air, reaching the nearby area after just a few flashes. The lights then faded to reveal a pair of slender figures. They were none other than Xianxia and the woman in black. As soon as the two women appeared, expressions of shock and elation appeared on their faces. "Senior Han, if you're here, then does that mean the giant moth?" Qing Zhao's voice trailed off as an incredulous look appeared on her face. The woman in black beside her also awaited Han Li's answer with bated breath. "I've already killed that thing," Han Li replied with a smile. He flicked his wrist, and the giant moth carcass was dumped onto the ground before him with a dull thump. The two women were naturally ecstatic at the sight of the carcass, and Qing Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief before extending a grateful bow toward Han Li. "Thank you for taking care of this abhorrent beast, Senior Han. Not only did you save the two of us, you've also saved countless more beings on our flame coral islands who would have undoubtedly perished to this thing." The woman in black had also adopted a more respectful demeanor as she chimed in. "Indeed. Even Layman's silver shark was no match for this monster. If it had been allowed to wreak havoc to its heart's content, then countless lives would have been lost. We are extremely grateful that you've eradicated such a major threat to everyone, Senior Han. There's no need to thank me. This beast was a little troublesome to deal with, but I just so happen to have mastered a few cultivation arts that are perfect for combating its abilities. You're far too modest, Senior. This is the first time this being has appeared here, and at the time we were discussing with our fellow Taoists a course of action to hunt down that sea beast. All of a sudden, this moth flew out of the mist and onto the island, and many of our fellow Taoists were caught off guard before falling to its roars. Thankfully, Layman's silver shark managed to delay the beast for a short while, thereby allowing some of us to escape. Otherwise, we would have most likely all perished already." There was still a hint of fear in Qing Zhao's eyes as she recalled the horrors of the monstrous moth. Han Li's brows furrowed as he nodded before turning to the group of young men and women who had just emerged from the pavilion. "Are these the native inhabitants of this island? Their constitutions seem to be rather special, but they're not cultivators. These are glacial essence beings. These beings are unable to draw the world's origin chi into their bodies, but they can blast some glacial chi out of their mouths and they'll maintain their appearances after reaching full maturity, only reverting to their rightful elderly appearance in the instant that they pass away from old age. They're considered to be a rather rare race with a population of only around 10,000 on the entire Flame Coral Islands. However, due to the fact that the race can't produce any cultivators, they're forced to become subsidiaries to other powerful races or prominent powers. This group of glacial essence beings are the servants of the late Layman Silver Shark. The woman in black explained. Now that Layman Silver Shark is dead, they'll have to seek protection from another power. Xianxia sighed, seemingly feeling rather sympathetic toward these glacial essence beings. Oh, that's quite interesting. This was the first time that Han Li had heard of such a race, and he couldn't help but take an extra glance at this group of beings. Upon hearing the conversation between Han Li and the two women, the white-robed woman who appeared to be the leader of the glacial essence beings immediately to kowtow to the trio, and the other glacial essence beings behind her hurriedly followed suit. Are all of you planning to seek refuge under Mr. Han? If that's the case, you may as well take them, Mr. Han. These glacial essence beings are quite useful for organizing cave abodes and looking after medicine gardens. The woman in black said with a smile. Oh? They're skilled at nurturing spirit medicines. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. They're not just skilled in the craft, their aptitude in that area far exceeds even most upper-race cultivators. These beings were able to take refuge under Layman Silver Shark, so they're definitely the cream of the crop among their race. If news were to spread that they were looking for a new master, many upper-race beings would be clamoring to take them. Xianxia explained with a smile. It's a pity that I'm used to traveling alone, so I don't like having people with me. If you two would like to take them, then feel free to do so. Han Li immediately refused with a shake of his head. In that case, then we'd be more than glad to take them. I really in need of servants in my cave abode, Sister Qing. How about we split them evenly among us? The woman in black asked as she turned to Xianxia with a smile. I already have more than my fair share of servants on my island, so you can take all of them if you like. Xianxia replied with a nonchalant smile. The woman in black nodded in response before asking the glacial essence beings whether they'd be willing to come with her. Their original master had already perished, so the glacial essence beings naturally weren't going to refuse the woman's offer. As such, all of them agreed in a respectful manner. After that, they cleaned up the largest palatial building at the woman's behest before inviting Han Li's trio into the palace. What are your plans from here onward, Mr. Han? Do you still intend to hunt down that sea beast? Xianxia asked as she took a seat on a stone chair within the palace. I do. I've already come all this way, so I'm certainly not going to give up without giving it a try, Han Lu replied in a calm manner. Xianxia and the other woman glanced at one another upon hearing this. Are you two of the opinion that I'm not capable of accomplishing such a feat? Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. Of course not. You were even able to slay that monstrous moth, so it's certainly not beyond the realm of possibility that you'd be able to hunt down that sea beast. However, during our past hunting trips, we relied heavily on Layman Silver Shark's Silver Light Shark to track that sea beast. Now that the spirit beast has perished along with Layman Silver Shark, so it most likely won't be a simple task to find that sea beast again. The woman in black hurriedly explained. Is that so? Then how was that Silver Light Shark able to find the sea beast? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise on his face. I heard about this from Layman Silver Shark once. Apparently, his Silver Light Shark has a natural tracking ability. As long as it's seen something once, it'll be able to sense it within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, then slowly find it. In the past, the Silver Light Shark led all of our hunting parties to the lair of the sea beast. Xianxia explained in a grim manner. In that case, things will indeed be a little troublesome. Looks like I'll just have to travel to the rough area where the sea beast resides and try my luck there, Han Li said with furrowed brows. If you insist on hunting down this beast, why don't you for another month or so? A few more of our fellow Taoists should have survived that attack from the monstrous moth, and there are many who've yet to arrive on the island. If we can organize a hunting party, it'd at least be better than going after the beast alone, the woman in black suggested. That's most likely not going to help much. I recall that fellow Taoist Qing had once told me about the sea beast's powers. If we were to split, we'd most likely only be divided and conquered, and if we were to hunt for it together as a group, it wouldn't increase our chances of finding it any more than if I were to search for it on my own. On top of that, everything would be fine if we could hunt down the beast in a short time, but if the hunting trip drags on for too long, dissent would inevitably be bred among the party members. In that case, it would be better for me to go alone. As for everyone else, they can come along if they'd like, but I won't force them if they don't wish to accompany me, Hanli replied with a smile. The two women naturally had nothing further to add upon hearing this. If I do manage to recover the spatial cloud crystal, please assist me in repairing the teleportation formation. Rest assured, Senior. As long as you can recover the spatial cloud crystal, you can leave the teleportation formation repairs to us, the woman in black promised with a smile, and Xianxia also followed suit. Hanli nodded with a pleased look after hearing their responses. The rest of the process was quite simple. Hanli inquired about the general location where the sea beast had been sighted in the past, then set up a method through which he could contact the two women before flying away as a streak of azure light. Xianxia and the woman in black stood in front of the doors of the palace and looked on his departing figure with complex expressions on their faces. Even now, I'm still in disbelief that Senior Han was actually able to kill that monstrous moth. His cultivation base appears to be quite similar to that of Layman Silver Shark, but Layman Silver Shark was slain by that beast in a matter of mere moments. The woman in black murmured to herself, "Didn't Mr. Han say that he's mastered a few cultivation arts that were perfect for combating the moth's abilities? That must be why he was able to defeat the beast," Xianxia replied with a peculiar look in her eyes. "Are you really going to believe that, Sister Qing? At the very least, I'm not buying it. Setting aside that moth's strange abilities, just its demonic power alone made it comparable to a ninth-tier upper race being. Do you think it's possible that a few convenient cultivation arts could tip the scales so much in his favor that he'd be able to bridge such a vast gulf in power?" The woman in black analyzed with a hint of a smile on her face. "What are you trying to say?" Xianxia sighed. "Nothing much. I was just remembering that you're still missing a Dao companion. This Mr. Han is a perfect choice. Is it not? If you don't want him, then don't blame me for swooping in." The woman in black giggled. "What are you saying, sister? I've only met Mr. Han on 2 separate occasions in total. How could I possibly have such bold thoughts?" Xianxia scoffed as a blush appeared on her face. "What's wrong with having thoughts like this? If I recall correctly, you've been stuck at the 5th tier for many years already, right? If you could make a powerful man like Mr. Han your Dao partner, then you should be able to easily break through your bottleneck through dual cultivation. So what if you're still not very familiar with Mr. Han? Everyone starts off as strangers. As long as he doesn't leave this region, you'll have more chances to meet and interact with him. With your looks and talents, you can't tell me that he won't fall for you." The woman in black giggled with a teasing look in her eyes. "Stop spouting nonsense, sister. Mr. Han has to return to his own continent sooner or later, so how could he possibly stay here for long? Besides, perhaps he already has a Dao companion." Xianxia finally managed to muster up a coherent response after forcibly recomposing herself. That's indeed an issue. However, that sea beast is extremely cunning, and this region of the sea is extremely vast. Tracking it down and killing it will be no easy task. As long as he's unable to recover the spatial cloud crystal, he'll be forced to remain on Flame Coral Islands. In that case, what does it matter if Mr. Han already has a Dao companion or not? The woman in black replied with a nonchalant shake of her head. This time, Xianxia didn't say anything in response. She merely looked on toward the direction that Hanli had departed in and heaved a barely audible sigh. Over 2 months later, a streak of azure passed over a certain region of the ocean, flying along at low altitudes. All of a sudden, the streak of azure light swerved around before flying toward another direction at several times faster than its original speed, covering a distance of over 100 feet in the blink of an eye. As such, the monstrous fish that was trying to attack it chomped down onto empty air, but the fish whipped its tail through the turbulent waves to try and pounce toward it again. Right at this moment, a loud cry rang out from within the azure light, and several tens of azure threads shot forth in a flash before revolving around the fish. The massive sea beast was instantly sliced into countless pieces, and its remains plummeted from the sky amid a rain of rank green blood that stained the entire area of the nearby ocean. The streak of azure light then continued onward toward along its original route in an unhurried manner. Within the azure light, a young man who appeared to be in his 20s was standing motionlessly atop a massive azure sword with an indifferent expression on his face. He was none other than Hanli, who had already been searching for the whale-like sea beast in this region for over 10 days. Even though he hadn't been searching for his target for a long time, he was still struck by the feeling that he was searching for a needle in a haystack. During these past few days, he had slain several similar insolent sea beasts that had attempted to attack him, but he'd found no leads indicating the whereabouts of the sea beast he was searching for. Thankfully, there were many tiny islands in this region and they were separated by distances of several tens of kilometers at most. As such, Han Li wasn't concerned about spiritual chi expenditure. All he had to do was rest on one of those islands for a day or two every once in a while, and his magic power would be fully replenished. Of course, during this time, Han Li wasn't just solely searching for that sea beast. If one could look into his body, then they'd discover a golden and azure nascent soul that was several inches tall situated within his dantian, blasting forth a constant stream of nascent flames to refine the small crystalline shield that it was holding. Most of Han Li's magic power had been dedicated to this purpose. After dissecting the monstrous moth that he'd slain earlier, he'd procured over 100 scales from it, and refined that small crystalline shield using those scales in conjunction with some other materials. The refinement process wasn't very complex, but the materials required were rather special. Not only was this shield extremely hard and resolute, it had even inherited the monstrous moth's ability to refract light-based attacks, and that was quite a pleasing development for Han Li. After a brief hesitation, he decided to refine this treasure into his body as well. Aside from that, Han Li had also refined 360 flying sabers from the massive wings of the moth, each of which was around an inch in size. These flying sabers were all extremely sharp and could easily tear through normal armor and shields. Unfortunately, the moth's beast core had been completely shattered. Otherwise, Han Li would have been interested in investigating the intricacies behind the monster's peculiar roars. After all, he still didn't know how those soundwave attacks had managed to trigger such a reaction from the true spirit bloods within his body, and this presented quite an unsettling notion to him. Who knew if his 12 awakening transformations possessed some kind of weakness that he was unaware of? What if he were to encounter an enemy with a similar ability in the future? Would the same occurrence repeat itself? Han Li pondered these thoughts while aimlessly scouring the ocean down below with his eyes as well as his spiritual sense. According to Xianxia and her companion, this whale-like sea beast had been sighted many times in this area of the sea during the past century. As such, as long as he was willing to expend some time, there was a good chance that he'd encounter it sooner or later. Most importantly, the sea beast possessed a type of extremely potent water movement technique that made it very difficult to kill. However, during his search, he'd already devised some tactics to counteract this, so he was relatively confident in his ability to kill the sea beast after encountering it. Han Li continued to sweep his gaze across the surface of the ocean and his brows furrowed slightly. There were some low-grade sea beasts in the nearby seabed, so the whale-like sea beast most likely wouldn't be in this area. With that in mind, the streak of azure light accelerated slightly as Han Li flew further into the distance. Thus, days passed by one after another. Once every month or so, Han Li would rest on a small island for a few days to recover his magic power, then continued his search. As a result, many of the slightly more powerful sea beasts were struck by ill fortune. Those who dared to attack Han Li were naturally all slain with ease, but those that were smart enough to avoid Han Li were left alone after he ascertained that they weren't the target that he was searching for. Han Li was still yet to find the sea beast that he was looking for, but he didn't encounter a few signs that suggested that it had passed through certain areas that he was searching through. There was even an occasion where he'd found a massive piece of beast hide that the sea beast had shed, and it was extremely sturdy and resolute, making it an exceptional tool refinement material. However, Han Li didn't use it to refine any suits of armor. This section of beast hide was indeed quite sturdy, but it definitely still couldn't compare to his powerful body. Instead, he refined a few talismans using the material, including a set of 9 Palace's heavenly talismans, as well as several armor origin talismans and high zenith invisibility talismans. Among the talismans recorded on that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome, the Heavenly Halberd talisman was the only one that he still couldn't refine. However, ever since Han Li had progressed to the spatial tempering stage and gained superior control over the world's origin chi, a whole new world seemed to have been opened up to him, and he received some inspiration that took him closer to being able to refine the Heavenly Halberd talisman. Of course, he still didn't know when he'd be able to refine the talisman, but he was at least making progress. Time flew by in a flash, and before Hanli knew it, he'd been roaming this region of the ocean for several years. However, he wasn't in any hurry. He'd only just recently progressed to the spatial tempering stage, so there were still many things that he had to slowly learn over time. During these past few years, he was unable to cultivate his magic power much, but he'd made large strides in many of his cultivation arts and abilities. On this day, Hanli was flying along at a leisurely rate while pondering a certain cultivation art as usual when he suddenly heard a strange cry erupt in the extremely far distance. This was a cry that he'd never heard before, and he stirred as blue light flashed through his eyes. Moments later, an elated look appeared on his face as he cast his gaze into the distance. "I finally found it. But what's that thing battling it right now?" Hanli murmured to himself as he transformed into an azure thread before accelerating into the distance. After just a few flashes, the azure thread had covered a distance of several thousand feet, and following one final flash, it disappeared from view. Close to small islands several hundred kilometers away, dark clouds obscured the entire sky, and the ocean was raging with turbulent waves as two colossal creatures faced off against one another. One of them was a giant crimson prawn that was over 2,000 feet in length. It was half sprawled over a massive rock and possessed a translucent and smooth hard exoskeleton. In the ocean not far away from the rock, there was a whale-like sea beast that was about twice the size of the giant prawn. The sea beast possessed an identical body and tail to those of a whale, but the only difference was that its entire head was covered in scales, and there were also golden horns and pair of long feelers protruding from its head, making it akin to the head of a WYRM. The two giant beasts appraised one another with caution in their eyes, and the giant prawn was roaring incessantly. All of the dark clouds and turbulent waves in the nearby area had been conjured up by this massive beast. In contrast, the giant whale-like monster was merely floating along in a completely silent wraith-like manner. However, its eyes were fixed firmly on the giant crimson prawn, and there was a hint of greed flashing through its eyes. Even though the prawn was causing a massive commotion while the giant whale was quite silent and subdued in comparison, one could sense that the prawn was a lot more uneasy and was merely kicking up a ruckus in a futile attempt to intimidate its opponent. All of a sudden, the whale-like sea beast suddenly turned toward a certain direction with a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. Moments later, spiritual light flashed in the distance in that direction, and a barely visible azure thread shot forth toward them at an incredible speed, making no effort to disguise or conceal itself in the process. Even the crimson prawn couldn't help but turn toward the azure thread with a wary look on its face. The azure light receded, and Hanli appeared in the air directly in between the two giant beasts in a wraith-like manner, then looked down at them expressionlessly. "There's no mistaking it. This is the beast I'm searching for. And there's also a bloodfire prawn here as well. I'm in luck," Hanli murmured to himself in an excited manner. Immediately thereafter, he swept both sleeves through the air at once, and a clear cry rang out within one of his sleeves before several tens of small azure swords came flying out from within. The flying swords hurtled toward the whale-like sea beast, but suddenly disappeared into space mid-flight. Meanwhile, a black shadow emerged from within his other sleeve, and it swelled drastically in size to form a massive black mountain that came crashing down toward the bloodfire prawn. At the same time, Hanli made a hand seal, and brilliant golden light erupted from his body as he conjured up the golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. The projection's 6 arms swept through the air, and 6 pillars of golden light shot forth, 3 of which were aimed toward the prawn while the other 3 flashed toward the whale-like sea beast. Hanli had attacked both sea beasts at once, and he wasn't holding back in the slightest. After activating his Provenance True Devil arts to its maximal extent, the speed at which the pillars of golden light was traveling through the air was downright incredible. After just a single flash, they were upon the 2 sea beasts. Both of the sea beasts' hearts jolted with shock, and the whale-like sea beast opened its mouth to expel a ball of blue light, while the giant prawn conjured up a layer of crimson light that encapsulated its entire body. A string of dull thumps rang out, and as soon as the 3 pillars of golden light made contact with the blue light, the latter was instantly destroyed, leaving the pillars of light to strike the whale's massive body. A sharp cry immediately escaped from the sea beast's mouth as 3 gaping holes were blasted into its body. Blood gushed out like fountains from those puncture wounds, and the flow of blood simply refused to stop. The whale-like sea beast was naturally extremely stunned to see this. The ball of blue light that it had unleashed didn't appear to be very noteworthy, but it was an extremely powerful defensive ability that drew on the essential power of water, and it had saved its life on countless occasions in the past. As such, it was quite alarmed by the fact that the 3 pillars of golden light were able to pierce through it so easily, and it was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. The damage inflicted on its body by the golden light wasn't a cause for concern. The sea beast merely shook its mountainous body, and the sea around it tumbled and surged, following which countless specks of blue light emerged from the seawater before instantly filling its wounds. Following a flash of spiritual light, the puncture wounds on its body were completely healed. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the other 3 pillars of golden light also struck the layer of crimson light, and even though the latter was once again vanquished with ease, the golden pillars of light had somehow become a lot thinner and weaker than they originally were. The pillars of light struck the crimson prawn's exoskeleton amid 3 dull thumps, and the prawn's massive body shuddered before it flung off the rock that it was perched on. However, only 3 indentations that were several inches deep had been left in its exoskeleton, and it hadn't been punctured by the golden light. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, but that didn't stop him from continuing in his assault. Right after the crimson prawn was blasted away by the 3 pillars of light, the small black mountain was already crashing down toward it. The massive prawn's 2 front claws suddenly glowed with crimson light before expanding to several times their original size, and it hoisted them up into the air, preparing to use its immense strength to withstand the descending divine essence-fused mountain. It was no wonder that the beast would be so complacent. After all, its massive body was around 2,000 feet in length, while the small mountain was only just over 1,000 feet tall, so theoretically there was no reason why it wouldn't be able to keep the mountain at bay. However, as soon as its massive claws came into contact with the underside of the black mountain, gray light flashed, and a couple of crisp cracks sounded. The pair of giant claws shuddered before being snapped into 4 segments by the enormous force of the descending mountain. The giant claws were completely shattered, but the black mountain continued to descend before crushing half of the prawn's body against the massive rock beneath it amid a rumbling boom. The entire rock tremored violently and sank several tens of feet further into the ocean. The crimson prawn roared with shock and fury while thrashing with all its might, but the black mountain was completely immovable, as if it had fused as once with the rock down below. The giant prawn had been completely immobilized by Han Li in a matter of mere moments. A hint of fear flashed through the whale-like sea beast's eyes upon seeing this, and it immediately slapped its massive tail onto the surface of the ocean. Countless water spears that were each around 10 feet in length instantly shot forth from the ocean, hurtling directly toward Han Li like a torrential storm. At the same time, more specks of blue light began to emerge from the nearby ocean before enveloping the entirety of the massive sea beast, causing its body to flash erratically. The beast could see that Han Li was far too powerful an adversary for it to engage in battle, and it immediately threw up a smokescreen before attempting to unleash its water movement technique and fleeing the scene. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he swept a sleeve through the air. A vast expanse of gray light surfaced before him, forming a gray light barrier that was several tens of feet in size. The gray light barrier revolved in midair, and all of the water spears that struck it disappeared without a trace, like moths throwing themselves onto an open flame. The divine essence-fused light was the bane of all powers of the 5 elements, so it destroying these water spears was naturally a simple task for Han Li. However, Han Li didn't even take a single glance at these water spears. Instead, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the whale-like sea beast. At the same time as he unleashed his divine essence-fused light, he had also silently activated his sword art. Just as the giant sea beast's body was beginning to blur and it was preparing to get away, balls of azure spiritual light suddenly appeared in an area with a radius of several thousand feet around it. These balls of azure light flashed before forming 72 fist-sized azure lotus flowers, and these lotus flowers blurred before manifesting several hundred more identical lotus flowers. All of the azure lotus flowers revolved before expelling bursts of azure light that instantly combined as one, thereby forming an azure barrier of light. An extremely rich burst of wood attribute spiritual chi appeared within the light barrier, completely ensnaring the sea beast within it. All of this had been conjured up in the blink of an eye. However, the sea beast had been able to survive for so long despite the extensive efforts made to hunt it down, so it naturally possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. As such, it immediately realized that it was in a dire situation, and the blue light around its body abruptly exploded to form a dazzling ball of spiritual light. The sea beast's body then swayed before disappearing amid the ball of light like a giant bubble. In the next instant, a burst of scintillating blue light suddenly erupted from one section of the azure light barrier, following which a low roar rang out. Immediately thereafter, a miniature whale that was only around 10 feet in size appeared within the blue light, clearly having been impeded by the azure light barrier. The sea beast was naturally extremely shocked and enraged that its water movement technique had been obstructed. It opened its mouth, and a loud thunderclap erupted as it blasted forth a shimmering blue arc of lightning that struck the azure light barrier with ferocious might. However, the light barrier only rippled slightly before falling still again, having remained completely unscathed in the face of that attack. In its urgency and desperation, the top of its head suddenly opened up, and a ball of red light flew out from within. There was a square red brick enveloped within the ball of light, and it was as smooth and translucent as jade. The brick instantly swelled drastically to several feet in size, and it struck the light barrier in flash amid a thunderous boom. A ball of crimson flames erupted before intertwining with the azure light, but the result was still the same. The azure light barrier merely rippled and tremored slightly, but withstood the attack with no issues whatsoever. This time, the sea beast was truly starting to panic. Its body swayed, and it expanded to its former mountainous size once again. Immediately thereafter, brilliant blue light flashed from its body, and crashed directly toward the azure light barrier. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he looked on from above. This spring dawn sword formation truly is quite extraordinary. It relies mostly on illusionary techniques, but it's even more effective than the aureate sword formation when it comes to restricting all types of movement techniques. This sea beast's water movement technique has mutated slightly, but it's still been completely ensnared within this sword formation. Seeing as this beast had unintentionally fallen into the sword formation, then its fate was already sealed. Furthermore, this was a good opportunity for Han Li to test out the powers of the sword formation. With that in mind, he immediately made a rapid string of hand seals while chanting something in a low voice. A series of peculiar fluctuations then radiated from the azure light barrier in the distance, following which the barrier began to blur slightly. At this moment, the mountainous sea beast crashed into the light barrier, and an astonishing turn of events unfolded. In the instant that the sea beast's massive body came into contact with the azure light barrier, it was able to plunge directly into the barrier without any impediment, as if it had crashed headfirst into empty air. Thus, the entire giant beast appeared to have been engulfed by the light barrier. At the very least, that was how it appeared to Han Li as he looked on from above. All of a sudden, azure light flashed, and right after the giant beast disappeared, it suddenly rushed out of another section of the light barrier. The sea beast faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately changing directions and crashing into the restriction again. However, the same process merely repeated itself over and over again, and the sea beast finally stopped as the dire nature of its situation dawned on it. Right at this moment, Han Li activated the power of the sword formation, and the azure light barrier suddenly flashed before shattering into countless pieces. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed, and a floral scent wafted through the air, striking one with the feeling that they had been teleported to a natural paradise. In the sea beast's eyes, it was currently situated within a lush forest that was so lifelike, it was impossible to tell whether it was an illusion or not. However, there was a burst of killing intent rising up from the glorious forest around it. Only after the sea beast looked down in a perplexed manner did it discover that a massive azure lotus flower had appeared beneath it. The lotus flower was close to 1,000 feet in size, and its petals were flashing with shimmering azure light. The giant beast's heart jolted with shock, yet before it had a chance to do anything, wisps of azure light suddenly surfaced in the air around it. The azure light revolved around the sea beast's body, following which it was instantly struck by an immense burst of power that completely immobilized it. In the next instant, azure light flashed, and several tens of azure pythons, each of which was as thick as a large bowl, pounced directly toward the giant beast. The azure pythons opened the mouths to reveal sets of sharp fangs, creating quite a sinister sight to behold. Half a day later, a streak of azure light rose up into the air before disappearing into the distance in a flash, leaving behind a placid stretch of seawater that showed no signs of the battle that had just taken place. Only the giant rock that had sunk several tens of feet deeper into the ocean acted as a reminder that the battle had indeed taken place. 2 years later, a piece of monumental news spread through the entirety of the Flame Coral Islands. The teleportation formation that had been in disrepair for thousands of years had been repaired, and there were already people using it to travel to the Thunder Continent. All of the more powerful cultivators on the islands were ecstatic to hear this, and they all rushed toward the teleportation formation for a chance to travel to a land rife with cultivation opportunities. Han Li's eyelids fluttered open, and he took a moment to recover from his rush of dizziness before he assessed his surroundings. He was quite relieved to find himself situated within a hall that was over 1,000 feet in size, and there was not a single person to be seen in the nearby area. However, there was a faint white restriction flashing from the walls of the building as well as a stone gate that was firmly shut. There was a stone pillar that was several tens of feet tall situated in each of the 4 corners of the hall, and there was an unidentifiable glowing rock embedded onto each of the pillars to illuminate the entire hall. Han Li looked down to find that he was standing atop a massive teleportation formation. Thus, he made his way out of the formation without any hesitation and strode directly toward the stone gate. He pushed the gate open to find that it was virtually completely weightless despite its hefty appearance, and he was immediately greeted by a set of lively and bustling scenes. Han Li was caught completely off guard and slightly startled by this development. Han Li hurriedly cast his gaze around him, and what he saw came as quite a surprise to him. He was situated at the edge of a massive plaza that was tens of thousands of feet in size. The plaza had been paved using some kind of white stone, and there were countless beings situated on top of it. Most of these beings were humanoid in nature and wearing different types of armor. Some of them had extraordinarily long rabbit-like ears, some had black fur all over their bodies, some were as tall and broad as massive apes, and some were completely encapsulated in suits of shimmering golden armor that made it impossible to glean their appearance. There were even some humanoid beings with serpentine lower bodies. These were clearly beings from the Nag race. The most common demographic among them was a type of green-skinned foreign beings. All of them wore suits of green armor and wielded shimmering red halberds. Despite the diversity in the species among these beings, one thing remained constant, and that was that all of them wore extremely concerned looks on their faces. There were some beings among them who were emanating magic power fluctuations, but most of them were at around the foundation establishment stage or the core formation stage. There were nascent soul stage and deity transformation stage beings among them as well, but those beings totaled only around 100. All of them were gathered in groups of varying sizes while discussing something, and Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense throughout the plaza to discover a group consisting of 3 spatial tempering stage foreign beings, a discovery that came as quite a surprise to him. According to Xianxia, he should have been teleported to a small city inhabited by several small races, and generally speaking, the most powerful beings here would normally only be a handful of deity transformation cultivators. Under normal circumstances, there would only be around 4,000 to 5,000 cultivators in the entire city, but at present, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on this plaza alone, among which were several that were of the same cultivation base as him, so how could he not be surprised? Could it be that this green light city had undergone some kind of drastic transformation during the thousands of years that the teleportation formation had been in disrepair? Furthermore, his spiritual sense could detect faint restriction fluctuations over the entire plaza, and everyone standing on the ground with not even a single being rising up into the air, so there was clearly a flight restriction in place. Han Li took a deep breath before slowly making his way toward the bustling crowd. Just as Han Li was about to inquire someone about the situation, a dwarven spatial tempering stage foreign being with a disproportionately large and complete hairless head suddenly pulled out a wooden disc with a confused look on his face. The disc was flashing with specks of spiritual light, and there were some unfamiliar runes hovering over its surface. "What is it, Brother Yuan?" a nearby green-skinned foreign being asked. "A third-tier upper race being has suddenly appeared here. If I recall correctly, all of the teleportation formations in the city have been cut off by the Jiao Qi race. How could anyone have possibly been able to teleport here? The big-headed being mused with a perplexed look on his face. Is that so? Could it be that the Jiao Qi race became complacent and neglected to cut off a certain teleportation formation? In that case, let's find that being and ask them about this. The green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. That's impossible. I inspected all of the teleportation formations in person a few days, and none of them are functioning. The big-headed being shook his head as he stared at the wooden disc in his hand. Let's hurry up and find that being so we can get some answers from them. Brother Yuan, you should be able to easily track down this being using your spirit light disc, right? A being enshrouded under fiery red light suddenly interjected. That being has just appeared, and they're currently on this very plaza. I've already used the restriction to track them down. The big-headed being pointed toward Han Li as he spoke. The other two beings naturally turned toward the same direction. There were many people on this plaza and Han Li had used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base, but he still stuck out like a sore thumb amid the group of low-grade beings around him, so the trio of spatial tempering stage beings were immediately able to find him. Han Li could sense those beings looking at him, and he also cast his gaze toward them. At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes at how they were able to find him so quickly. However, after a brief hesitation, he voluntarily made his way over to those three beings. Moments later, he had arrived before the group of spatial tempering stage beings. You must be new here in Green Light City, right, fellow Taoist? May I ask you name? The big-headed being asked in a calm manner as spiritual light flashed from his hand, following which the wooden disc abruptly disappeared. My surname is Han, and I've indeed just arrived in this city. What's going on here? Are you all going to war? Han Li asked in an indifferent manner. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, fellow Taoist Han. You must have teleported here from a very far-away place, right? Otherwise, there's no way that you'd be unaware of the feud between our 13 heavenly cloud races and the Jiao Qi race. The big-headed being said with a peculiar look on his face. The Jiao Qi race? Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. This race was one of the top 10 most powerful races in the entire spirit realm. We'll fill you in on everything else later, Brother Han. For now, please tell us how you were able to teleport to Green Light City. All of the teleportation formations should have been cut off by the Jiao Qi race already, the green-skinned being asked. I teleported here from the other side of the ocean, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. The other side of the ocean? Are there such teleportation formations that lead to a small city like this one? The being enshrouded under red light exclaimed in a surprised manner. There are indeed two such formations, but they'd been destroyed many years ago. Which teleportation formation did you use to get here, fellow Taoist Han? A hint of surprise also appeared in the big-headed being's eyes. Countless thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, but he merely gave a simple and concise response. The Flame Coral Islands. I see. If I recall correctly, that teleportation formation had been destroyed thousands of years ago. Would you be able to explain how you were able to use that formation to get here, fellow Taoist Han? A skeptical look appeared on the big-headed being's face upon hearing this. Sure. Thus, Han Li provided a brief recount of how he'd gotten to this city. However, he refrained from revealing any details of his past, so everyone naturally formed the false impression that he was a cultivator from this region of the sea rather than someone who had come from a faraway continent. Even though I managed to recover the spatial cloud crystal, a mishap occurred during the repair process of the teleportation. Perhaps the recorded method of repair was incorrect, or perhaps the spatial cloud crystal underwent some change during its time spent in the sea beast's body. In any case, only one person can use the teleportation formation at a time, and at least 7 days have to pass between one bout of teleportation and the next. Otherwise, the formation would instantly be destroyed, Han Li explained in a gloomy manner. Due to those constraints, it would be impossible for him to try and leave the city using the teleportation formation. The three beings were all quite excited to hear the first part of Han Li's story, but the excitement in their eyes gradually faded after hearing about the constraints of the teleportation formation. So that means we won't be able to use the teleportation formation until 7 days have gone by. the green-skinned being said in a disappointed manner. That's right, Han Li sighed in response. The three foreign beings glanced at one another before the big-headed being said, "It's not that we don't trust you, fellow Taoist Han, but this is an extremely important matter, so we'll have to verify your claims for ourselves. You don't mind, do you, Brother Han?" "Of course no," Han Li replied with a smile. "Brother Hong, you stay here for now. The two of us will go and assess that teleportation formation," the big-headed being said in a solemn manner to the being enshrouded under red light. "All right." The being enshrouded under red light hesitated momentarily but nodded in agreement in the end. Thus, his two companions were led toward the edge of the plaza by Han Li. Moments later, the three of them arrived back at the hall that Han Li had first emerged from. The green-skinned being swept his spiritual sense through the hall before remarking, "I can sense faint residual traces of spatial fluctuations, so someone has indeed just used the teleportation formation here." Meanwhile, the big-headed being made his way into the teleportation formation and carefully inspected it before making a hand seal to cast a burst of green light onto the formation. A buzzing sound instantly rang out from the teleportation formation, and a layer of faint white light also appeared. The green-skinned being's eyes immediately widened with elation upon seeing this. However, the buzzing sound suddenly cut off in the next instant, and the white spiritual light also fizzed out as the teleportation formation fell completely silent again. "No good. The formation on the other side is very unstable and has already been closed," the big-headed being said as a grim look appeared on his face. The same expression also surfaced in the green-skinned being's eyes. "Is the situation in the city really that dire? Would you two be able to tell me about the situation concerning the Jiaoqi race?" Han Li asked in a calm voice. "What more needs to be said? As you saw, tens of thousands of cultivators have gathered at this small city, and most of them fled to the city from the nearby region so they could use the teleportation formations here to make their escape. However, the Jiaoqi race acted extremely quickly and all of the teleportation formations connecting the city to other cities have been disabled. Either those cities have already been conquered or all of the teleportation formations in the city have been cut off by the Jiaoqi race. Seeing as you were able to arrive in the city, the former is the likeliest of the two scenarios. The initial forces of the Jiaoqi race have already arrived at the city and they're awaiting the arrival of the main army. We've gathered everyone here and are planning to abandon the city so we can get away from here before it's too late. However, it's yet to be seen whether we'd even be able to escape from this place. At the very least, they definitely wouldn't allow high-grade beings like us to escape without a fight, the big-headed being explained with a wry smile on his face. Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Right at this moment, a dull rumbling thump suddenly erupted from the outside the stone gate, following which the layer of white spiritual light surfaced along the walls. The spiritual light flashed sporadically, and the ground tremored violently as if the entire building were about to collapse. What's going on? These tremors naturally couldn't harm these three spatial tempering stage beings in any way, but they were all still quite alarmed by this sudden development. The green-skinned being exchanged a glance with the big-headed being before both of them rushed out of the hall in unison. One of them transformed into a streak of azure light that flew out of the building, while the other merely blurred before disappearing on the spot. Even though there was a flight restriction imposed on the entire plaza, beings of their cultivation base could naturally still fly if they wanted to. Doing so would only expend more magic power than normal. Han Li didn't waste any time either. He glanced at the teleportation formation and hesitated momentarily before abruptly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A streak of azure light shot forth before revolving around the formation, completely demolishing it before the streak of azure light returned to him. Only then did Han Li exit the hall, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. As soon as he emerged from the stone hall, he discovered that the entire plaza had been plunged into complete chaos. Countless beings were scrambling to rush into the buildings around plaza, while a blue light barrier had appeared in the air above, seemingly encompassing the entire city beneath it. In the air above the light barrier, countless head-sized balls of white light were raining down in a torrential assault. The balls of white light exploded as they crashed into the light barrier, and the latter tremored violently amid resounding booms, seemingly only barely able to withstand the ferocious attacks. Han Li was quite stunned to see this, and he hurriedly cast his gaze outside of the light barrier as blue light flashed through his eyes. Moments later, Han Li's eyelids twitched as he drew a sharp breath. Through the use of his spirit eyes ability, he had identified what was unleashing the oncoming attacks. A gigantic island had appeared in the air at altitudes of around 30,000 to 40,000 feet. That's right, it was a shimmering island that appeared to have been forged from pure silver, and it was close to 100,000 feet in size. The entire island was riddled with white crystalline pillars that were shimmering with countless runes. These pillars were blasting forth one ball of light after another that were crashing down upon the light barrier overhead. Meanwhile, the big-headed being pulled out a blue mirror and looked into it before his expression changed drastically and he suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad, that's a giant battle arc of the Jiaoqi race. How could this be? Could it be that their army has arrived earlier than anticipated? There's no use thinking about such matters right now. Our top priority is to get away from here as quickly as possible. Brother Yuan, you've been in this city for many years, so surely you know of a few secret passageways that lead out of the city, right?" The green-skinned being urged in a flustered manner. A hesitant look appeared on the big-headed being's face, but he then gritted his teeth as he said, "I do indeed know of a secret passageway that leads to a small mountain to the west close to 10 kilometers away from the city. However, I can't just abandon all of the citizens of the city. I'm going to gather everyone to the city gates and make a collective effort to escape. If we're lucky, perhaps some of us really will be able to get away." "All right, we'll do as you say." The being enshrouded under red light immediately chimed in agreement. Han Li and the green-skinned being also expressed their approval of this course of action. Thus, the big-headed being didn't hesitate any longer. Yellow light suddenly flashed from his body, following which a streak of yellow light flew forth before transforming into a massive projection that was around 1,000 feet tall. The projection was completely identical to the big-headed being, both in appearance and in attire. Not only was the projection extremely massive, it was shimmering with dazzling yellow light, so it naturally stood out quite prominently. All of a sudden, the projection let loose a low cry that was akin to the toll of an ancient bell, and everyone who heard the sound was suddenly instilled with a sense of calmness that combated the panic and anxiety in their hearts. Thus, countless pairs of eyes turned toward the massive projection overhead in unison. Only then did the projection face everyone with a solemn expression as it announced, "Don't panic, everyone, the city's protective formation is extremely resolute and will not be falling anytime soon. What you all need to do now is to gather at the 4 city gates. In 15 minutes, I'm going to withdraw the restriction so everyone can attempt to escape. However, before that, allow me to issue a reminder to all of you. The Jiaoqi race has suddenly unleashed an unannounced attack on us, so they're most likely intent on eradicating our 13 heavenly cloud races. As such, I'd advise you to refrain from trying your luck by handing yourselves over in the hopes of being spared. From what I've heard, those who have been captured by the Jiaoqi race have either been reduced to mindless slaves or have had their souls searched and their bodies used as tool refinement or pill refinement materials." All of the beings on the plaza looked at one another upon hearing this, and someone suddenly let loose a loud cry, following which everyone dispersed and rushed toward one of the 4 city gates. Thus, the big-headed being made a hand seal and the projection in the air above instantly disappeared. After that, he turned to Han Li's trio and said, "Come with me, fellow Taoists. The Jiaoqi race will be making an extra effort to target us, so we can't escape with the others as that would only place them in even more danger." All 3 nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them instantly flew out of the plaza together as 4 streaks of light. At this point, the blue light barrier overhead had already been completely inundated by the white light resulting from the explosions of the balls of light. The barrier began to emit a low buzzing sound, which was an indication that the formation was at its very limits. The big-headed being looked up into the sky with a bitter expression as he flew through the air. "Are you still reluctant to part with this city, Brother Yuan?" The being enshrouded under red light asked. "I've been residing here in Green Light City for over 1,000 years and I created all of the restrictions and formations here, so of course I'm unwilling to part with all of this," the big-headed being sighed in a forlorn manner. "There's no need to be so depressed, Brother Yuan. The Jiaoqi race may be quite powerful, but if our 13 heavenly cloud races were to combine our powers, we'd definitely be able to match up against them. Perhaps this city will be recovered one day. The being enshrouded under red light consoled. I certainly hope so. The big-headed sighed with a wry smile on his face. Brother Yuan, how was the Jiao Qi race army able to get here so quickly? Didn't our scouts report back that it'd still take them 2 more days to get here? Could it be that the army hasn't actually arrived and the initial forces of the Jiao Qi race are responsible for this attack? The green-skinned being asked. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that either. What we do know is that there definitely weren't any battle arcs among the ranks of the Jiao Qi race's initial forces, but the battle arc that's appeared now is a fortress-level battle arc, which is only below the realm-level and city-level battle arcs of their race. There's a very good chance that there are beings of the 3 holy race tiers within that arc, and we certainly can't hope to contend with such powerful beings. The big-headed being replied with a grim shake of his head. Humph, even without any beings of the holy race tiers in there will definitely be no shortage of beings with cultivation bases comparable to ours in there, so we'll still have to run for our lives anyway. We can only hope that the beings in the ark haven't noticed us and have instead been drawn to the other beings fleeing the city instead. The being enshrouded under red light chuckled. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to the big-headed being to gauge his reaction, only to find that he remained completely indifferent, showing no intention to refute those claims. Hanli immediately came to a realization upon seeing this. These beings were making themselves sound quite heroic in that they were escaping on their own for the sake of everyone else in the city, but they were merely using everyone as bait to lure away their enemies while they fled the scene. Hanli was a little shaken by this realization, but he didn't say anything about it. After all, these 3 were merely trying to save themselves, so they weren't really doing anything wrong. However, Hanli still reflexively became more wary of these 3 beings. With their cultivation bases, all 4 of them naturally flew extremely quickly, and it only took them mere moments before they arrived in front of a seemingly ordinary pavilion. The pavilion's doors were tightly shut, and before the big-headed being had even landed on the ground, he swept a sleeve through the air to send forth a gust of fierce winds. The doors of the pavilion were instantly shattered into nothingness as if they'd been struck by an immense force, and all 4 of them flew directly into the building. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty aside from a few tables and chairs, as well as a statue of an unknown deity that was several tens of feet tall positioned against one of the walls. The statue was entirely black in color and had a bulging stomach along with 4 eyes and 4 arms. It was seated in a cross-legged manner, and its legs were disproportionately thin and frail compared to its massive stomach, thereby creating a rather peculiar sight to behold. Hanli and the others swept their eyes around the room, but failed to find any entrances leading to the aforementioned passageway, and all of them turned to the big-headed being once again. The big-headed being disregarded everyone's inquisitive expressions as he made his way over to the black statue. He opened his mouth, and a round yellow gem shot forth from within, then disappeared into the statue's head in a flash. A burst of piercing light flashed, following which a series of ripples proliferated over the surface of the statue. All of a sudden, yellow light flashed from the statue's 4 eyes, and it suddenly rose to its feet. Hanli and the others were quite stunned to discover that this statue was actually a puppet. As the big-headed being made a series of hand seals, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The puppet waved its 4 arms through the air, and its body expanded to about twice its original size amid a flash of brilliant yellow light. Its massive stature took up virtually the entire space on the first floor of the pavilion, and it patted all 4 of its arms onto its stomach at once. Spiritual light flashed, and a peculiar rune surfaced on its belly. A crisp crack then rang out as a small entrance suddenly appeared on its stomach, beyond which was a space that was several tens of feet in size. There was a small teleportation formation around 10 feet or so in size situated on the ground within that space, and the big-headed being rushed into the puppet's stomach without any hesitation before standing atop the teleportation formation. Fellow Taoists, this formation leads straight into the secret passageway. I'll be going ahead first. The big-headed being smiled before casting an incantation seal onto the teleportation formation. White light flashed from the formation, and the big-headed being abruptly disappeared, leaving behind only the deity statue in his wake. Brother Yuan sure is resourceful to have installed a teleportation formation inside this puppet of his. The green-skinned being chuckled before also striding into the puppet's stomach, and he also cast an incantation seal onto the teleportation formation before abruptly vanishing on the spot. "You can go before me, Brother Han," the being enshrouded in red light offered. Han Li was rather surprised by this gesture, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded and strode forward. The teleportation was extremely quick, and Han Li appeared within a dim and dank cave before he had even experienced any discomfort. He looked around to find that this was only a small cave just over 100 feet in size, but there was a glowing crystal hanging from the roof of the cave that illuminated his surroundings. On one face of the cave was a square entrance to a passageway that was around 10 feet tall. The big-headed being and the green-skinned being were already there, and the former was inspecting a formation plate in his hand with a grim look on his face, seemingly in deep thought about something. Han Li's body swayed, and he exited the teleportation formation. Moments later, white light flashed within the formation once again, and the being enshrouded under red light also appeared. Seeing as everyone was present, the big-headed being raised his head with a smile and was just about to say something when a dull rumbling erupted around them from all directions and the entire cave began to tremor slightly. Everyone's expressions immediately changed slightly in response to this alarming development. "Let's hurry up and get out of here, the city's protective barrier won't last much longer," the greenskin being urged. "All right, I'll lift the restrictions on the city gates so everyone else can flee first." The big-headed being nodded with a solemn expression before tossing the formation plate in his hand into the air before making a rapid series of hand seals. Incantation seals of different colors disappeared into the formation plate in quick succession, following which the plate suddenly exploded amid a dull thump. Han Li's trio were all quite taken aback by this. Detonating a formation plate normally brought about much severer implications than just lifting a restriction. The big-headed being seemed to have sensed their bewilderment, and he chuckled. "I've already activated a self-detonation formation below Greenlight City, and the entire city will be reduced to ashes in 2 hours. A chill immediately ran down Han Li's spine upon hearing this. This big-headed being really was quite a nasty piece of work. Even though most of the beings in the city had fled to the city gates, there were definitely many mortals as well as cultivators who were hiding within the city in the hopes of being able to weather this storm. In that case, all of them would perish along with this city. The other two beings also exchanged an astonished glance upon hearing this. However, before the three of them had a chance to say anything, the big-headed being had already flown into the passageway as a streak of yellow light. Han Li and the others naturally immediately followed suit. At this moment, massive holes with diameters of over 1,000 feet had appeared on the light barriers in front of the city's 4 gates, and all of the beings that had gathered there in advance all fled for their lives as countless streaks of light. Some sank into the ground and instantly vanished into the soil, while some rolled onto the grass and also abruptly disappeared. These were beings that were proficient in earth and wood movement techniques. However, the majority of beings were still flying through the air as quickly as they could atop their respective treasures. It seemed that everyone had already decided to split up and escape on their own as everyone was fleeing in different directions. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Jiao-Qi race in that Silver Island had also noticed all of the beings fleeing the city. Thus, silver light immediately flashed from the giant island, following which massive twin-headed white falcons emerged. Not only did these giant falcons each possess 2 heads and bodies that were 30 to 40 feet in size, all of them were also wearing simple suits of white arms, as well as conical metal tips on their talons that appeared to be extremely sharp. There were over 1,000 of these giant falcons, and as soon as they flew out of the Silver Island, they immediately spread their wings before hurtling toward the beings escaping from Greenlight City. All of them were flying at speeds no slower than that of core formation cultivators, and after these giant falcons emerged, there was still spiritual light flashing from the giant island as another vast horde of objects were ejected. On this occasion, these objects were black wooden canoes that were only around 100 feet in length each. All of these canoes had black runes carved onto them, and there were 3 to 5 silver-armored warriors sitting in each canoe. Over 100 of these black canoes flew out at once, and even though they were slightly slower than the giant falcons, they were still far faster than the vast majority of beings that were fleeing from the city. After releasing those 2 waves of pursuers, the giant island fell silent for a short while. However, not long after that, a string of dragon roars rang out, and 7 or 8 massive figures flew forth from the island. These beings all possessed bodies that were several hundred feet in length, and they each had a pair of 5-colored wings. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were winged WIRM-like beasts. Aside from their vibrant wings and the golden hue of their bodies, they were completely identical to normal WIRMs. As soon as they emerged from the island, their massive body swayed and they blurred before disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, these winged golden WIRMs appeared around 300 to 400 feet away, flying at an astonishing speed. After these 3 waves of pursuers had been released from the giant island one after another, all of the fleeing beings became even panicked as they escaped in a blind frenzy. Even though there were tens of thousands of these beings, the vast majority of them possessed rather lackluster cultivation bases. Those who possessed superior cultivation bases had already fled to several tens of kilometers away, while those with the most inferior cultivation bases were still less than 10 kilometers away from the city. Furthermore, the vast majority of beings fell into that latter group, and they were chased down by those twin-headed giant falcons in what felt like the blink of an eye. All of these giant falcons swooped down, sweeping up gusts of fierce winds in their wake. Their metal-tipped talons tore through the defenses of these low-grade beings with ease, then sliced through their bodies like hot knives through butter. Some of these beings were instantly torn apart while others were flung into the air, then pecked to death by the giant falcons waiting up above. Of course, there were some beings who were unwilling to give up without a fight, and many of them banded together to release their treasures or unleash their abilities, creating a collective effort to try and ward off the oncoming falcons. However, these beings were simply far too weak, and the suits of white armor being worn by the giant falcons possessed remarkable defensive properties. As such, only a dozen or so falcons were felled by these attacks, and most of them had fallen to lucky shots that just so happened to strike vital regions peeking through the gaps between their armor. The rest of the attacks were all brushed aside with ease. All of these giant falcons were enraged by these retaliative attacks, and all of them let loose sharp cries as they swooped down to attack with increased ferocity. Thus, more anguished cries rang out as hundreds more blood-stained and mangled bodies plummeted from the sky. At this moment, the black canoes also joined the fray, and all of the armored warriors standing atop the canoes slashed their weapons through the air to summon a series of silver projections. All those who were struck by the projections were instantly dismembered without being able to offer up any resistance. Thankfully, the armored warriors had no intention of expending excessive effort to hunt down these low-grade beings. Instead, the black canoes merely continued onward, pursuing the fleeing beings with superior cultivation bases. As for the golden WIRMs that had emerged last, they were flying directly toward the most powerful beings who had already fled far into the distance. With their fearsome speed, it wouldn't take them long to hunt down their prey either, and thus a completely one-sided slaughter ensued. Meanwhile, azure light suddenly flashed from a mundane-looking rock face on a nameless mountain close to 10 kilometers to the west of Greenlight City, following which a dull explosion suddenly erupted. Following the explosion, a large black hole was blasted into the rock face, and 4 streaks of light whizzed out from within. These 4 were none other than Han Li and the trio of foreign beings. Due to the fact that this place was quite secluded and its direction didn't correspond with that of any of the city gates, no Jiaoqi races forced had appeared in the area yet. However, all 4 of them still wore cautious expressions as they hurriedly scanned through the nearby area with their spiritual sense. Let's get away from this place before the Jiaoqi beings arrive. We'll have to split up from here onward. Staying together will make us too large of a target, the green-skinned being said with an elated look on his face. The big-headed being nodded before glancing at Han Li's trio with a hesitant look on his face, then suddenly said, "Of course, but before you all leave, I have something to ask of all of you, and I hope you won't refuse. What do you need from us?" The being enshrouded under red light asked. Han Li and the green-skinned being were also rather curious to hear what he had to say. The big-headed being took a deep breath before suddenly producing 3 white jade boxes, each of which had several crimson talismans that were shimmering with runes plastered over them. These 3 boxes contain items that are extremely important to our 13 heavenly cloud races. If you can deliver them to our myriad ancient race, then you'll be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. However, if you get hunted down by the Jiaoqi race, then it'd be best for you to immediately destroy the boxes before you're captured. Otherwise, if you're caught in possession of these items, The Jiao Qi race will definitely torture you for information. The big-headed being flicked his wrist as he spoke, and the 3 jade boxes were immediately sent flying toward Han Li's trio. Everyone caught the jade boxes flying toward them, and the being enshrouded under red light inspected his jade box with a hesitant look as he asked, "What items are in these boxes for you to hold them in such high regard, Brother Yuan? Forgive me, but that's not something I can tell you. However, I can guarantee you that you can exchange those items for a sentient puppet or other treasure of the same value from the elders of our myriad ancient race." The big-headed being replied with a solemn look on his face. "What? A sentient puppet?" The green-skinned being exclaimed with shock in his eyes. Only Han Li's expression remained unchanged, as this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. A skeptical look flashed through the eyes of the being enshrouded under red light as he said, "Are you serious, Brother Yuan? If this item can be exchanged for such an extraordinary treasure, then can I ask for a myriad wonder pill instead?" The big-headed being hesitated momentarily before replying, "Myriad wonder pills are even rarer than sentient puppets. So I can't guarantee that the elders would be willing to agree to such an exchange. But there's a good chance that they will." Rather than being discouraged by this more reserved response, the green-skinned being found his words to be more plausible instead. Thus, his fingers reflexively tightened around the jade box in his hands, and he stared at the box with an intense look in its eyes. Meanwhile, Han Li was attempting to assess the contents of the box using his spiritual sense, only for his attempts to be thwarted by some kind of restrictive power. It appeared that the talismans plastered onto the boxes were restriction talismans capable of keeping out one's spiritual sense. I'd advise you not to open the boxes. Otherwise, if any mishaps occur, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. The big-headed being seemed to have read everyone's minds, and he immediately issued a stern warning. "Humph, are you telling that there's something inside these boxes that can harm us?" The green-skinned being harumphed in a skeptical manner. "The items in the boxes are extremely important to our 13 heavenly cloud races, so there were naturally more restrictions placed on them than just a few talismans. Of course, if you can escape from the Jiao Qi race and are confident in your ability to eradicate the restrictions that I've set, then you can certainly try to open the boxes." The big-headed being chuckled with a dark expression on his face. "How can you guarantee that the elders of your race will actually exchange the items in these boxes for valuable treasures? What if they take these boxes and refuse to give us anything in return?" Han Li asked in a calm voice. The big-headed being's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this question, and only after a long while did he begrudgingly reply, "If you don't trust our myriad ancient race, then you can give the jade box to any race among the 13 heavenly cloud races. They should be willing to offer you handsome rewards for them as well. However, I must remind you that those items are nowhere near as important to the other races than to our myriad ancient race, so the rewards you'll receive also won't be anywhere near as bountiful. At the very least, you can completely forget about things like myriad wonder pills." The green-skinned beings and the being enshrouded under red light both fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Han Li stroked his chin and also became quite interested in the items within the boxes. "If these items are so important, then why don't you take them back to your race yourself rather than entrusting them to us, Brother Yuan?" The being enshrouded under red light asked. "I'd only just received these items not long ago myself, and Jiao Qi race suddenly sent their forces to attack Green Light City. Keeping in mind the fact that Green Light City is by no means a major city, so theoretically, it shouldn't have come under attack so quickly. I'm concerned that the Jiao Qi race may have somehow been alerted to the fact that I'm in possession of these treasures, so it would be far too risky for me to take them back to my race on my own." The big-headed being explained in a truthful manner. "You're saying the Jiao Qi race deployed their army for the items in these boxes?" The green-skinned being drew a sharp breath as an incredulous look appeared on his face. Han Li was also quite stunned by this notion. "I'm only guessing that to be true, but it may not actually be the case. As such, I'm only entrusting these items to you 3 as a safety precaution," the big-headed being replied. "All right, in that case, I'll take this item for now." The being enshrouded under red light made up his mind first, and white light flashed from his hand, following which the jade box vanished. The green-skinned being seemed to be grappling with some kind of internal conflict, but he also decided to accept this task in the end. Thus, he opened his mouth, and a long translucent green tongue reached out from within before drawing the jade box into his stomach. As a result, Han Li was the only one among the three who hadn't made his decision. Do you still have some doubts, Brother Han? The big-headed being turned to Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Yuan, you do realize that you're handing over such an important item to a complete stranger, right? Aren't you afraid that you'll be entrusting this item into the wrong hands? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. I haven't been able to identify what kind of being you are as of yet, but I can be sure of the fact that you're definitely no Jiao Qi being. I've already deduced that it would be far too much of a risk for me to continue carrying these items, so entrusting it to you is clearly a better option. The big-headed being replied with a smile. A series of thoughts raced rapidly through Han Li's mind before he finally nodded and agreed. All right, seeing as you've placed your trust in me and led us through your secret passageway, then I'll lend you my assistance. He swept a hand over the jade box, and it was stowed away into his storage bracelet. He didn't know what the sentient puppet and myriad wonder pill were, but for these spatial tempering stage beings to hold them in such high regard clearly indicated that they were extremely rare treasures. For the 13 heavenly cloud races to be willing to offer such precious treasures for these boxes suggested that the items they contained were even superior in value. Now that such a precious item was being handed to him, he certainly wasn't going to refuse it. In any case, judging from the conversation held between the three beings earlier, it was rather unlikely that they would be pursued by beings of the body integration stage or above, so he should be able to take care of any enemies that tried to hunt him down. As for whether he was actually going to take this item to the 13 heavenly cloud races, that was yet to be seen. The big-headed being was quite elated to see Han Li stow away his jade box, and he said, "All right, seeing as all three of you have agreed, then let's go our separate ways now. Those Jiao Qi beings are most likely hunting down all of the other beings in the city at the moment, so this is the ideal opportunity for us to get away. I'll be taking my leave first." After that, he quickly surveyed his surroundings before suddenly tossing out a black metallic spinning top-like object. The object was only around a foot in size, but it abruptly swelled to 30 to 40 feet after the big-headed being cast an incantation seal onto it. The big-headed being then disappeared into the black top as a streak of yellow light before a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he said, "By the way, from what I've heard, all of the elders of our 13 races have gathered in Cloud City in order to combat the assault from the Jiao Qi race. Even the grand elders of a few races, including our myriad ancient race, have gathered at the city, so I hope to see all of you there in a few months." Han Li's trio stirred upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face. He seemed to have heard Qin Xiao mention this Cloud City before, but he couldn't remember the specific details off the top of his head. In any case, that didn't really matter as he had a map of the nearby area anyway. Even though it was a map from thousands of years ago, this was the Cultivation world, so not much would have changed during that time. After that, the massive black top twirled in the air before transforming into a black cone of light that burrowed into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Take care of yourselves, fellow Taoists. I'll be taking my leave as well. The green-skinned being seemed to be quite wary of the Jiao Qi race army, and he cupped his fist in a farewell salute almost as soon as the big-headed being departed. Immediately thereafter, his body blurred and became completely transparent along with his clothes. Within moments, he had disappeared into thin air. Han Li was quite startled by this development, and a blue light flashed through his eyes as he instinctively attempted to track down the green-skinned being. In the end, he was only able to barely catch sight of a virtually invisible humanoid figure flying away into the distance. That's a concealment secret technique unique to the dark green race. Only cultivators with a cultivation base significantly superior to his or using special abilities will be able to detect his presence after he unleashes that secret technique. The only downside is that while using his ability, his speed is significantly hampered. The being enshrouded under red light chuckled as he caught sight of Han Li's intrigued expression. "Oh, I see," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. Even though his speed had been hampered, the green-skinned being still quickly disappeared into a forest in the distance down below. "Are you planning to leave as well, Brother Han? Before that, I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" The being enshrouded under red light suddenly asked. "What is it?" Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're not from the 13 heavenly cloud races, right? In that case, why take the risk to act as their errand boy? Why don't you give me what Brother Yuan just entrusted to you, the foreign being suggested in a calm manner. You want that jade box? A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, I'm very interested in the item in the jade box. It makes no difference to me whether I deliver 1 box or 2 boxes to the heavenly cloud races. So why don't you allow me to do the honors in your stead? The foreign being's voice took on a slightly sinister tone as he spoke. What if I were to say no? Han Li asked in an unflustered manner. I'm sure you wouldn't be so foolish, fellow Taoist. What use would that treasures be to you if you were to perish here? The being enshrouded under red light chuckled. Are you going to attack me here? There are Jiao Qi beings all over the place here. Do you want to get us both captured? A frosty look appeared on Han Li's face. The foreign being's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he then suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a small translucent vial before offering it to Han Li for inspection. The vial contained a pill that was as crimson as blood, yet was radiating golden light. Fellow Taoist Han, if you deliver the item to the myriad ancient race, then the most you'll get in return will be a myriad wonder pill. I have a golden blood pill that's only slightly inferior to that pill and can also assist you in breaking through your next bottleneck. How about you exchange your jade box for this pill of mine, fellow Taoist Han? The being enshrouded under red light asked as he fixed his gaze firmly on Han Li. Golden blood pill? Han Li's pupils contracted slightly. It was the first time he had heard of this pill, but both his spiritual sense and the medicinal fragrance emanating from within the small vial told him that this was no ordinary pill. He stared at the translucent vial in silence, seemingly truly considering this offer. The being enshrouded in red light was quite ecstatic to see Han Li considering his offer, but his expression remained unchanged as he urged. I'd advise you to make your decision quickly, Brother Han. The Jiao Qi beings could get here at any moment. What he failed to notice was that the black shadow beneath Han Li's feet had become slightly thinner and longer than before. But then again, no one would be able to notice that slight change unless they were staring intently at Han Li's shadow this entire time. At the same time, a barely visible azure thread shot forth from beneath Han Li's feet before disappearing soundlessly into the soil. May I ask which race you're from, fellow Taoist? Han Li suddenly asked. What do you mean by that? I'm clearly a being from the Fire Moon race. Why would you ask a question you already know the answer to? The foreign being harumphed coldly. Is that so? I thought that you were Jiao Qi being who was going to take my jade box, then immediately turn on me. Han Li mused in a rather unsettling manner. The foreign being faltered slightly upon hearing this, but an enraged look then appeared on his face as he exclaimed, I'm clearly a Fire Moon being. How could I possibly be from the Jiao Qi race? I don't care whether you're Fire Moon being or not. But are you going to deny what you did back in the pavilion after you asked me to go on ahead? How about you give your jade box to me instead, and I'll deliver both of them at once. 1 jade box or 2 makes no difference to me, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. The foreign being's expression finally changed drastically upon hearing this. As soon as Han Li's voice trailed off, the Fire Moon being suddenly made a hand seal, and red light swirled around his body as a red moon erupted into the air, then disappeared high into the sky following just a few flashes. At the same time, his body blurred, and 2 identical projections of himself appeared within the red light. The 3 identical figures clasped their hands behind their backs and appraised Han Li in an expressionless manner. Much to his surprise, Han Li suddenly rubbed his hands together and burst into laughter upon seeing this. So you really have been plotting something this entire time. You released your spiritual power to attract the Jiao Qi beings to this place, and you're now preparing to engage me in battle, so I won't be able to leave right away. The 3 identical humanoid figures were all rather perplexed by Han Li's calm reaction to the situation, and one of them said in a high and mighty manner, I don't know how you caught me leaving mark on that statue, but I've already summoned others to this place, so don't even think about getting away. If you hand over your jade box to me, I can put in a good word for you, and perhaps they'll spare your life. The Fire Moon being seemed to be very confident. That made sense, seeing as the Jiao Qi beings were less than 10 kilometers away, so it wouldn't take them long at all to get to this place. This is what you just released, right? A mysterious smile appeared on Han Li's face as he suddenly made a grabbing motion in a nonchalant manner. Red light flashed and a head-sized ball of red light abruptly appeared in his hand. Impossible. How did you do that? The three identical humanoid figures shuddered in unison as expressions of shock and fury appeared on their faces. The red ball of light that Han Li was holding was none other than the ball of spiritual power the Fire Moon being had just released. All of a sudden, the three humanoid figures slowly backed away at once with wary expressions on their faces without waiting for a reply from Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before a cold smile appeared on his face. He flipped a hand over and white light flashed as the white jade box with red talismans plastered over its surface reappeared in his hand. He then tossed the box up into the air before flicking a finger toward it, and several streaks of azure sword chi shot forth toward it. Are you insane? The retreating Fire Moon being was given a massive fright by Han Li's actions, and the two projections shot forth in unison from within the red light. Both of them were traveling extremely quickly, with one of them transforming into a massive red hand that hurtled toward the jade box while the other pounced toward Han Li with a ferocious look on his face. As for the third humanoid figure, he remained completely still within the red light in the distance. He had quite clearly sensed that Han Li was an unfathomably powerful being and had become very cautious as a result. As such, it was only manipulating its two avatars to attack Han Li while it remained a safe distance away. The two projections seemed to be far faster than Han Li had anticipated, affording him no time to react. The massive red hand grabbed onto the jade box, while the other projection flashed through the air as a streak of crimson light before puncturing Han Li's body and emerging on the other side. The crimson light then receded and the projection reappeared several tens of feet behind Han Li before turning around to appraise him. Crimson flames erupted all over his body, and he was incinerated into nothingness within the scorching flames in the blink of an eye. The ease with which Han Li had been slain came as quite a surprise to the Fire Moon being, and a hint of foreboding welled up in his heart as opposed to triumph. Before he had a chance to further assess the situation, the jade box that the massive red hand had latched onto suddenly glowed with azure light before transforming into a fist-sized azure bead. Before the red hand had a chance to react, the bead exploded and countless arcs of azure lightning shot forth amid a loud thunderclap, instantly puncturing innumerable holes into the massive red hand. In the end, the hand was completely vanquished and dissipated into specks of red light. Arc! The Fire Moon being's face paled as an expression of shock appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to throw up a mouthful of shimmering green blood essence. All of a sudden, Han Li's voice rang out from all directions. I'd thought that you were using some kind of profound avatar creation technique, but it turns out you were merely using a soul-splitting technique. In that case, I'll be taking these two avatars of yours. Immediately thereafter, a barely visible black line flashed through the air before a long golden blade rushed toward the second Fire Moon being projection from down below. The golden blade was far too fast for the projection to evade, and it was sliced in half as it let loose a howl of anguish. The two halves of its body then fell to the ground and also dissipated into specks of spiritual light. Only then did golden light flash, and a golden-armored warrior wielding a long-bladed weapon slowly emerge from the soil underfoot in a wraith-like manner. After the second avatar was destroyed, the Fire Moon being's face paled even further, following which an unnatural flush appeared on his cheeks, indicating that losing those two avatars had dealt his body a heavy blow. However, the Fire Moon being was also quite decisive. As soon as his second avatar was destroyed, he immediately opened his mouth to expel a small green bell before quickly flicking a finger toward it. A deafening clang rang out and a burst of invisible sound waves radiated in all directions with the bell at the center. A sinister expression then appeared on the Fire Moon being's face. There was no way that what he was doing wouldn't attract the nearby Jiao Qi beings to this place. However, he had no intention of staying here to engage Han Li in battle either. His body swayed and he transformed into a streak of red light before flying high up into the air. However, a cold harumph suddenly rang out, and after reaching an altitude of 500 to 600 feet, azure light suddenly flashed in the air above the streak of red light. An azure lotus flower then emerged out of thin air before multiplying at a rapid rate. Specks of azure light filled the entire sky in the blink of an eye, and all of the azure lotus flowers revolved on the spot before expanding to around 10 feet in size each. The fire moon being was stunned to see this, and he hurriedly raised both hands into the air. A short silver dagger and a shimmering golden badge shot forth in unison. As soon as the dagger left his hand, it transformed into a massive blade that was several tens of feet in length before striking the lotus flowers overhead with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the golden badge emitted a buzzing sound, following which a shimmering golden WRM projection erupted from the badge before also rushing into the air. Two resounding booms rang out as the silver blade and golden projection struck the giant azure lotus flowers almost in unison. Immediately thereafter, the azure lotus flowers were all shattered despite the runes flashing from their petals, and the fire moon being was ecstatic to see this. However, his smile then immediately congealed on his face in the next instant. After the lotus flowers had been destroyed, azure light flashed, and another massive lotus flower appeared in his path. The fire moon being's expression immediately changed as his two treasures flew on ahead with ferocious might at his behest. At the same time, he began to chant something as if he were going to unleash some other powerful ability. The giant silver blade and golden WRM projection plunged into the massive azure lotus flower, and both of them disappeared without a trace. The fire moon being's heart sank upon seeing this, and he stopped cold in his tracks. Right at this moment, the azure lotus flower suddenly began to radiate scintillating light, following which a massive wave of light surged forth. The fire moon being was quite startled to see this, and he immediately unleashed the ability that he'd been preparing without any hesitation. Red light swirled all over his body as countless palm-sized red blades of light appeared out of thin air. All of the red blades flew around him at his behest, forming a red tornado that shielded his body within. The fire moon being finally heaved an internal sigh of relief, and in the next instant the azure wave of light swept in a completely soundless manner. The fire moon being's heart jolted, and he focused his gaze around him as his surroundings blurred, following which he found himself on a lush grassland. There were countless blades of exuberant green grass growing around him along with wild flowers of many types of different colors. The cries of different birds could also be heard in the distance. It was quite a mesmerizing scene of natural beauty, and the fire moon being involuntarily relaxed upon seeing this. However, his eyes only glazed over for a split second before he returned to his senses and exclaimed, "This is an illusion." He hurriedly cast his gaze upward to find blue skies with a few white clouds overhead, and he discovered that there was no end in sight to the grasslands he was situated on. The spot where the fire moon being was standing was quite soft and lush, and the air around him was filled with the refreshing scent of nature. This illusion was completely flawless. He really did feel as if he were situated on a vast grassland. Break! The fire moon being let loose a loud cry as a grim expression appeared on his face. He then bit open the tip of his tongue while raising both of his hands up into the air at the same time, and the red blades of wind around him suddenly shot forth in all directions. A series of white rifts were sliced into thin air, and it was as if these sharp red blades were capable of slicing open space itself. In the face of the violent assault from these red blades of light, the surrounding scenes began to blur, following which the grasslands and the blue skies vanished. The fire moon being was quite elated to see this. It was rather surprising that such an extraordinary-looking illusionary technique had been broken so easily. However, a smile had only just appeared on his face when a piercing burst of green light erupted from his blurred surroundings. The fire moon being's eyes narrowed as red light immediately flashed from his body, and countless blades of light surfaced again to form a revolving protective barrier around him. The fire moon being then suddenly felt his surroundings dim slightly, and when he refocused his gaze up ahead, his expression darkened significantly. After the scenes around him had transformed, he suddenly found himself in a forest that was filled with massive trees several hundred feet tall. All of them stood tall and proud, and their lush canopies obscured virtually the entire sky. It was quite clear that he hadn't been able to escape from the illusion at all. The fire moon being naturally became quite enraged and unsettled upon seeing this. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremor and quake violently. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding trees all began to tip over toward a single direction as if they were frail toothpicks, and countless massive trees came crashing down toward him. The fire moon being's heart jolted with shock, and the sharp blades around his body immediately shot forth in all directions again. All of the falling trees that were shredded amid flashes of red light before they could strike their target. Yet just when the fire moon being was about to try and break the illusionary technique again, a series of dull thumps suddenly rang out. Many of his blades of light had struck a black shadow that was extremely resolute and stalwart. All of the red blades that struck the object disappeared in a flash, and the black shadow expanded to several times its original size before crashing down with devastating might. It was a black mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall. Arg! The fire moon being was caught completely off guard, and he only had time to raise his head and opened his mouth to expel a ball of red mist. There seemed to be something hidden with that ball of red mist. As soon as the red mist came into contact with the small mountain, red light flashed, and a crimson treasure that appeared to be a wooden board with countless runes flashing over its surface emerged. The wooden board was certainly quite a powerful treasure, but there was no way that it would be able to withstand the divine essence-fused mountain's insane weight and power. The small black mountain crushed the red light around the wooden board with ease, then continued to descend toward its target without any pause or delay. Crap! The fire moon being's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to do anything, and he was crushed under this immensely heavy black mountain. At the same time, the surrounding scenes warped before dissipating into specks of spiritual light. All of the illusions disappeared, and the fire moon being reappeared within the small valley that he'd been situated all along. However, he found himself hovering in midair as opposed to standing on a bed of lush grass, and the small black mountain was still plummeting straight down from above. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive crater that was several tens of feet deep was smashed into the ground by the small black mountain. The fire moon being's body was instantly reduced to a pile of mincemeat within the crater. He was a spatial tempering stage being just like Han Li, but his physical body was unexpectedly feeble. As a spatial tempering stage being, the fire moon being naturally possessed more abilities than those he'd just revealed. Unfortunately, he made the wrong decision to use his avatar secret technique from the get-go. After his avatars were caught off guard and destroyed by the lightning bead, as well as the armor origin talisman, his body was dealt 2 heavy blows in quick succession, thereby forcing him firmly onto the back foot. After that, he'd fallen into the illusionary technique of Han Li's Spring Dawn sword formation, and the divine essence-fused mountain had attacked him under the camouflage of all of the illusions around it, thereby easily destroying his physical body and leaving him with no chance to turn the tables. Right at this moment, red light flashed from the fire moon being's remains beneath the black mountain, following which an egg-sized bead shot forth before disappearing into the soil down below in a flash. All of a sudden, a swath of gray light erupted from the underside of the small mountain, instantly sweeping up the red bead within the soil and completely immobilizing it. Immediately thereafter, gray light flashed, and the bead was hurled viciously out of the ground. At the same time, azure light flashed from the summit of the small mountain, and a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air before making a grabbing motion toward the bead. The bead was instantly drawn into the humanoid figure's grasp by an enormous suction force. The humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, and he looked down at the bead in his hand to find that it was of a fiery red color. The material of the bead was glittering and translucent, and there was a miniature humanoid figure that was around an inch in size inside the bead. The miniature humanoid figure was completely identical in appearance to the fire moon being, except a barely noticeable small horn had appeared on his forehead. You really are related to the Jiao Qi race. I'm rather curious now. Are you a Jiao Qi being or a fire moon being? Han Li asked with a cold smile on his face as he casually massaged the bead between 2 of his fingers. The miniature humanoid figure remained silent with its eyes tightly shut. Seeing as you were trying to obtain my jade box, you must know what's in them, right? If you can reveal to me the contents of the boxes, perhaps I can. You can allow my soul to escape from this place? The miniature humanoid figure suddenly cut off Han Li as it opened its eyes with an expressionless look on his face. I can't do that, but I can save you the pain of having your soul searched, Han Li replied in a cold manner. In that case, then I have nothing to say. If you plan to use a soul search technique on me, then I'd advise you to save your energy. A holy race being has already planted a restriction in my spiritual sense. Even if a being of the upper 3 tiers of the holy race were to try and search my soul, it would only cause my soul to self-detonate. The miniature humanoid figure said with a deriding sneer on its face. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he stared intently at the red bead for a while longer before suddenly rubbing his hands together. A loud thunderclap rang out, and golden arcs of lightning flashed as the bead and the miniature humanoid figure within it were both destroyed. Han Li didn't know if the fire moon being had been telling the truth, but he couldn't afford to waste any more time here. It was also possible that a tracking mark could have been planted into the fire moon being's soul, so he couldn't just keep it alive and take it with him for future interrogation. As such, he destroyed it without any hesitation, seeing as it was unwilling to provide him with the information he wanted. Unbeknownst to Han Li, in the instant that the fire moon being's soul was destroyed, a faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out from within a large silver palace atop the giant silver island hovering above Green Light City. "What is it, Brother Two?" another being asked with a curious look. "The restriction that I planted in Hong Yin's soul has disappeared. It appears that he's been killed," a silver-robed elderly man replied with furrowed brows as he sat in a white chair. There was a short crimson horn on his head, and he made a grabbing motion, following which an azure wooden badge appeared in his grasp. There was a red gem at the center of the wooden badge, but it had been shattered into several pieces. Could it be that someone blew his cover and he was killed by a swarm of cultivators? The other person mused. This was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, and he was also wearing a set of silver robes. Perhaps so. After all, Hong Yin's cultivation base is nothing to be scoffed at, and according to the information he brought back last time, there are not beings of the 3 holy race tiers in Greenlight City. Unless he was swarmed by many cultivators at once, he shouldn't be falling in a small city like that. Alternatively, perhaps another being of the holy race tiers has infiltrated the city prior to our arrival. If a being of that caliber were to appear in the city and insist on concealing themselves, then it's quite possible that our initial forces failed to notice their presence. The elderly man replied as he stroked his beard with a nod of his head. In that case, it looks like the 2 of us will have to make a trip in person. I really don't understand what treasures we're trying to obtain that would warrant deploying beings of our caliber. The middle-aged man sighed as if he found all of this to be quite a pain. Even if we're extremely close to becoming holy race beings, we're still incomparable to them. Our cultivation bases are equivalent to the first holy race tier, but more than 10 elders unleashed secret techniques to inject their power into our bodies before we were able to break through that bottleneck. We may possess the same amount of magic power as a being of the first holy race tier, but our spiritual sense and cultivation arts are significantly inferior. Without several thousand years of arduous cultivation, there's no way that we'd able to compare with true holy race beings. If it weren't for the fact that we're short on people here, the elders most likely wouldn't have deployed us in such a hasty manner. The elderly man said with a shake of his head. That's true, but even so, if we combine our powers, we'd surely stand a chance against a being of the first or second holy race tier, and it's extremely unlikely that a being of that caliber would appear in Greenlight City. The middle-aged man replied with a nod. It's a pity that we lost Hong Yin here. A wistful look appeared on the elderly man's face. I heard that he possessed both the bloodlines of our Jiao Qi race as well as the Fire Moon race, and that the Jiao Qi race bloodline stems from your fire faction. Could it be that he was somehow related to you, Brother Two? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. He was indeed a distant descendant of mine. I unintentionally discovered him, and I planted him as a spy within the heavenly cloud races. He possesses superb aptitude, and it's quite possible that he could reach our cultivation bases one day. Our fire faction elders had already decided that after he completes his spy duties in the heavenly cloud races, they were going to completely transform his body and convert it into that of a Jiao Qi being. Who would have thought that he would fall at the final hurdle? A dark expression appeared on the elderly man's face. Hee, there's no need to be sad, Brother Two. All we have to do is torture his killers to death in order to avenge him. It's a pity that we couldn't plant any tracking marks on his body, as that could lead to him being exposed. Otherwise, we could easily find the perpetrators. Even so, it's not a big deal. We've deployed most of our troops from this battle arc, so there's no way that they'll be able to get away from this place, the middle-aged man said with a smile. With the profound heaven-shifting disc given to us by the elders, we naturally don't have to worry about them getting away. The only issue is that there are more than one of those items, and we don't know if the myriad ancient race is in possession of them. We have to make sure to obtain those items, so we can't drive those beings too far into a corner to the extent that they'll destroy those items. The elders explicitly stated that we have to take those items back to them in perfect condition, the elderly man sighed. I'm well aware of this. Otherwise, why would we be hiding here in this battle arc? We're trying to confirm our targets before taking those items without giving them any chance to react. Our original plan was to get Hong Yin to plant marks onto the beings who possess these items, then notify us so we can obtain the items. Now that Hong Yin has fallen, we don't know who's in possession of those items, so things have indeed become a little troublesome. The middle-aged man mused with furrowed brows. It's become a little more difficult, but it's nothing that we can't overcome. Those items are extremely important, so we can presume that they definitely wouldn't be entrusted to beings with lowly cultivation bases. After all, we've deployed so many troops with the sole purpose of capturing everyone and ensuring that none of the low-grade cultivators managed to escape. If those people really were stupid enough to entrust those items to low-grade cultivators, then our jobs would be made a lot simpler. As such, the scope of our search can be narrowed down quite significantly. I think that the items are most likely being carried by a being of the mid or upper tier of the upper race. Of course, if a holy race being has appeared in the city, then the items would undoubtedly be in their hands. The elderly man analyzed in a slow and methodical manner. That does indeed significantly minimize the scope of our search. We'll leave the mid-tier upper race beings to the winged WIRMS, but we have to take down the beings of the 3 upper tiers in person. The middle-aged man agreed with a nod of his head. Keep 2 of the generals here in the battle arc and deploy the rest of them. Judging from how much time has elapsed, the vast majority of those low-grade beings should have been taken care of already. Without their interference, the profound heaven-shifting disc should be able to easily track down the approximate locations of those high-grade beings, the elderly man murmured. The middle-aged man didn't say anything in response, but a contemplative look had also appeared on his face. At this point, the giant falcons and silver-armored beings on the canoes were searching through the city, scouring for foreign beings. Most of them had been killed or captured, with only a small proportion of beings with advanced concealment techniques hiding nearby, hoping to be able to survive this ordeal. All of the beings of a higher caliber had already fled the city, and they were being pursued by the winged WIRMS. As for whether they'd be chased down or not, that was something that only the heavens knew. However, the armored warriors and twin-headed falcons were merely searching through the nearby area without displaying any intention lending their assistance to those WIRMS, and that was a clear indication of just how fearsome these winged WIRMS were. As the giant falcons and armored falcons scoured through the city over and over again, there would occasionally be a few streaks of light erupting from obscure hiding spots, only to be instantly slain by their pursuers. At this point, Han Li was already around 40 kilometers away from Gren Light City. The battle he'd waged against the Fire Moon being seemed to have been an extremely intense one that would have surely kicked up a massive commotion. But in reality, no spiritual chi fluctuations had managed to escape out of the Spring Dawn sword formation that he'd set up. Even the astonishing sound wave unleashed by that azure bell had been completely absorbed by the sword formation. Thus, even though their battle had taken place extremely close to Greenlight City, none of the Jiao Qi beings had noticed anything amiss. As soon as Han Li had destroyed the Fire Moon being's soul, he'd secured the Jade Box and the Golden Blood Pill before burning his body into nothingness. After that, he stowed away his treasures and sword formation, then snuck away after using one of his High Zenith Invisibility Talismans. With the concealment ability of his High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, even beings of the same caliber as Han Li would find it extremely difficult to detect his presence, so the Jiao Qi beings that had been deployed to scour through the area were naturally unable to track him down. Thus, Han Li was able to fly right past a few twin-headed falcons and black canoes, and the Jiao Qi beings completely failed to notice him. As for the big-headed being and the green-skinned being, Han Li had no idea where they had fled to. However, they'd had to sacrifice some of their speed for stealth and discreetness, so they were most likely still within several hundred kilometers of Greenlight City. Han Li continued onward as these thoughts flashed through his mind. As he did so, he was constantly surveying his surroundings and flying toward the places with the fewest pursuers from the Jiaoqi race. Shortly thereafter, Han Li was several hundred kilometers away from Greenlight City and there were no more enemies in sight. He heaved a faint sigh of relief upon making this observation, but he still didn't dare to deactivate his high-zenith invisibility talisman. Who knew if the Jiaoqi race had some kind of special secret technique or treasure that could detect his presence even from thousands of kilometers away? Unbeknownst to Han Li, the caution that he was exercising really was paying off. Just as he was flying further and further away from Greenlight City, 6 black shadows were hovering in the air above the massive silver island. 2 of them were the elderly man and middle-aged man who were conversing in the palace earlier, and the other 4 also appeared to be important beings. At this moment, the 6 of them were hovering in a circular formation around golden disk treasure that was slowly rotating on the spot. At the center of the treasure was an arrow that was several inches in length, and it was extending and withdrawing in an erratic manner. There was a series of circles carved onto the disk for calibration purposes, and at the same time, golden runes were emerging from the disk before hovering in the air above it. The 6 beings stared intently as the golden disk, and after rotating a few times, the arrow suddenly shuddered before coming to an abrupt halt. The arrow also extended and shrank before settling between 2 of the calibration circles, following which it fell completely still. All right, we've tracked down the 4 most powerful beings. The 4 of you split up into groups of 2 and pursue 2 of those beings. Leave the other 2 to us. From the reaction being displayed by the disk, they should be beings of the upper 3 tiers of the upper race. When you find them, try not to attack right away if you can avoid it. After we take care of the other 2, we'll go and join you. Remember this. If they try to destroy something, stop them at all costs. The 4 of you can each take a pair of winged WIRMs with you as well. We should have all of our bases covered then, the elderly man instructed in a cold voice as he withdrew his gaze from the golden disk. Yes, the 4 beings hurriedly replied in unison as they extended respectful bows. All right, seeing as we've finished assigning respective duties, let's get started right away. Even the closest one of our 4 targets is already several hundred kilometers away, so time is of the essence, the middle-aged man urged. The 4 beings nodded in unison, following which the elderly man suddenly let loose a long cry. Golden light abruptly flashed from the massive silver island, following which a dozen or so additional golden-winged WRMs flew forth. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the 6 people before circling around overhead. The elderly man waved a hand in an expressionless manner, and the 4 beings all shot forth as streaks of light. 8 of the winged WIRMs followed the 4 of them away into the distance. The 2 winged WIRMs that remained were silently awaiting further orders. At this moment, the elderly man turned back toward the golden disk, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he made a hand seal to cast a beam of red light that disappeared into the disk in a flash, following which the arrow began to rotate once again. After a short while, the arrow settled on a certain direction. It was none other than the direction that Han Li was escaping in. What is it, Brother 2? Are you still concerned about the being in that direction? The middle-aged man asked. I am. The disk is reacting to that direction, but the intensity of the reaction is fluctuation drastically. At times, that being appears to be the most powerful of the lot, but at other times the disk barely reacts to them at all. It really is quite strange. The elderly man replied with an indecisive look on his face. Looks like that being either possesses a treasure that can disrupt the profound heaven-shifting disk's detection, or they truly possess immense magic power, allowing them to unleash an ability that can disguise their cultivation base. The middle-aged man mused after a short pause. Perhaps, if it's the former, then that would be fine, but if the latter prove to be true, then we can't afford to let them escape. I suggest we deploy 2 of the winged WIRMs to investigate first. Once a verdict is reached, we can make our decision then, the elderly man proposed. I also believe that to be the wisest decision. If everything goes smoothly, then this matter should be taken care of within half a day. The middle-aged man chuckled in response, clearly of the opinion that taking some things from a bunch of spatial tempering stage beings surely wouldn't be a difficult task. The elderly man nodded upon hearing this, and the let loose loud cry. The two golden-winged WIRMs overhead immediately reacted and flew in the direction that the arrow on the disc was pointing in. Moments later, they had disappeared into the distance. The elderly man and the middle-aged man didn't delay any longer, either, as they shot forth as streaks of light, traveling toward different directions. White light suddenly flashed from one of their bodies, and they slowly took on a transparent and virtually invisible form. As for the other streak of light, after it had flown through the air for close to 10 kilometers, a cloud of purple mist erupted to conceal the streak of light. After a while, the purple mist also vanished along with the streak of light within it. In the air above a small hill, a foreign being with sallow cheeks and a pair of feelers growing from his head was riding atop a gecko-like spirit beast, flying through the air at an altitude of several tens of feet. The gecko was only around 10 feet in length, and there was a faint layer of yellow light emanating from its body, allowing it to completely blend in with the soil down below. Under the disguise of this layer of yellow light, the foreign being and his gecko steed were extremely discreet, making it very difficult to detect their presence with the naked eye alone. The foreign being appeared to be quite uneasy as he flew along atop his spirit beast steed, glancing behind himself regularly to check if any pursuers had appeared on the horizon. This being was at the early spatial tempering stage, but he wasn't one of the beings who had fled the city with Han Li and Big-Headed Being. It appeared that aside from those four beings, there were also other high-grade beings lurking within the city. This being had somehow escaped the detection of the Big-Headed Being and refrained from coming into contact with all of the other high-grade beings. Furthermore, he had concealed his cultivation base this entire time and didn't want to be lumped together with the other spatial tempering stage beings, as that would undoubtedly make him one of the main targets of the Jiaoqi race. Even after the city gates were opened, he had fled alongside all of the low-grade beings, posing as one himself. At present, he was already close to 1,000 kilometers away from Greenlight City, and this was already a safe distance away under most circumstances. However, the foreign still wore an uneasy look on his face. For some reason, he had been struck by a sense of foreboding not long ago, and this feeling had only intensified thereafter. He hailed from the Heart Charm race, which was only a small race on the Thunder continent, but they possessed a rare natural ability that allowed them to sense danger more acutely than other beings. As such, he didn't dare to disregard this sense of uneasiness in his heart, and was inspecting his surroundings in an extremely cautious manner. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and he seemed to have detected something. He clamped his legs more tightly against the sides of his gecko steed, and the spirit beast immediately drew to a halt. At the same time, it also began to survey their surroundings with its large red eyes. All of a sudden, a burst of white light erupted beside the foreign being, following which a humanoid figure emerged in a flash. The humanoid figure raised a hand, and a streak of powerful sword chi flashed through the air. The golden sword chi was extremely dazzling to behold, and it reached the heart charm being in the flash. The heart charm being's heart jolted with shock. If it hadn't received forewarning from its instincts, then it would most likely have been caught completely off guard and slain by that attack. Thankfully, he was alert and ready, and a small black shield abruptly appeared before him amid a flash of black light. At the same time, a buzzing sound rang out from his body, and three barriers of light, respectively crimson, yellow, and green in color, appeared around him. The heart charm being's gecko steed also abruptly shook its body, and its remarkably long tail swept through the air as a black shadow. At the same time, it opened its mouth to blast forth a ball of putrid green liquid toward the humanoid figure within the white light. As expected of a spatial tempering stage being, the heart charm being was able to formulate a rapid sequence of defensive measures despite how abruptly it had been attacked. However, the golden sword chi unleashed by the humanoid figure was also quite devastatingly powerful, slicing through the black shield before crashing into the three light barriers. The small black shield was sliced in half and plummeted down from above as a hint of shock appeared in the heart charm being's eyes. The golden struck chi then struck the three-colored light barrier amid a piercing flash of light, following which the four colors intertwined and clashed amid a string of incessant explosions. The three-colored light barrier had managed to keep the attack at bay. The ball of green liquid and the gecko's powerful tail also struck the white humanoid figures at the same time, but the humanoid figure merely swayed slightly, and the attacks passed through his body as if it were a mere illusion. What kind of ability is this? The heart charm being's heart jolted with shock as he stared intently at his opponent. At the same time, he quickly flipped over a hand, and spiritual light flashed from his palm as a silver talisman appeared. He then flicked his wrist as if he were about to hurl the talisman through the air, but right at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past in the air behind him, following which a barely visible humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The humanoid figure was semi-transparent and emerged in a wraith-like manner without triggering any spiritual fluctuations. As such, the heart charm being was completely oblivious to the fact that a second enemy had appeared behind him, and he abruptly raised his hand into the air. The talisman that he was holding instantly transformed into countless arcs of silver lightning that were sent hurtling toward the enemy up ahead. Loud thunderclaps erupted and silver lightning exploded before inundating the white humanoid figure. As soon as the silver lightning was unleashed, a scorching aura filled the entire nearby space, creating quite a formidable attack. Meanwhile, a sinister smile appeared on the face of the semi-transparent humanoid figure behind the heart charm being, following which he flew through the air as a streak of green light. An incredible scene ensued. The three-colored light barrier that was powerful enough to withstand the attack from the golden sword chi proved to be completely ineffective in the face of the streak of green light. The green light punctured the light barrier in flash before disappearing into the heart charm being's body, completely disregarding the defensive measures set up. A blood-curdling cry immediately rang out as the heart charm being instantly rose up into the air before desperately attempting to flee the scene. However, he only managed to fly for just over 100 feet before his body spasmed violently and he plumbed directly downward. All of his flesh and blood were quickly withering away at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and even before he had landed on the ground, he had been reduced to an empty husk. Even the heart charm being's soul had been completely destroyed during this process. Without anyone to control it, the silver lightning in the air above instantly disappeared, thereby revealing the white humanoid figure again. Golden light flashed in his hand, and the giant gecko beast was instantly dismembered into several chunks. Hee. A smug chuckle escaped from within the wizened husk of the heart charm being's body, and it suddenly began to expand again, reverting back to its original form in the blink of an eye as if the heart charm being had returned to life. The heart charm being inspected his two hands as an unsettling smile appeared on his face. He then turned and waved a hand toward the humanoid figure within the white light. The humanoid figure immediately approached him, and the white light around his body faded to reveal his true features. It was none other than that middle-aged Jiao Qi being. However, his expression was completely wooden and lifeless, as if he'd been reduced to a puppet. This blood-melting technique really is quite powerful. It's a pity that I can't use it in quick succession. Otherwise, it would truly be an extremely useful offensive technique, the heart charm being mused in a rather forlorn manner as he appraised the middle-aged man before him. After that, he flicked his wrist, and a storage bracelet shot forth, revolving around in the air before all of its contents were tipped out. The heart charm being swept his spiritual sense toward this collection of items before making a grabbing motion, upon which several boxes flew toward him. He opened the boxes one by one and carefully inspected their contents, but his expression quickly darkened. There were some rather precious items in this collection, but none of them were the items that he was looking for. He pointed a finger at the storage bracelet, and a swath of azure light swept forth before stowing all of the items back into the bracelet. A contemplative look then appeared on the heart charm being's face, and a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him as he hurriedly patted himself down in an unfamiliar manner. However, his search only yielded 2 talismans and a few other inconsequential items. The heart charm being harumphed coldly before shaking his head in a resigned manner. He then made a hand seal, and a streak of green light flew out from the top of his head before transforming into that semi-transparent humanoid figure again. Meanwhile, the heart charm being sagged like a balloon before crumpling down onto the ground as an empty husk again. The semi-transparent being disappeared into the middle-aged man's body, and the man shuddered before closing his eyes as a layer of green light surfaced over his body. After a long while, the middle-aged man heaved a long sigh before opening his eyes again. His wooden and lusterless eyes had come alive again, and a soul seemed to have been injected back into his body. While the middle-aged man was making short work of the heart charm being, the green-skinned being was whizzing through the air elsewhere as a transparent blur. Unless a holy race being were present, no one would be able to detect his presence. As such, the dark green being was feeling relatively relaxed compared to everyone else after parting with the other spatial tempering stage beings, and he was wondering what was in the jade box that had been given to him. According to the big-headed being, there was a good chance that he'd be able to exchange the item in the box for a myriad wonder pill that he had been yearning for a long time. Did that mean that the box contained something even more valuable? Due to the fact that it was considering these matters, it failed to notice a faint purple shadow pursuing it soundlessly down below. A pair of cold, unblinking eyes lurked within the purple shadow, observing his every move. After a short while, the purple shadow seemed to have gathered all of the visual data it required, and it suddenly shot forth as a purple thread, reaching the spot directly beneath the green-skinned being. The green-skinned being was leaping through the forest, and the purple thread had timed its move so that it coincided with the instant when the green-skinned being landed next. An earth-shattering boom abruptly rang out from the ground below, following which a pair of large hands that were shimmering with crimson light locked around the green-skinned being's ankles in a flash. The dark green being was naturally given a massive fright, but he reacted quite quickly as spiritual light flashed from his body, and he abruptly twisted around as he attempted to escape. However, the pair of hands around his ankles had caught them in a vice-like grip and absolutely refused to let him go. A burst of excruciating pain speared up his legs, and he was unable to move even in the slightest. His expression finally changed drastically as he realized the dire nature of his situation, and he immediately opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of white light that struck the wrists connected to those hands in a flash. A loud metallic clang rang out, and the white light receded as a small sword that was several inches in length was repelled away, leaving not even so much as a single scratch on its target. The green-skinned being drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly made a hand seal to try and unleash some other kind of powerful ability, but it was already too late. Following a cold harumph, a burst of red light erupted from the pair of large hands, instantly enshrouding the green-skinned being's entire body. The red light was scorching hot, even melting the nearby soil into a pool of lava. A blood-curdling cry instantly rang out, and protective spiritual light flashed around the dark green being in a desperate effort to keep him alive, but his body quickly burst into flames. Meanwhile, close to another forest elsewhere, two Xianxia race spatial tempering stage beings were discussing something in quiet voices as they hovered in midair. For winged WRMS had gone on ahead, circling through the air in a methodical manner as if they were searching for something. That being sure is alert. As soon as we approached this place, their aura disappeared. Even the winged WRMS can't locate them now. This is going to be a little troublesome. An urgent look appeared on the faces of one of the Xianxia beings. Don't worry, that being is of the same cultivation base as you and me. For them to be able to completely conceal their aura like this indicates that they can't possibly be moving, so they must be hiding nearby. In that case, we'll just have to play a waiting game. Once our two masters get here, they'll have nowhere to hide. The other Xianxia being responded with a calm smile. I guess that's the only way to proceed. The first being could only give a reluctant nod. Meanwhile, the big-headed being was situated within a nondescript tree in the forest. His brows were rightly furrowed, and he was enveloped in a strange gray cloak that had completely concealed his aura. Elsewhere, there was a streak of light flying over a set of mountain ranges. Within the streak of light was a scaled foreign being with the head of a crocodile forging ahead as quickly as he could. Several kilometers behind him, there were two Xianxia race spatial tempering stage beings flying through the air in a flying carriage that was several tens of feet in size, trailing along in a completely stealthy and discreet manner. Even further behind the carriage were four winged WIRMS, all of which were also flying along in a stealthy manner in order to prevent their target from detecting their presence. All of the spatial tempering stage beings that had fled from Greenlight City were being hunted down by high-grade Xianxia beings, and Han Li was no exception. At this moment, he was hovering high up in the air, looking down below with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Two winged WRMS were currently circling through the air several hundred feet below him. It was the first time that he'd seen such strange WRMS, and they'd only arrived here not long ago. They seemed to be adamant that Han Li was in this general vicinity, so they were scouring carefully through the area, but Han Li was still concealed by his high zenith invisibility talisman, so the two WIRMS were naturally unable to locate him. As such, they could only scurry around like headless chickens. Han Li stroked his chin as he assessed his surroundings, but failed to notice any other Jiao Qi race pursuers nearby. Thus, a cold look appeared on his face as he contemplated whether he should kill these two pesky creatures. The two-winged WIRMS were only deity transformation stage beings, so they'd be no match for him. However, he was still less than 1,000 kilometers away from Greenlight City at present, and if there really were body integration stage beings conducting surveillance toward this direction with their spiritual sense, then killing these two beasts could expose his location. After considering the issue for a while, Han Li still shook his head and rid himself of that thought in the end. Thus, he drifted away, planning to leave the pair of winged WRMS alone. However, an unexpected turn of events then unfolded. After flying out for just over 100 feet, purple light suddenly flashed from his body, following which he abruptly lost his invisibility. The high zenith invisibility talisman just so happened to run out of power at this moment, and this unexpected development came as quite a surprise to Han Li. In the instant that his body was revealed, both of the winged WIRMS immediately looked up and caught sight of him. The two beasts instantly let loose a collective cry of elation before flapping their wings and hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal as a loud thunderclap erupted behind him, following which a pair of glittering and translucent wings appeared on his back. He looked down at the oncoming winged WIRMS and let loose a cold harumph. The harumph wasn't particularly loud, but to the winged WIRMS, they felt as if a thunderclap had erupted right inside their ear cavities. Both of them were immediately struck by a splitting headache, and they let loose howls of agony in unison before plummeting straight downward. At this moment, Han Li flapped his wings and instantly disappeared as an arc of azure lightning. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beneath one of the winged WIRMS, and Han Li abruptly reappeared. He swiped a hand through the air toward this winged WIRM, and a streak of azure sword chi shot forth before revolving around the WIRM's body, instantly slicing it in half. Even its soul had been completely destroyed in the process. Han Li then twisted around and disappeared once again as an azure thread. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the other winged WIRM, following which Han Li revealed himself again. He pressed a pristine white palm gently onto the winged WRM's body, and a burst of 5-colored flames fanned out in a ferocious torrent, instantly freezing it into a chunk of 5-colored ice. Immediately thereafter, golden light flashed from his 5 fingers, and several arcs of golden lightning struck the block of ice in unison. The winged WIRM was completely pulverized along with the block of ice as a result, but a ball of green light attempted to escape from the WRM's shattered remains, only to also be destroyed by a bolt of golden lightning. Thus, Han Li had slain the two-winged WIRMS in virtually the blink of an eye. However, he didn't have time to stand around and appreciate his own handiwork. Instead, he immediately flew into the distance as a streak of azure light, making no further attempt to conceal himself. If there were no body integration stage beings among his pursuers, then no one would be able to catch up to him. If there were such beings among their ranks, then he'd most likely drawn their attention already, so the high zenith invisibility talisman wouldn't do him any good. As such, it was best to focus on speed rather than stealth. In the instant that the two-winged WIRMS were felled, the middle-aged man and the elderly man from the Jiao Qi being both looked from their respective locations, casting their gaze toward Han Li's direction in unison. There was a pile of random stuff strewn all over the ground before the elderly man's feet and a jade box in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly as a contemplative look appeared on his face. However, moments later, he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air, and the pile of items at his feet disappeared amid a flash of light along with the jade box in his hand. After that, he rose into the air and flew toward Han Li's direction as a streak of red light. Meanwhile, due to the fact that the middle-aged man had slain his target quite early, he was already flying toward another direction. He was still rather hesitant about whether he should turn around and pursue Han Li instead, but he shook his head in the end and continued along his original route. However, he was suddenly flying significantly faster than before. He was already quite close to the other target, so he naturally wasn't going to turn around to hunt down Han Li instead. He was planning to take care of the nearby target first before turning around to pursue Han Li. Thus, only one of the two most powerful Jiao Qi beings had set off in pursuit of Han Li. Flying with all their might, the speed of beings of this caliber was truly incredible. Only around 7 to 8 minutes after Han Li had slain the winged WRMS and fled the scene, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he shot a glance behind him. There in the distance, a streak of red light was hurtling directly toward him. The streak of red light was able to cover over 1,000 feet in just a single flash, and it was flying around twice as fast as Han Li was. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to spot a humanoid figure within the red light. He then swept his spiritual sense toward his pursuer, and his heart sank ever so slightly. It really was a body integration stage being. Thankfully, he only appeared to be at the early body integration stage. Even if he couldn't win this battle, escaping would definitely be no issue for him. With that in mind, Han Li reverted back to his usual calm expression again. However, Han Li had no intention of battling an early body integration cultivator under these circumstances. He flapped his wings without any hesitation, and spiritual light flashed from his body as he shot forth through the air as an azure thread, accelerating to close to twice his original speed, thereby allowing him to match the speed of the streak of red light. In just the span of a few breaths, the two of them had disappeared into the distance. The humanoid figure within the streak of red light was naturally none other than the elderly man from the Jiao Qi race. Using the profound heaven-shifting disc, he was able to track down Han Li's location, but before he could get close to Han Li, the latter suddenly accelerated and fled at an alarming speed. The elderly man's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, but his astonishment was then quickly replaced by elation. It appeared that the being that he was pursuing was quite powerful, so it was quite likely that he was carrying one of the items he was seeking. Thus, the elderly man was even more determined to hunt Han Li down. The two of them hurtled through the air like a pair of shooting stars, making no efforts to conceal themselves, and it only took them a short while to cover a distance of hundreds of kilometers. During this time, the streak of red light was still unable to chase down the azure thread, and the elderly man was truly becoming rather surprised. Even though he wasn't proficient in movement techniques, his spiritual sense had clearly just revealed to him that his target was only a 7th-tier upper race being. As such, it was quite incredible that he'd managed to avoid being chased down over such a vast distance. However, the elderly man was a fearsome body integration stage being, after all, so he naturally possessed a vast wealth of battle experience. As such, he abruptly stopped cold in his tracks before flipping a hand over expressionlessly to summon a purple talisman. He waved the talisman gently through the air, and a cloud of purple mist erupted, instantly permeating through an area with a radius of over 100 feet and completely concealing his body within. Han Li had been keeping an eye on his pursuer this entire time, and his brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. He also immediately stopped mid-flight before casting his gaze behind him with narrowed eyes. He was rather curious about just what his opponent was plotting. The purple cloud of mist tumbled and surged before suddenly vanishing, and the elderly man within it also disappeared without a trace. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly released his spiritual sense to encompass an area with a radius of several tens of feet. However, the elderly man was still nowhere to be found, as if he'd truly completely disappeared. A grim expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he made a hand seal as blue light flashed through his eyes, activating his bright sight spirit eyes ability. However, even with his spirit eye ability, he was still unable to track down the elderly man. Han Li's heart truly sank this time. Body integration stage beings were extremely fearsome opponents, so losing sight of one in battle could prove to be lethal. With that in mind, Han Li immediately fled into the distance as an azure thread. He didn't know where his opponent was lurking, but staying in this place for too long would naturally be extremely dangerous for him. However, if his opponent gave chase, then Han Li was confident that he'd be forced to reveal himself. Thus, the azure thread hurtled through the air, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in just a single flash and rapidly disappeared into the distance. As Han Li flew through the air, he continued to cast his gaze behind him, while maintaining his spirit eye ability. Moments later, he finally discovered something, and he raised an eyebrow in response to this discovery. Extremely deep within the ground several kilometers behind him, there was a purple humanoid figure traveling through the soil without any impediment. It was none other than the elderly man from the Jiao Qi race. He had unleashed some kind of ability that had allowed him to instantly burrow several hundred feet deep into the ground, and Han Li failed to notice him initially due to a split second of complacency. However, for the elderly man to remain so blurry and indistinct even in the face of Han Li's bright sight spirit eyes indicated that he was using quite an extraordinary concealment technique. Furthermore, not only had the elderly man managed to conceal himself underground, he was traveling even quicker through the soil than he was when flying in the air. Not only did the soil not impede him in the slightest, there were specks of yellow light constantly flying out from within the soil before injecting themselves into his body to further enhance his speed. Even though Han Li was already flying as quickly as he could, the elderly man was still slowly gaining on him. Han Li was rather surprised by this discovery, but he showed no sign of stopping or slowing down. Meanwhile, the elderly man that was surging through the soil was growing rather frustrated. He had thought that his disappearance would strike panic into Han Li's heart, and even if he decided to flee the scene, he would gradually decelerate or even temporarily stop. However, Han Li had fled without any hesitation, and even after flying for so long, he still didn't slow down even in the slightest. That was quite surprising to the elderly man. He was very confident in his concealment abilities. So in his mind, there was no way that a being with a cultivation base far inferior to his would be able to see through him with their spiritual sense. The only exception would be if said being possessed some kind of spirit eye ability, but the probability of that was so low that it was virtually negligible. Seeing as Han Li hadn't fallen for his ploy, the elderly man could only continue to give chase using his earth movement technique. However, he could naturally also see that he was traveling slightly faster than Han Li using this movement technique, so he naturally wasn't going to give up in his chase. Thus, the two of them traveled for thousands of kilometers without pause. Han Li could see the purple humanoid figure drawing closer and closer to him underground, and his expression gradually darkened as he began to inspect his surroundings. All of a sudden, a pair of tall mountains positioned alongside one another appeared up ahead. Both of the mountains were quite lush and steep, and there was a dense forest in between the two of them. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this before he cast a glance downward with blue light flashing through his eyes. At this point, the purple figure was only just over 1,000 feet away from him and was on the cusp of chasing him down. Thus, Han Li took a deep breath before suddenly changing directions and flying toward that forest. The azure thread flashed through the air before plunging into the forest, following which Han Li reappeared. Immediately thereafter, he rustled a sleeve, and several tens of small swords shot forth from within. He made a hand seal, and all of the small swords plunged into the ground as azure threads. Countless azure threads then flashed through the air, and the surrounding trees were all felled in an instant. Thus, an area with a radius of several thousand feet had opened up in the blink of an eye. After doing all that, Han Li swayed before appearing atop a tree stump that was several tens of feet tall, then pointed a finger up ahead in an expressionless manner. Immediately thereafter, the azure light faded, and all of the azure threads concealed themselves into empty space. Han Li then made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out as countless thin arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body, forming a golden and silver lightning robe. Following a surge of black qi, a suit of black baleful armor also appeared beneath his robes. After doing all that, Han Li opened his mouth to produce a small translucent shield, which began to rapidly rotate around him. Having made all of his preparations, Han Li simply clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky in a completely stationary manner. In the soil deep beneath Han Li, the elderly man was appraising Han Li's every move with a vicious look in his eyes. He had finally chased down Han Li, but instead of pouncing right away, he wasn't in a hurry to strike. However, the elderly man didn't have much patience for an opponent with such a significantly inferior cultivation base, either. He swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area to confirm that there were no other beings or traps nearby, following which a sinister look appeared on his face, and he abruptly disappeared from within the soil. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted and the tree stump that Han Li was standing on exploded as a pair of massive crimson hands shot forth from the soil down below in an attempt to grab at his legs. However, Han Li seemed to have already anticipated this attack, and his body blurred without any premonition before he abruptly appeared over 100 feet away in a flash. A cold harumph rang out and Han Li had only just reappeared when red light flashed before him and the elderly man also revealed himself. A ferocious light flashed through his eyes as he raised both arms up into the air in unison. Two crimson fist projections instantly appeared before hurtling toward Han Li, sending a scorching heat wave surging toward him. This high-grade Jiao Qi being was also a simultaneous cultivator. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he reached out with an inky black hand, pressing downward from above. A small black shadow flew forth from his palm in a flash, then transformed into a small mountain that was several tens of feet tall before descending in a soundless manner, heading directly toward the red fist projections. The elderly man's lips twitched upon seeing this, and instead of changing his attack, a derisive sneer appeared on his face. He was fully aware of just how powerful those fist projections were, and that was something that Han Li would only come to realize in the instant before his death. With that in mind, the elderly man activated his cultivation arts to an even greater extent, and the pair of fist projections instantly swelled to around twice their original size, making them comparable in size to human heads. Furthermore, the crimson light emanating from the surface of the fist projections also became extremely bright, illuminating the nearby air in a piercing red hue, and the scorching temperatures radiating from them was making the surrounding air completely twist and warp. He was planning to use this pair of fist projections to shatter the divine essence-fused mountain. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the fist projection and the underside of the small black mountain clashed in a completely soundless manner. The projections and the mountain tremored in unison before becoming completely motionless, as if they'd been captured in a stationary snapshot in time. However, a halo of gray and red light then appeared between the two before proliferating outward in all directions at an alarming rate. Han Li felt his eardrums tremor as a doomsday-like burst of rumbling rang out. The tree stumps down below were all instantly reduced to sawdust upon making contact with this halo of light, and the earth tremored violently as a huge crater with a radius of several hundred feet and a depth of around 10 feet was blasted into the ground. Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he hurriedly cast his gaze downward with blue light flashing through his eyes. There, the divine essence-fused mountain remained completely motionless, but the pair of fist projections beneath it had been eradicated. A pair of mundane-looking human hands were currently resisting the small mountain with all their might, preventing it from crashing directly downward. The owner of that pair of hands was none other than the elderly man. At this moment, his arms were slightly bent and his face was flushed in an unhealthy manner, but he truly had managed to keep the divine essence-fused mountain at bay with just his hands and his immense strength. Han Li was rather surprised to see this, but his body immediately swayed, following which he abruptly appeared on the summit of the small mountain before tapping it with the tips of his toes. Gray light immediately began to surge around the small black mountain, and it swelled drastically to 3,000 feet in size. The elderly man had been able to just barely hoist up the small mountain in its former state, and his expression changed drastically in the face of this sudden development. His feet began to sink into the ground, and soon, he had been buried up to his calves. This was an indication that the elderly man's strength alone wasn't enough to keep the mountain at bay, thereby forcing him to transfer some of the force into the ground beneath his feet. Han Li looked on expressionlessly as he stomped down onto the small mountain again. The divine essence-fused mountain was extraordinarily heavy to begin with, and with Han Li's assistance, the black mountain was able to crash down once again, completely crushing the elderly man beneath it amid a rumbling boom. However, Han Li only became wary upon seeing this. He was certainly not going to be deluded into thinking that a body integration stage being would be so easy to kill. Thus, he made a hand seal with one hand while his other pristine white palm pressed down toward the black mountain. Gray light flashed over the surface of the mountain, and it continued to expand at a dramatic rate. At the same time, a burst of 5 colored flames also surged forth from his fingers before spreading over the ground at the foot of the mountain. A layer of 5-colored ice was instantly formed, transforming the ground down below in a radius of several hundred feet into a frosty glacial land. At this point, the Black Mountain had already swelled to over 10,000 feet tall, making it comparable to a real mountain. Even so, Hanli still showed no signs of stopping. Spiritual light flashed from his body, and he shot forth toward one side as a streak of azure light before abruptly disappearing into thin air. Immediately thereafter, a burst of low buzzing suddenly rang out in the air around the Black Mountain. A series of small azure swords emerged before transforming into palm-sized azure lotus flowers amid a flash of azure light. These lotus flowers rotated on the spot, and countless lotus flower projections surfaced around them before gradually taking on a more substantial form. All of a sudden, lotus flowers had concealed the entire sky, and they formed a massive barrier of light to completely ensnare the elderly man within. Hanli had taken advantage of this brilliant opportunity to activate his Spring Dawn Sword formation. Right at this moment, a roar of fury erupted from beneath the mountain, following which a string of incantation chants rang out. Wisps of crimson light suddenly surfaced in the surrounding air. In the beginning, there were only around a dozen or so of these wisps of light, but as the incantations were recited more quickly, more and more wisps of red light began to appear. Moments later, virtually the entire sky had been stained red by the crimson light. At the same time, the temperatures in the surrounding area became extraordinarily high, hot enough to instantly reduce a mortal into human jerky. At this moment, the incantations ceased, and the wisps of crimson light all surged into the layer of 5-colored ice on the ground in a flash. Immediately thereafter, rumbling booms akin to loud thunderclaps rang out from underground. Moments later, pillars of crimson light that were each as thick as a large bowl broke through the layer of ice. The pillars of light only flashed a few times, and the layer of ice rapidly melted into nothingness. The nearby ground was also instantly dissolved into a crimson liquid by the red light. In just the span of a few breaths, a vast stretch of ground had been transformed into a massive lava pit. The Black Mountain slowly descended into the bubbling lava, and it didn't take long for most of the mountain to be completely submerged. As expected, it looks like this won't be enough to kill you. Hanli's indifferent voice abruptly rang out from all directions. Immediately thereafter, the Black Mountain shrank dramatically within the lava pit, reducing itself down to around a foot in size before surging back as a streak of white light. However, after it had traveled several tens of feet away from the lava, the elderly man's cold voice suddenly rang out. I just so happen to be missing an ornamental treasure in my cave abode. This one's not bad. As soon as his voice trailed off, a massive wave of lava over 100 feet tall erupted from the lava pit down below. Immediately thereafter, red light flashed, and the lava transformed into a massive crimson hand that caught the small Black Mountain in its grasp. Red light flashed from the huge hand as it attempted to drag the mountain back into the lava. However, even though Hanli had already withdrawn most of the divine essence-fused mountain's power, its extraordinary weight was not something that could be easily moved by the massive hand. Thus, the Black Mountain managed to hold its position in mid-air, even as the giant lava hand continued to exert pulling force toward it. However, at the same time, it was unable to fly toward the nearby azure light barrier as Hanli had intended. At this moment, Hanli let loose a cold harumph, and spatial fluctuations erupted around the massive crimson hand, immediately following which countless azure threads appeared out of thin air. The azure threads flashed around the massive hand like lightning, instantly slicing its fingers into countless segments. Thus, the miniature Black Mountain was freed, and it flew away as a streak of azure light again before disappearing into the azure light barrier after just a few flashes. The azure threads also abruptly disappeared as if they had never even appeared in the first place. You certainly do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you have the courage to face me in direct battle. The elderly man didn't seem to have been irked by this development, but his voice was quite heavy and grim. Almost at the exact same moment, the lava down below parted, and the elderly man slowly emerged from within. His body was flashing with red light, and he only stopped after rising up over 100 feet into the air. He wore a cautious look on his face as he swept his gaze around him. This is a sword formation. The elderly man's expression changed as he instantly identified the situation that he was in. However, in the instant that the elderly man revealed himself, The azure lotus flowers around him began to shimmer with brilliant light, following which countless lotus petals shot forth. As these flower petals flew through the air, they instantly transformed into azure blades of wind that surged toward the elderly man from all directions. The elderly man's expression darkened, and the red light emanating from his body abruptly swelled to form a crimson light barrier, then shielded himself within. A string of spluttering sounds rang out as the blades of wind disappeared into the red light like moths diving into a flame. However, in the next instant, they were all reduced to balls of fire that incinerated them into nothingness. This high-grade Jiao Qi being's fire attribute cultivation arts were clearly extremely powerful to be able to ignite and incinerate even attacks manifested from wind. However, seeing as the elderly man had already been trapped in his sword formation, that was certainly not going to be the extent of the attacks that Hanli had prepared for him. In the instant that the blades of wind were proven to be ineffective, brilliant azure light flashed high up in the air above, following which a series of massive azure logs that were as thick as a water tank came crashing down from above. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the logs were extremely dense and seemingly immensely heavy. However, the elderly man merely gave a cold chuckle as he swept a sleeve upward, sending the red light around his body hurtling toward the oncoming logs. After coming into contact with the red light, the massive azure logs were all quickly reduced to plumes of smoke and ashes. Save your energy, brat. If your sword formation were of some other attribute, perhaps you'd be able to cause some trouble for me. But pure wood attribute sword formations are completely ineffective against me. I can destroy this formation with ease. The elderly man suddenly let loose a loud cry as he abruptly made a hand seal. The red light around his body swayed, and pillars of crimson light suddenly shot forth in all directions, striking the azure light barrier in a flash. A scorching aura immediately permeated throughout the entire space that was enshrouded under the barrier of light. A triumphant look appeared on the elderly man's face. In his mind, his powerful fire attribute cultivation arts would be able to destroy this wood attribute sword formation with ease. After that, he could press his cultivation base advantage to kill this unexpectedly troublesome opponent. A string of dull thumps rang out, and just as the elderly man had expected, massive holes were punctured into the light barrier with ease. Just as the azure lotus flowers around him were about to dissipate, his surroundings suddenly blurred and the azure lotus flowers abruptly disappeared along with the light barrier. In the next instant, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place with massive trees that were several hundred feet tall all around him. An illusionary technique. Despite the elderly man's vast reserves of battle experience, he was truly astonished on this occasion. Illusionary techniques weren't all that uncommon in other formations and restrictions, but they were very rare in sword formations, which predominantly pursued maximal destructive power. At the very least, this was the first time that the elderly man had seen a sword formation with an accompanying illusionary technique. However, the elderly man quickly recomposed himself before making a hand seal, upon which red light flashed from his body, and a pillar of crimson flames rose directly up into the air. He then opened his mouth to expel a white talisman, and the talisman disappeared in a flash before forming a gust of white gale force winds that disappeared into the pillar of flames. Having been fanned by the fierce winds, the pillar of fire that was only around 10 feet in thickness originally rapidly swelled to over 100 feet thick, creating a very formidable sight to behold. The elderly man was situated at the very center of the pillar of flames, and he suddenly sat down with his legs crossed. At the same time, red light flashed above his head, and a massive projection of a sinister-looking beast that was entirely covered in crimson scales appeared. In the instant that the projection appeared, all of the world's origin chi in the nearby area was drawn to the elderly man at once. Pea-sized balls of five-colored light began to surface from the mountains, forests, and plants within a radius of several tens of kilometers. All of them surged toward the sword formation in a frenzy, as if they had been summoned there by something. Countless specks of light came raining down from above, only to instantly kept out by the streaks of azure sword chi that erupted from the sword formation. These specks of light exploded as they clashed with the sword chi to form clouds of five-colored mist. But there were simply far too many specks of light to contend with. Within moments, the mist that resulted from the explosion of these specks of light had become as viscous as liquid, thereby significantly slowing down the streaks of sword chi and making them a lot more sluggish. Almost at the exact same moment, the elderly man unleashed a massive pillar of fire that also began to wreak havoc within the sword formation. The countless massive logs raining down from above were reduced to smoke and ashes without being able to offer up any resistance. These logs were only projections, but they had manifested from the pure wood attribute spiritual power within the flying swords. Regardless of whether these logs were real or not, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such fierce fire attribute attacks. All of a sudden, the surroundings blurred around the elderly man, and he reappeared in the real world. Han Li was hidden within the sword formation, and his heart sank slightly upon seeing this. As expected of a body integration stage being, even when trapped within a sword formation, he was still able to draw upon so much of the world's origin chi to exert pressure on the sword formation. However, this was also due to the large disparity between their cultivation bases. Otherwise, if Han Li were also at the body integration stage, he would have been able to easily scatter the world's origin chi gathered toward the sword formation. After all, it was far easier to scattering the world's origin chi than to summon it. This was also why beings above the spatial tempering stage very rarely drew upon the world's origin chi to directly attack their opponents. Even if they were to attempt that, it would be quite an arduous process, and if the opponent were of a similar cultivation base, they could easily wrest control over some of the world's origin chi that had been summoned. Thus, the only scenarios during which the world's origin chi would be summoned during battle would be if someone wanted to unleash some kind of powerful ability, or they'd run out of magic power, thereby forcing them to explore alternative power sources. Under such circumstances, it would be best to have a helper who could unleash an ability or had mastered a certain cultivation art that could allow them to summon the world's origin chi. That would make the world's origin chi more difficult for others to plunder. However, this was, overall, an extremely inefficient and risky course of action to be taken during battle, and the elderly man was only able to do so with such reckless abandon due to the fact that Han Li's cultivation base was far inferior to his. Thus, Han Li was naturally quite frustrated by this development. However, Qing Yuanzi had been able to combat body integration stage beings at just the spatial tempering stage, so he'd naturally prepared a countermeasure against attacks from the world's origin chi. Han Li exhaled as he rapidly flicked his 10 fingers through the air, sending one incantation seal after surging into the sword formation in a frenzy. Due to the compression from the world's origin chi from the outside and the pillar flames from the inside, the azure light barrier was flashing erratically, and the streaks of sword chi that were embroiled within the dense 5-colored mist also disappeared in unison. Immediately thereafter, the barrier of light swelled and shrank, following which the azure lotus flowers within suddenly spread their petals before rotating on the spot in a frenzy. One shimmering azure vortex after another surfaced on the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The viscous mist of the world's origin chi were sucked into these vortexes at a rapid rate, and around a tenth of it was absorbed by the sword formation in the blink of an eye. Thus, the wavering sword formation instantly became very stable again. The elderly man within the sword formation was manipulating the pillar of flames to wreak havoc within the formation, and he naturally immediately sensed what was happening to the world's origin chi outside. His heart jolted with shock, having clearly not expected this sword formation to possess such a profound ability. If things were to continue like this, the world's origin chi that he'd gathered would only be working to fortify the sword formation. In a fit of shock and rage, the elderly man immediately let loose a loud cry, and the sword formation began to tremor as all of the world's origin chi gathered outside was dispersed by gusts of fierce winds amid a string of rumbling booms. Even so, with the world's origin chi that the sword formation had already absorbed, it had become far more robust and stable than before. Thus, the world's origin chi that he'd summoned had presented itself to his opponent on a silver platter. If word of this were to spread, he's become the laughing stock of all of his brethren. At the height of his fury, the elderly chuckled coldly as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Immediately thereafter, a streak of light shot forth from his head before forming a massive projection with a set of blurry facial features. Before Han Li had a chance to glean the true appearance of the projection, it surged toward the elderly man before disappearing into his body. The elderly man instantly threw his head back and let loose a long cry while his face took on a sinister and menacing appearance. His body also swelled to 60 to 70 feet tall, and the small red horn on his glabella had elongated to around half a foot in length, which crimson scales surfaced all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the elderly man had become a fearsome devilish creature. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he flipped both of his hands over at once. In one hand, a faint golden flag appeared, over which a cloud of fiery mist was swirling incessantly. Meanwhile, a strange blue pouch appeared in his other hand. Both of them were tossed into the air without any hesitation, following which the elderly man began to chant something in a language that was completely foreign to Han Li. The flag waved itself through the air, and bursts of faint golden flames erupted from it. At the same time, the pouch bulged before expelling a burst of blue winds. Simultaneously, the elderly man opened his mouth to blast forth a fiery cloud that was as crimson as blood. The three then combined with the pillar of flames that was wreaking havoc within the sword formation. Red, blue, and golden light intertwined in an instant before forming a three-colored pillar of light. An earth-shattering boom erupted within the sword formation, and Han Li knew that he couldn't stand by idly any longer. As such, he activated one powerful illusionary technique after another within the Spring Dawn sword formation. By everything that was manifested as part of those illusions were instantly destroyed by the three-colored pillar of light. The Spring Dawn sword formation was completely unable to withstand such an assault, and the azure light barrier immediately began to flash erratically once again. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Half of his astonishment naturally arose from the immense power of the three-colored pillar of light, but the other half could be attributed to the blue pouch that the elderly man had produced following his transformation. That treasure was extremely familiar to him. It seemed to be a spirit treasure known as the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch, and it was listed on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll. This spirit treasure was only a mid-range treasure among those on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, but it possessed a few incredible abilities that other treasures didn't possess, thereby earning it quite a reputation. Many years ago, the treasure had once belonged to a powerful being from the human race. However, that human later perished under unforeseen circumstances, and the spirit treasure disappeared as a result. In order to recover the treasure, many high-grade cultivators had searched through the human and demon territories, all to no avail. So how had it ended up in the hands of a Jiao Qi being on the Thunder Continent? This treasure was most definitely bad news for Han Li, and his mind raced for a way to counteract it. All of a sudden, a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. According to the legends, the Chaotic Heavenly Pouch definitely possessed far more powerful abilities than what was being displayed within the sword formation. Could it be that this was only a replica? Or perhaps he'd wrongly identified it when it was actually some other kind of similar treasure. Han Li was unable to verify which notion was correct, but this was not something that he could carefully ponder under his present circumstances. The sword formation was about to fall, and Han Li's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. The legends about Qing Yuanzi using this sword formation to combat body integration stage beings were most likely true. But this likely due to the fact that Qing Yuanzi had also mastered the final few layers of the Azure Essence sword art, thereby allowing him to unleash the full power of the sword formation. He also had a set of refined Azure Bamboo Cloudswarm sword, but the cultivation arts he was using weren't prepared for this sword formation, so he was unable to unleash the trump card abilities that the sword formation possessed. This was why the sword formation appeared to be so inept in the face of the elderly man's attacks. However, after absorbing so much of the world's origin Qi, there seemed to be a type of powerful ability that Han Li could just barely unleash with the sword formation. Han Li's eyes flashed as a thought occurred to him. This ability was indeed very powerful, but regardless of whether it proved to be effective or not, the sword formation itself would most likely instantly crumble following the event. However, Han Li had no choice but to give it a try under such circumstances. If the ability did indeed prove to be ineffective, then he'd have to use his 12 awakening transformations to engage his opponent in battle. In a worst-case scenario, he still had several types of talismans and his gold-devouring beetles as trump cards. Thus, Han Li remained quite calm throughout this battle against this early body integration stage being. In the next instant, Han Li began to chant something, and an incredible scene ensued within the sword formation. The azure light barrier in the air above suddenly blurred, following which a vine-like plant emerged before plunging into the light barrier. When it first appeared, it was only several inches in size, but it grew at a rapid rate that was discernible to the naked eye, swelling to several tens of feet in length in mere moments. The vine then immediately began to flower and bear fruit, forming a small green gourd right before the elderly man's astonished eyes. The gourd was only around the size of a human hand, and appeared to be completely mundane. However, in the next instant, the azure lotus flowers within the light barrier tremored in unison, and countless inch-long sword projections shot forth before disappearing into the gourd. Immediately thereafter, an azure sword insignia appeared on the surface of the gourd. The insignia was barely visible initially, but as vast amounts of five-colored light injected itself into the gourd along the vine, the insignia suddenly became extremely clear and began flashing with five-colored light. The elderly man didn't know what kind of ability this was, but he was naturally quite unsettled by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Thus, he instantly made a grabbing motion toward the gourd, and the pillar of three-colored light within the sword formation transformed into a massive three-colored hand before flying toward the gourd with devastating might. If the gourd were indeed only an ordinary gourd, then the fearsome three-colored hand wouldn't even have to come into contact with it before the entire vine would be reduced to nothingness. Right in this instant, Han Li suddenly uttered the word slash in an indifferent manner from his vantage point in the air above. The gourd rotated on the spot as light surged around it, following which a sword of light that was around a foot in length shot forth in a flash. The sword was flashing erratically with five-colored spiritual light, and runes of different sizes were hovering around it. In the instant that the light sword was blasted forth, both the gourd and the vine dissipated into specks of spiritual light. Meanwhile, the light sword swelled to around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye, then slashed soundlessly toward the oncoming three-colored hand, seemingly in a completely harmless manner. However, the three-colored hand was suddenly split in half without any premonition, then exploded amid a resounding boom. The giant sword then slowly changed directions and aimed itself at the elderly man, instantly drawing an alarmed expression onto his face. For some reason, a sense of peril welled up in the elderly man's spiritual sense at the sight of the seemingly ordinary five-colored light sword. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a shimmering red flying sword without any hesitation. The sword was around 3 feet in length, and it was as glittering and translucent as if it had been forged from crystal. The flying sword flashed through the air as a streak of azure light, hurtling directly toward that unsettling five-colored light sword. A cold harumph rang out in the air above, and the five-colored sword abruptly slashed through the air again. The streak of crimson light instantly shuddered before reverting back to its original form as a flying sword, then plummeting directly downward. The sword had shrunk down to only several inches in length, but a sizable chink had appeared on its blade. Even though it had been sliced in half by the light sword, it had clearly been severely damaged. In the instant that the flying sword was damaged, the elderly man's face paled slightly, indicating that he'd also sustained internal injuries as a result. However, after unleashing 2 attacks, the dazzling light emanating from the five-colored light sword had dimmed significantly, and many of the runes hovering around it had also vanished. A sinister look appeared on the elderly man's face. He let loose a long cry. The three-colored light that had just been sliced apart surged toward his body before forming a suit of antiquated three-colored armor. The suit of armor didn't appear to be of a wooden nor metallic material, and it covered his entire body from head to toe, leaving only a pair of holes for his eyes. From a distance, it appeared that he had transformed into an armor giant. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man raised both arms into the air, and three-colored light flashed as an antiquated giant sword appeared in his hand. The elderly man clenched both hands around the hilt of the sword before positioning it in front of his body, and an astonishing burst of baleful chi instantly erupted into the heavens. At the same time, the blue pouch and golden flag descended from above, revolving around the elderly as a streak of blue light and a streak of golden light, respectively. Han Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily as he looked on from his hiding spot within the light barrier. Only after borrowing the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation was he able to just barely unleash that ability, which had been named as the origin chi sword gourd by Qing Yuanzi. The ability manifested a gourd and used the sword chi from the 72 azure bamboo cloudswarm swords as a seed, then drew upon the world's origin chi to nurture a devastatingly powerful origin chi sword. The ability was extremely powerful, but it also required an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi to be unleashed. The 2 slashes that had just been unleashed had already expended close to half of the world's origin chi that had been absorbed by the sword formation. However, if the elderly man were led to believe that this was the extent of the origin chi sword's powers, then he was in for a nasty surprise. The power unleashed by the origin chi sword was completely dependent on how much of the world's origin chi was injected into the attack. Han Li was preparing to exhaust all of its remaining world's origin chi in the next attack. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he abruptly made a hand seal to spur the sword formation into action. Spiritual light instantly flashed from the azure light barrier, and the azure lotus flowers rotated on the spot before transforming into pillars of light that surged toward the giant light sword up above. Azure light flashed all over the entire heavens, and the azure light barrier thinned rapidly before completely vanishing. In the blink of eye, only the 72 small azure swords remained hovering in midair, and all of them had turned rather dull and lusterless. Without the sword formation as camouflage, Han Li had also appeared high up in the air above. After absorbing so much power, the light sword had swelled to around twice its original size, and the details of the sword had become far clearer than before. Even though it was still a 5-colored sword, the azure color was clearly far more pronounced than the other 4 colors. Slash! Han Li pointed a finger down at the elderly man as he issued a cold instruction. The giant light sword slowly rose up into the air before crashing down from above. The armored elderly man also let loose a loud cry at the same time, and he slashed his antiquated giant sword through the air in retaliation. A thin thread of crystalline light and a thick streak of 3-colored sword chi approached one another amid an ear-splitting screech, but everything abruptly fell silent in the instant that the two came into contact with one another. Immediately thereafter, the crystalline light flashed past the 3-colored sword chi, and the latter vanished following a dull thump. The elderly man immediately raised his giant sword to defend himself upon seeing this. A crisp clang rang out, and the elderly man remained completely motionless. However, in the next instant, a burst of azure light suddenly flashed from the giant sword, following which half of it silently crashed downward. After the giant sword had been sliced in half, the small golden flag appeared. The flag shuddered before radiating a ball of piercing golden light, then also plummeting from the sky above in 2 halves. Meanwhile, the chaotic heavenly pouch remained completely unscathed. The armor-clad elderly man looked up into the sky in an expressionless manner. The 3-colored suit of armor he was wearing was also completely unscathed, with not even a single scratch to be seen on its surface. Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing this, and he also looked back at his opponent with a cold expression. At the same time, an item fell soundlessly into his hand, which was hidden up his sleeve. "Does this attack have a name?" The elderly man's voice rang out from within the suit of armor, and the question caught Han Li off guard a little. "Of course. I'm sure taking on my origin chi sword wasn't a pleasant experience for you," Han Li replied as a peculiar look appeared on his face. It was indeed quite powerful, even I was unable to completely withstand it," the elderly man harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice trailed off, a thin azure line suddenly appeared on his suit of armor. Immediately thereafter, an incision that was as smooth as a mirror's surface appeared on the seamless suit of armor, and that section of the armor crashed heavily onto the ground. Alongside the severed section of the suit of armor, one of the elderly man's huge arms had also been dismembered, and the overpowering odor of blood wafted through the air from his shoulder. However, the elderly man merely glanced at his severed arm, and it flew back of its own accord before reattaching itself to his shoulder amid a flash of white light. Immediately thereafter, he circulated his magic power within his body and made a hand seal, following which the dazzling red light appeared once again, instantly elevating the surrounding temperatures by an astonishing degree. Han Li looked down at his opponent through narrowed eyes, and he didn't attack right away. Instead, a derisive sneer appeared on his face as he scoffed. "Do you really think it's that easy to recover from a wound inflicted by my origin chi sword?" What are you trying to say? The elderly man's heart jolted with shock as he cast his gaze toward his wounded arm again, upon which a dark expression instantly appeared on his face. Blood was gushing down his reattached arm again, even though he was sure that it had been completely healed just a moment ago. Hee. As soon as you try to use your magic power, the wound will open up again. That's the true horror of the Origin Chi sword. Would you like to fight me without any magic power from here onward, or keep fighting me until your blood runs dry? Han Li chuckled as he abruptly swept a sleeve through the air. A loud buzzing sound instantly erupted as several tens of golden flowers flew forth from his sleeve. As soon as they emerged from his sleeve, they immediately turned into massive, sinister-looking beetles that were around half a foot in size each. The elderly man had been extremely shocked and enraged by Han Li's words, but he managed to maintain an expressionless facade. However, that facade instantly crumbled at the sight of the golden beetles. Gold-devouring beetles. You have mature gold-devouring beetles? A hint of fear appeared in the elderly man's eyes for the very first time. However, Han Li didn't even bother to give a reply as he made a hand seal, following which all of the gold-devouring beetles rapidly surged toward the elderly man. In the same instant, brilliant golden light erupted from his body as golden scales surfaced over his skin. Black light then flashed from his glabella and an inky black demonic eye was revealed. At the same time, a golden halo abruptly appeared behind him, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared within the halo. A loud thunderclap erupted from his body and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared, following which he flipped a hand over and the divine essence-fused mountain emerged again amid a flash of gray light. Meanwhile, he waved a hand toward the azure bamboo cloudswarm swords in the surrounding area, and all of them converged to form a giant azure sword that was around 10 feet in length, which then landed in his grasp. After doing all that, Han Li stepped forward with a cold expression on his face, covering a distance of over 100 feet with a single step as he strode directly toward the elderly man down below. The elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. He looked down at his arm, which had ceased bleeding again after he'd unleashed a regenerative ability, then glanced at the several tens of massive golden beetles that were flying toward him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and suddenly opened his mouth to produce a purple talisman. The talisman exploded with a dull thump, and a cloud of purple mist permeated through the air before completely obscuring the elderly man's body within. Han Li faltered in mid-air upon witnessing this familiar scene, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, the gold-devouring beetles continued onward with single-minded ferocity, and they were submerged into the purple mist in the blink of an eye. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve toward the purple mist, dispersing it with a gust of fierce white winds, but sure enough, there was no longer anything within the mist. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he rapidly swept his gaze toward the ground down below, and he suddenly let loose a clear cry. Moments later, golden light flashed from the ground, and several tens of gold-devouring beetles emerged from the soil before disappearing up his sleeve. Even though he'd only used the beetles for a short while, Han Li could sense that close to half of his spiritual sense had been expended. Thankfully, his spiritual sense had become far more powerful after progressing to the spatial tempering stage. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dared to release so many gold-devouring beetles at once. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, he was able to ascertain that the elderly man had already fled to close to 10 kilometers away as a purple shadow underground, seemingly having truly been frightened away by Han Li's powers. Han Li looked on at the fleeing purple shadow and made no effort to give chase. Even if he wanted to chase down his opponent, the elderly man's earth movement technique granted him superior speed to Han Li anyway. Furthermore, Han Li was also aware of the fact that his opponent had essentially only been frightened away by a bluff. He had been struck by the Origin Chi sword, resulting in profuse bleeding whenever he tried to use his magic power, which was obviously quite unsettling. On top of that, the vastly renowned gold-devouring beetles coupled with his immense display of power further chipped away at his opponent's confidence in winning this battle, thereby leading to him fleeing the scene. In reality, if the elderly man were to use his movement techniques to stall for time, the effect of the Origin Chi sword would soon wear off, and Han Li wouldn't be able to continue using his gold-devouring beetles for much longer, either. In that case, the winner of the battle would still be a mystery. This was why Han Li had decided against hunting down his fleeing opponent. Furthermore, even though he was quite far away from Green Light City already, Zhao Qi race reinforcements could still arrive at any moment. This was also why he'd unleashed that final Origin Qi sword strike even at the expense of his sword formation. Compared to the threat posed by the elderly man, he was more wary of Zhao Qi race reinforcements. The elderly man disappeared into the distance while Han Li stowed away his treasures without any hesitation, then also departed as an azure thread. However, he was naturally flying away in a different direction and he quickly also disappeared from view. Thus, the forest that had been plunged into disarray became a peaceful place once again. However, only about 15 minutes later, spiritual light flashed in the sky, and 2 streaks of light rapidly hurtled forth from Green Light City. After just a few flashes, they arrived in the air above the forest, following which the light receded to reveal a pair of humanoid figures. One of them was the elderly man who had just fled the scene, and he had reverted back to his original form. His companion was none other than the other body integration stage being among their ranks, the silver-robed middle-aged man. He really has already left. At that person's speed, he must be close to 100,000 kilometers away now, the elderly man said with a frustrated expression as he appraised the ruined forest down below. Of course he's already left, only an insane person would continue to remain here. He must already be too far away for the profound heaven-shifting disc to be effective. Besides, we've already used it once today, and we'll have to wait at least 3 days before we can use it again. I'm rather curious. Just how was a mere spatial tempering stage being able to harm you, brother, too? The middle-aged man asked in a contemplative manner as he looked down at the massive crater on the ground below. An awkward look appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this, but that was quickly replaced by a furious expression as he glanced at his own shoulder. I was too complacent and became trapped in that man's sword formation. The sword formation was extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. On top of that, he possessed a few other powerful abilities and treasures as well, so I had no choice but to retreat. Oh, by the way, he also possesses a few dozens of mature gold-devouring beetles. What? Gold-devouring beetles? The middle-aged had remained quite composed initially, but his expression changed drastically at the mention of these beetles. If it weren't for those beetles, I wouldn't have fled the battle, the elderly man said with a bitter and resentful expression. If he possesses a few dozens of those beetles, then even true holy race beings would be wary of this man in battle. However, if it's less than 100, then top-grade wood or stone treasures should still be able to temporarily trap them. The middle-aged man finally managed to recompose himself after a while. If he had more than 100 mature gold-devouring beetles, then I would have urged you to flee this place right away. How would I dare to bring you back to this place? The elderly man chuckled with a wry smile on his face. In the face of a swarm of thousands of mature gold-devouring beetles, even holy race beings would be killed for sure. I've heard that a swarm of mature gold-devouring beetles that numbered in the tens of thousands once appeared on the Thunder Continent, and the 3 or 4 minor races nearby were all eradicated by the swarm of beetles with ease. At the time, a super race used the profound heavenly treasure, the heaven-vanquishing hammer, to smash open a spatial rift and funnel all of these spirit insects into a space outside the spirit realm. Otherwise, they would have wreaked even more havoc on the continent. The middle-aged man mused. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to the middle-aged, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "But then again, nurturing gold-devouring beetles is extremely difficult. It's one of the most troublesome types of spirit insects to breed, and many people have expended a vast amount of effort to nurture them without any success. I wonder what power that man hails from to be able to bring out a few dozens of those beetles at once. Could he be a member of the 13 heavenly cloud races?" The elderly man contemplated the notion for a moment before shaking his head. No. The treasures I was carrying exhibited no reaction toward him, and I was unable to pinpoint what kind of being he was from his physical appearance, either. In that case, things will be a little troublesome for us. If he's carrying a jade box with him, then it'll be very difficult for us to recover it, the middle-aged man said with furrowed brows. How many boxes did you recover, fellow Taoist Ning? The elderly man asked. I managed to secure 2 boxes. That myriad ancient being was quite sly and cunning. He tried to threaten me with the destruction of the box in an attempt to get away. Thankfully, my blood-melting technique is quite proficient in sneak attacks, so I was able to catch him off guard and kill him on the spot. The middle-aged man flipped a hand over as he spoke, and 2 identical boxes appeared in his grasp, both of which had restriction talismans plastered onto their surfaces. It turned out that the big-headed being still had 2 jade boxes left even after giving out 1 each to Han Li's trio. The elderly man nodded as he rustled his sleeve to summon a jade box as well. It was none other than the one that he'd obtained from the green-skinned being. In that case, we have 3 boxes. How many boxes did Hong Yin report that the myriad ancient being was in possession of? Perhaps the elderly man had truly forgotten, or he was simply asking for confirmation. In any case, he turned to his companion and raised the question with an inquisitive look on his face. 5 or 6. The information he sent back to us wasn't very accurate either, the middle-aged man replied after a brief hesitation. 5 or 6. What a troublesome number. That means that man is carrying at least 2 jade boxes with him. The elderly man sighed. I'm afraid so. On top of that, he appears to be quite powerful, so Hong Yin must have fallen by his hands. We can't allow him to get away with this. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. But he's completely disappeared now. How are we going to find him again? The elderly man asked. We obviously won't be able to do that on our own. But don't forget that most of the cities in this area are under our race's control. We can contact the closest few cities using our myriad distance talismans and request assistance from them to hunt down that man. The people deployed to search for him don't have to be very powerful either. All they have to do is to startle him into showing himself, and we'll immediately get to him using a teleportation formation, the middle-aged man suggested. That's certainly worth a try. The elderly man didn't have high hopes for the proposed course of action, but he couldn't think of any better alternatives, so he still nodded in agreement in the end. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man rustled a sleeve, and a green rock tablet appeared in his hand. He then quickly inscribed something on the tablet with his finger, leaving lines of faint golden text on its surface. Moments later, the elderly man had finished writing his message, and he laid a hand over the tablet, upon which the lines of text instantly disappeared amid a flash of light. Let's return to the battle arc first. That myriad ancient being set up a self-detonating formation in the city, but our detection treasures managed to discover the formation, and someone has since disabled it. However, there are still many other things to be taken care of. We'll be busy for quite a while to come, the middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Looks like we have no choice. The elderly man naturally had no objections, and the 2 of them returned the way they'd come as 2 streaks of light, quickly disappearing into the distance. Han Li fled for around 500,000 kilometers, and only after he was sure that no Jiao Qi beings could possibly chase him down did he decelerate to his normal speed. After just a prolonged period of high-speed flight, even Han Li was feeling a little worse for wear. Thus, he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and a pair of green stones immediately appeared in his grasp. These were 2 top-grade wood attribute spirit stones. Spirit stones of this caliber were quite rare, but in his current perilous situation, Han Li couldn't afford to be stingy, so he immediately began to absorb the spiritual power within the spirit stones as he held on in each hand. Thankfully, the surrounding area was extremely bleak and desolate. Han Li picked a mountain at random to descending onto, then sat with his legs crossed beneath a large yet extremely obscure tree to begin recovering his magic power. The Spring Dawn Sword formation was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but it also expended a huge amount of magic power to unleash. In particular, that final strike from the Origin Chi sword had been extremely draining. Thus, Han Li sat on the summit of the mountain beneath the large tree, and no one else passed through the area. After about half a day had passed, Han Li had recovered most of his magic power. He reopened his eyes with an elated expression on his face, and displayed no intention of staying here any longer. Thus, he stowed away the spirit stone and hurtled into the air as a streak of azure light again. After flying for over 1,000 feet, the streak of green light suddenly became very blurry and barely visible. Within the azure light, Han Li pulled out a jade slip. This was none other than the map of the surrounding area that Han Li had obtained from Xianxia prior to teleporting to Green Light Island. Even though the Flame Coral Islands had been out of contact with the Thunder Continent for thousands of years, most of the things on the map should have remained the same. Thus, Han Li's spiritual sense seeped into the Jade Slip as he began to search for a suitable route from here onward. He didn't know how much control the Jiao Qi race had over this area, but he definitely wasn't going to visit the few nearby cities. Instead, he was planning to skirt around all of these cities and head toward the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, Golden Armor City. It was said that this city was situated in an extremely important location, so not only was it the largest city that belonged to the 13 heavenly cloud races in this area, it was also guarded by a large number of elite forces from the 13 races. At the same time, there were also many high-grade beings defending the city. If he weren't mistaken, the Jiao Qi race was most likely planning to eradicate all of the nearby cities first before attacking Golden Armor City. With that in mind, Han Li looked up at the suns in the sky to recalibrate himself, then flew toward the direction that he'd decided on. As Han Li was intentionally trying to skirt around the nearby cities, he was choosing to fly over extremely barren and desolate areas, and during the first few days of his journey he encountered no difficulties whatsoever. He only saw the occasional cultivator hurriedly passing through the area from afar, heading toward the few nearby cities. Han Li could only shake his head with a forlorn look upon seeing this, but made no effort to warn them against traveling to their destinations. All of these people had extremely low cultivation bases around the foundation establishment stage and core formation stage. In the face of the sudden attack that the Jiao Qi race had launched against the area, they naturally pinned their hopes on traveling to cities in order to escape the area using their teleportation formations or to seek protection from the high-grade beings in those cities. After flying on his own for over 10 days, Han Li finally encountered a group of armored Jiao Qi race warriors. There weren't all that many of them, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was riding a snowy white twin-headed falcon steed. The most powerful being among them was a nascent soul cultivator, while the others all possessed core formation stage cultivation bases. Han Li's heart immediately sank upon seeing these armored warriors. If he recalled correctly, there were no cities nearby, so why had these Jiao Qi beings appeared in such a secluded place? Han Li was quite bewildered by this development, but he wasn't very alarmed as these beings were nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to him anyway. However, even though he was capable of killing these armored warriors with ease, he concealed himself instead and only revealed himself again after they'd departed. He looked on at the group of armored warriors in the distance with a dark expression on his face before continuing on his way. However, after encountering the first group of Jiao Qi race armored warriors, he went on to encounter a second group, a third group, a fourth group. The regularity at which Han Li was encountering these groups was gradually on the rise. Their vast cultivation-based disparities ensured that Han Li could conceal himself from them with ease, but he was still struck by a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this entire area was under the control of the Jiao Qi race? Just as Han Li was starting to become alerted to his situation, the Jiao Qi race conquered a city that was several times larger than Green Light City. Within the city, there were 3 high-grade Jiao Qi beings situated within a palace, conversing with one another about this matter. A red-haired woman and a thin and shriveled elderly man stood on either side of a golden chair in the hall, while a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s sat on the chair. The woman had a set of beautiful facial features, but there was a faint metallic silver hue to her skin. On top of that, she had a pair of purplish golden eyes, and if one were to look into those eyes, they'd be struck by a piercing pain in their own eyes. The woman had a small horn that was several inches long growing from her glabella, and it was glittering and translucent like an intricate artistic masterpiece. Both the elderly man and the red-haired woman were spatial tempering stage beings, yet they were appraising the young woman with extremely respectful expressions on their faces. "Has there still been no sign of him?" the young woman suddenly asked. Her voice was quite pleasing to the ear, but her expression was quite cold. "I'm afraid not, Lady Yin. Our scouts have yet to return with any useful information. Perhaps he found an obscure location to hide in? In that case, it would be quite difficult to find him." The elderly man replied in a respectful manner. "It's very unlikely that he's hidden himself somewhere. He already knows that we're attacking this area, so he must be well aware of the fact that if we were to seize complete control over this area, he'll be dead no matter how powerful he is. I also didn't think that we'd encounter such a big fish so early on in our campaign. If we could capture that man alive, it would be quite the accolade, the woman said with furrowed brows. We're aware of just how important that man is to the 13 heavenly cloud races, so we definitely won't allow him to escape from this place. We've already sent out a large number of scouts to scour through this entire area, as well as 2 groups of powerful beings that are constantly at the ready. As soon as we receive news of his location, those 2 groups will teleport over right away. Teleportation of that kind is restricted to within a certain distance and will require a huge price to be paid, but I'm sure it'll be worth it to capture that man. The red-haired woman chimed in a respectful manner. All right, I'll leave it to you 2 then. By the way, wasn't Envoy 2 requesting our assistance to capture someone a few days ago? The woman suddenly asked. Yes, Master 2 and the others did indeed distribute a portrait to all of the nearby cities, asking them to keep an eye out for a certain man. Apparently, they're searching for an upper-race 7th-tier being who's carrying something important in the context of the mission. The elderly man replied after a brief hesitation. Humph, they really are useless. Even with such a huge cultivation base advantage, they still let a mere upper-race being get away. If it weren't for the fact that it was already a part of the plan to put this area into complete lockdown, we wouldn't even pay any heed to such a ridiculous request. The woman scoffed as a derisive look flashed through her eyes. Neither the elderly man nor the red-haired woman dared to say anything in response. Speaking on this matter, though, I'm rather curious about just what the elders sent those out to obtain. They even asked me to loan them one of only 2 fortress-level battle arcs in my possession. As a result of that setback, we had to change our plans, and we still haven't taken over this area even now. The young woman chuckled coldly, seemingly very displeased with the current arrangement. Lady Een, the panel of elders ordered us to loan them the battle arc, so we can't go against those orders. Seeing as the panel of elders is holding the mission in such high regard, it's safe to assume that the items they've been deployed to secure must be extremely important for our race. Thankfully, the elders deployed a new group of battle puppets to us, and those will be enough for us to completely control this area. At present, there are only 2 cities left in this area that haven't been conquered by our forces. The red-haired woman replied in a cautious manner. Those puppets are relatively useful in large-scale battles, but they're useless for patrol and tracking purposes. Most of our forces have been deployed to lock down this area, and the remaining 2 cities both have powerful defenses, so we still haven't been able to conquer them. It looks like we can't afford to keep stalling like this. We have to wrest complete control over this area before the rest of our army arrives. I have no choice but to make a trip in person. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the panel of elders. The woman mused as a cold light flashed through her eyes. The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before a fawning smile appeared on his face. If Lady Een gets involved, then we'd be able to conquer the remaining 2 cities with ease. Then it's decided. Once everything has been taken care of here, we'll set off on the battle arc tomorrow. The young woman instructed. Yes. The red-haired woman and the elderly man hurriedly bowed in unison. Half a month later, Han Li was situated under a certain lush tree at the foot of a small mountain. He wore a thin black veil that completely concealed his aura, yet he wore a grim expression as he looked up into the sky. Not far above him, there were 2 identical silver islands hovering in midair. These 2 silver islands were extremely similar in appearance to the one that had appeared over Green Light City, except it was only several thousand feet in size. Even so, the 2 smaller battle arcs were still surrounded by a vast horde of silver-armored warriors and twin-headed giant falcons. The Jiao Qi race had deployed such heavy forces only to bring down a foreign being whom they'd already surrounded. This was a man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with grayish-white hair and a set of peculiar facial features. He had his hands clasped behind his back and was standing atop a flying arc in a stationary manner. There was also a beastly puppet on either side of him. One of them possessed the body of a horse yet the head of a WIRM, and it was several tens of feet in size, radiating shimmering azure light. The other puppet was a strange lion with 7 heads, one of which was larger than the other 6. It had an extremely fierce appearance and was over 200 feet in size. Even at first glance, one could tell that these 2 puppets were quite powerful. The wariness being exercised by the nearby Jiao Qi beings also seemed to further vindicate this notion. Han Li looked on with intrigue at the confrontation that ensued. Back when he had first discovered so many Jiao Qi beings and the pair of battle arcs in this place, he had been given quite a fright. However, he then immediately discovered that there were no beings of the spatial tempering stage or above among the Jiao Qi beings, and they'd all surrounded a foreign being. Thus, his curiosity had been piqued, and he snuck over to a nearby area to survey the situation. Han Li was able to immediately identify the foreign being's cultivation base. He was only deity transformation stage being. However, the auras being emitted by the two puppets on either side of him indicated that they were equivalent in power to spatial tempering stage beings. Furthermore, one of them was at the mid-spatial tempering stage, while the other was at the late spatial tempering stage. The might of the two puppets was naturally quite astonishing to Han Li. However, what was even more confusing to him was why this foreign being didn't simply deploy his powerful puppets to kill these Jiao Qi beings and giant falcons. Why were they seemingly caught in a stalemate instead? There was indeed a large number of those giant falcons and armored warriors, but the most powerful beings among them were only a few deity transformation stage leaders. The only potential cause for concern was the two silver battle arcs, as it was unknown what abilities they possessed. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, the surrounded foreign being up above glanced at the Jiao Qi beings around him before suddenly making a hand seal, and the two puppets finally sprang into action. The WIRM-headed horse puppet abruptly spared open its wings, and they transformed into a pair of massive blades that shot forth through the air amid a flash of azure light. In the next instant, the azure light swept into the surrounding area, and a dozen or so giant falcons and armored warriors were instantly sliced in half. Meanwhile, the lion puppet opened all 7 of its mouths at once, and countless fireballs erupted from within, forming a sea of flames in the blink of an eye that inundated all of the enemies in another direction. The surrounding armored warriors were initially quite alarmed by this sudden development, but under the commands of the deity transformation stage leaders, all of them raised their blades and unleashed countless attacks toward the two puppets. At the same time, all of the giant falcons also rose up into the air before also pouncing toward the puppets. All of a sudden, explosive boom and sharp screeches rang out incessantly as an intense battle ensued. The result of the clash was much the same as Han Li had expected. As soon as the two spatial tempering stage puppets sprang into action, the armored warriors and giant falcons were completely no match. They were either sliced into several segments or plummeted from the sky amid howls of anguish, with raging flames incinerating their bodies. However, the Jiao Qi beings seemed to have anticipated that this would happen in advance, so they weren't all that unsettled. Instead, many of the armored warriors suddenly patted something on their waists, and swathes of 5-colored light were sent surging toward the long-haired foreign being. Before they had even gotten close to the foreign being, the 5-colored light transformed into a series of large nets that hurtled toward him. It appeared that the Jiao Qi beings were trying to capture the foreign being alive. Han Li was quite surprised to see this. Right at this moment, the foreign being let loose a cold harumph before suddenly stomping down on the flying arc underfoot. The arc immediately flashed with yellow light, following which a dense yellow light barrier appeared. The foreign being then made a hand seal, and a layer of white lightning arcs instantly surfaced over the light barrier. As soon as those large nets descended, they were blasted into balls of spiritual light by the flashing arcs of lightning. Before the armored warriors had a chance to employ any other tactics, the long-haired foreign being flipped both of his hands over to summon a pair of shimmering golden treasures that resembled round shields, then tossed them up into the air. The two treasures shot forth amid a loud whistling sound, and all of the surrounding armored beings appraised the pair of treasures with alarm and wariness in their eyes. However, the two golden treasures merely circled around in the air before whizzing back to the foreign being, much to the bemusement of all of the surrounding Jiao Qi beings. Following a dull thump, the two shields crashed into the foreign being's body, upon which both of them began to emit a ball of piercing golden light. Immediately thereafter, the foreign being completely disappeared, but a large golden ball with a diameter of around 10 feet had appeared in his place. The ball was shimmering with golden light, looking as if it had been constructed from pure gold. Furthermore, there were all types of runes carved all over its surface, striking the onlooker with a sense of mystery and intrigue. A string of peculiar screeching sounds rang out from the golden ball, following which countless sharp blades that were each around a foot in length appeared all over its surface. The ball then hurtled into HT crowd, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The sharp blades on the surface of the golden ball didn't look to be anything special, but all of the armored warriors that came into contact with them were sliced into several pieces without being able to offer up any resistance. All of the attacks that were launched toward the golden ball were also repelled by its high rotational speed. In the blink of an eye, the golden ball had joined the horse puppet as they flew toward the same direction together. As for the seven-headed lion puppet, it was following close behind them with fireballs continuing to surge relentlessly out of its mouths. Most of the fireballs were aimed up at the giant falcons that were flying at higher altitudes, thereby preventing them from attempting to swoop down from above. The three combined to form a lethal trio. Close to 100 armored warriors and giant falcons were slain in an instant, and the trio was just about to escape. All of a sudden, one of the deity transformation stage Xianxia beings let loose a loud cry, and the armored warriors around the foreign being and his puppets suddenly backed away, retreating in all directions. The twin-headed giant falcons up above also dispersed, thereby creating a large area of empty space around the golden ball and the two puppets, with a radius of close to 1,000 feet. The foreign being within the golden ball faltered upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the two battle arcs in the sky finally sprang into action. The hundreds of crystalline pillars on the undersides of the battle arcs lit up in unison, following which white pillars of light came raining down from above. The white light completely encompassed the area of open space that had just appeared, and a string of deafening explosions rang out in rapid succession. The golden ball and both of the puppets were instantly inundated by this white light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the armored warriors and giant falcons surrounded their target once again, reorganizing their formation during this period of respite. The attacks from the two battle arcs quickly subsided, and the white light gradually faded. Hanli narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze up above to discover that a shimmering blue giant umbrella with a radius of over 100 feet had appeared. Beneath the giant umbrella, the upper half of the foreign being's body was protruding out of the massive golden ball, and his brows were tightly furrowed in a concerned expression as he quickly assessed his surroundings. Meanwhile, his two puppets had also remained completely unscathed. On this occasion, the foreign being didn't seem to want to delay any further. He let loose a low cry before raising a hand and waving it up into the air. The giant umbrella above him immediately shrank at a rapid rate amid a flash of spiritual light, dwindling down to several inches in size before landing in his grasp. He then twisted around and his upper body disappeared back into the golden ball. At the same time, the two puppets flew through the air again, and another fierce battle ensued. This battle was quite similar to the last one. The armored warriors and giant falcons were still no match for their opponents, and within moments, almost half of them had perished. Just as the foreign being was about to escape again, the lion puppet suddenly ceased its fireball output. Red light flashed from its body several times in quick succession, following which all 7 of its heads drooped, and it fell completely stationary on the spot. The armored warriors nearby initially faltered upon seeing this before being greatly spurred on by this development. A few of them instantly raised their hands, and 5-colored lights surged through the air, forming several large nets that completely ensnared the lion puppet. The armored warriors dragged the nets toward them, and the lion puppet was forcibly captured. Without the fireball output from the lion puppet, the giant falcons up above no longer had any qualms as they flapped their wings violently and swooped down at an alarming rate. Large blades of wind came hurtling down from above, and as they struck the golden ball, the golden light emanating from its surface tremored and its rotational speed was hampered drastically. Thus, the foreign being was surrounded again, and he was in a far worse situation than before. To further compound his woes, the horse puppet also ceased to function for some reason a short while later, and it was also captured by the Xianxia beings. Thus, the golden ball was the only target left, and despite its astonishing defensive prowess, it was struggling to hold on in the face of all of the attacks being thrown at it. Hanli heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this. The foreign being was able to manipulate these puppets that were far more powerful than himself and last so long against such a vast number of opponents, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary being. However, under the current circumstances, It appeared that it would only be a matter of time before he was captured. He didn't know why the Jiaoqi beings seemed to be intent on capturing the foreign being alive, but there was no need to expose himself and draw potential trouble. Thus, he turned away and prepared to leave. However, right at this moment, the foreign being's voice suddenly rang out from within the golden ball. "Senior, I am Jia Tianmu of the Myriad Ancient Race. If you can help me escape, I'm willing to reward you with Ascension puppet once we return to the Myriad Ancient Race." The foreign being hadn't employed any voice transmission techniques. Instead, he'd injected some of his spiritual power into his voice, making it clearly audible to everyone within a radius of several kilometers. Han Li initially faltered upon hearing this before being struck by the urge to cuss out loud. He didn't know how the foreign being had been able to detect his presence, but he definitely didn't have any good intentions by exposing him like this. As expected, one of the leaders of the Jiaoqi beings instantly waved a hand upon hearing this, and a few armored warriors as well as a dozen or so giant falcons were instantly deployed toward the small mountain where Han Li was hiding. These beings were somehow able to ascertain his rough location, but they were clearly unable to pinpoint exactly where he was, as evidenced by the fact that they were flying around the small mountain in a rather confused manner. Han Li's lips twitched, but he wasn't fearful of this development in the slightest. These Jiaoqi beings and giant falcons were far too weak to pose any threat to him, so the only potentially troublesome opponents would be those two battle arcs. Even so, he was naturally enraged by the fact that the foreign being had forcibly exposed him like this. Thus, a cold look appeared on his face as he swept a sleeve through the air, and several tens-of-inch-long flying swords shot forth from within. These flying swords then transformed into azure threads before disappearing into space in a flash. In the next instant, several azure threads appeared close to the Jiaoqi beings and giant falcons up above. Following a flash of azure light, all of those beings were sliced into several segments, and their dismembered remains came crashing down amid a rain of blood. Immediately thereafter, Han Li appeared beneath the large tree that he'd been hiding under, and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of wings emerged on his back. He flapped those wings and disappeared on the spot amid a gentle breeze. In the next instant, a thunderclap rang out right at the center of the Jiaoqi beings, and Han Li reappeared amid a flash of azure and white lightning. He made a hand seal, and 72 azure threads erupted from all parts of his body. These azure threads then blurred before multiplying at a rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, azure light was flashing throughout the entire sky, and howls of anguish rang out in quick succession as all of the armored warriors and giant falcons in the area were felled in just the span of a few breaths. No one was able to withstand Han Li's sword threads. Within mere moments, all of the enemies around Han Li had been slain. Only then did the surrounding Jiaoqi beings return to their senses, and all of them reflexively retreated even further with alarmed expressions on their faces. However, Han Li had no intention of stopping here. He swept a sleeve through the air, and two black shadows instantly shot forth from within. Golden and black lights flashed, following which a small leopard-like beast and a small black monkey that was around a foot tall appeared. "Kill them all. Don't let anyone leave alive," Han Li commanded with a cold expression on his face. As soon as Han Li finished issuing that command, the leopard-like beast swayed to conjure up a dozen or so identical projections, all of which instantly rushed into the crowd. Meanwhile, black light flashed from the small monkey's body, and it swelled to several tens of times its original size, transforming into a massive black ape that was over 200 feet tall. The ape thumped its chest while letting loose a cold harumph, upon which a swath of yellow light swept forth from within its large nostrils. All of the twin-headed falcons that were struck by this yellow light plummeted from the sky as if they were inebriated. The giant ape swung its fists violently up above, smashing the giant falcons into mincemeat as if they were nothing more than pesky insects. As for Han Li, he was unleashing his flying swords on the surrounding enemies once again. With each and every flash of an azure thread, at least one armored warrior or giant falcon was slain without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the armored warriors and giant falcons had been slain by Han Li and his two spirit beasts. Soon, there were less than 100 armored warriors that remained, and fearful expressions had finally appeared on their faces. One of the deity transformation stage leaders issued a loud command, and all of them dispersed before fleeing for their lives toward the two battle arcs up above. Hanli immediately rose up into the air in hot pursuit without any hesitation, and azure threads continued to harvest more lives as they flashed through the air. All of a sudden, a resounding boom erupted overhead, and Hanli's heart stirred as he hurriedly looked up. At this moment, brilliant light began to radiate from the crystalline pillars on the undersides of the two silver battle arcs, following which over 100 pillars of light came raining down without any regard for the Jiao Qi beings nearby. Hanli harumphed coldly as he flapped his wings, and he disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, all of the pillars of light struck nothing but empty air. In the next instant, Hanli reappeared above one of the battle arcs before making a grabbing motion downward in an expressionless manner. An inky black palm extended itself out of his sleeve, then pressed down in a seemingly gentle manner. Gray light flashed, and a miniature black mountain emerged from his palm. The mountain then swelled drastically to over 10,000 feet in size before crashing down toward the battle arc with devastating might. The divine essence-fused mountain had become even more gigantic than the battle arc, and it instantly cast a colossal shadow over the entire battle arc. The Jiao Qi beings within the battle arc were stunned to see this, and they hurriedly spurred on the battle arc to try and evade the attack, but it was already far too late. The underside of the giant mountain crashed into the battle arc amid a resounding boom, and despite the fact that the mountain was repelled slightly by the force of the collision, most of the battle arc surface had caved in significantly. At the same time, it was rammed down above, crashing heavily onto the ground below. Close to half of the entire arc had sunk into the ground, and it was quite clear that it wouldn't be doing any more flying anytime soon. However, a hint of surprise appeared in Hanli's eyes upon seeing this. The fact that the battle arc hadn't been completely destroyed by the divine essence-fused mountain indicated that the materials used to construct it were most likely not inferior to normal treasures. Constructing such a massive battle arc would require the expenditure of a vast amount of such materials. Thinking back to the giant island that Hanli had seen in Greenlight City, which was far more gigantic than even these two battle arcs, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The insane wealth of the Jiao Qi race finally dawned on him. They really were worthy of being known as one of the most powerful races in the spirit realm. Despite the shock in his heart, Hanli displayed no intention of giving his opponents any respite. He flicked his fingers toward the black mountain from afar in quick succession, and the mountain came crashing down again. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the silver battle arc was flattened into a pancake of scrap metal beneath the colossal mountain. The Jiao Qi beings operating the battle arc may not have been killed as a result, but they most certainly wouldn't be enjoying themselves in there either. However, much to Hanli's surprise, silver light shimmered from the battle arc, and it was slowly repairing itself despite the horrendous condition it was in. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon seeing this before immediately making a grabbing motion. Several tens of azure threads instantly shot forth out of thin air, all of which converged into Hanli's grasp. Following a flash of piercing azure light, the azure threads formed a giant sword that was around 10 feet in length. However, its surface was shimmering with azure light, and it didn't appear to actually possess any substance. Hanli grabbed onto the hilt of the sword without a second thought and prepared to bring it down upon the crippled battle arc down below. However, right at this moment, an urgent cry from the foreign being suddenly rang out. "Look out, senior!" Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before abruptly sensing a burst of immense spiritual power exploding beside him. Without any time for further thought, Hanli swiveled around and lashed out with his giant sword toward the direction where the spiritual power was erupting from. A streak of azure sword chi that was over 100 feet in length instantly swept through the air and struck the burst of spiritual power. The two clashed and exploded over 300 feet away from Hanli, forming a pillar of azure and black wind that surged up into the sky, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold from afar. Hanli narrowed his eyes as he focused his gaze on that direction, and he discovered that 4 beings of different appearances had appeared in the air above the silver battle arc. One of them was a humanoid being with a set of pale facial features. His feet were bare, and he was holding a strange transparent blade as he appraised Hanli with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It appeared that he was the one who had unleashed that sneak attack just then. The other three beings consisted of an elderly woman, a midget, and a giant Neanderthal-like man wearing a beast-hide garment. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward them to find that the one who had just attacked him was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, while the other three were all at the early spatial tempering stage. He had already assessed the surrounding area and failed to discover these four, so he was unsure of where they had popped up from. These four spatial tempering stage beings were certainly going to be more troublesome to take care of than those armored warriors, but they still posed no threat to Hanli. He was only slightly curious about how they had managed to escape his detection. You've got some guts to destroy a battle arc from our Jiao Qi race. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be from the 13 heavenly cloud races. In any case, we'll just have to capture you and interrogate you later, the pale-faced being said in a cold voice. He then cast his gaze toward another direction. There, the foreign being had emerged from the golden ball again, and he was appraising the four spatial tempering stage being with a dark expression on his face. Mr. Jia, I've heard that you're not even a purebred myriad ancient being. In that case, why would you insist on fighting for the 13 heavenly cloud races? Prior to coming here, the elders of our race specifically mentioned you and offered much praise for your proficiency in the art of puppetry. The elders have also promised that if you're willing to join our Jiao Qi race, they would transform your body at all costs to give you the purest bloodline, and I can guarantee that your cultivation base would be significantly enhanced as a result. Given suitable opportunities in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for you to become holy race being, the pale-faced being said in a respectful voice. After a brief silence, Jia Tianmu shook his head expressionlessly and replied, Join the Jiao Qi race? I have no interest in that. I may not have the purest bloodline, but I'm greatly indebted to the elders our myriad ancient race, so I won't pledge my allegiance to any other race. Besides, I'm sure you're not just trying to capture me for my puppet refinement skills. You're also planning to interrogate me for some secrets of the 13 heavenly cloud races, right? As opposed to becoming enraged by Jia Tianmu's rejection, the pale-faced being smiled and continued, Mr. Jia, do you still think you have a chance of escaping this place? Your puppets are indeed very powerful, but you must be close to exhausting your supply of spirit stones, right? At your current cultivation base, you pose no threat to us at all. We don't have to do things by force, so I'd advise you to hand yourself over to us. Jia Tianmu's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, but he cast his gaze toward Hanli. The pale-faced being faltered slightly upon seeing Jia Tianmu's reaction before also turning to Hanli in an expressionless manner. Are you counting on him to rescue you? So be it. We'll get rid of this pesky meddler first, then. Are you going to surrender, or will we have to destroy your body and capture your soul? The pale-faced being asked in a cold voice. Han Li's pupils contracted upon hearing this, but he then chuckled and replied, You sure can talk big. I wonder if you're all talk or if you can actually walk the walk as well. The pale-faced being was rather surprised by Han Li's response. He carefully appraised Han Li for a moment before a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him, and his expression suddenly changed as he turned to the elderly woman in their group. This man is a little familiar. Is he the one that Envoy 2 asked us to capture a few days ago? Now that you mention it, he really is identical to the man on the portrait. He must be quite powerful to have been able to escape from Envoy Tuesday. The elderly woman nodded as a cold light flashed through her eyes. The other two beings in the group were both rather surprised to hear this. Haha, is he really the one? In that case, we're in luck. We'll be completing 2 missions at once. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to him for destroying the other battle arc. Otherwise, if the other team were to be teleported here as well, we'd have to split the reward for completing these missions with them, the giant man clad in beast hide guffawed. Humph, you seem quite confident, fellow Taoist Li. I'd advise you to be more careful against such a powerful opponent, though. Otherwise, you could be in for a nasty surprise. The midget chuckled coldly. Hee, no matter how powerful he is, there's no way he can take on all 4 of us on his own, the huge man chuckled nonchalantly in response. Of course he's no match for the 4 of us, but are you sure we can stop him if he insists on getting away? The midget countered as he pursed his lips. The group of 4 conversed casually with one another, and they seemed to all be on good terms with each other. The price that had to be paid to teleport them here was most likely quite a hefty one, and from the sounds of it, There was supposed to be another team teleported to this place as well. However, due to the fact that one of the battle arcs had been destroyed, they were the only ones who had ended up here. The fact that they had deployed so many spatial tempering stage beings just to pursue a deity transformation stage being further highlighted that the foreign being was no ordinary character. However, the fact that these beings had managed to identify him right away was rather surprising. It seemed that the body integration stage being from Green Light City still hadn't given up on him. This made Han Li even more curious about what lay within the 2 jade boxes that the big-headed being had given to him. They clearly had to be harboring extremely important items for the body integration to be so intent on capturing him. Even as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, he remained completely expressionless. At this moment, the leopard Kirin beast and weeping soul beast also returned to Han Li's side, then glowered at the 4 beings with vicious looks in their eyes. However, they were also aware that these 4 beings were far more powerful than the ones they'd slain before, so they didn't rush in headfirst and attack in a reckless manner. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being turned to Han Li and seemed to be about to say something, but Han Li didn't give him a chance to speak, abruptly sweeping a sleeve toward all 4 beings instead. Several tens of azure threads immediately split up into 4 groups before hurtling toward the 4 beings like lightning, reaching them in the blink of an eye. All 4 of the spatial tempering stage Jiao Qi beings were given a massive fright by this development. They had witnessed Han Li using those sword threads to slay the armored warriors earlier, yet the speed being displayed by these threads was significantly superior to before, and in their shock and horror, they could only set up defensive measures or take evasive action in a panicked manner. The pale-faced being swayed and disappeared on the spot amid a plume of white smoke. Light shimmered from the elderly woman's body, conjuring up several identical projections. All of the projections were shattered in a flash by the azure threads, but the woman was nowhere to be found. The midget's expression changed in the instant that the azure threads came hurtling toward him, and he immediately made a hand seal upon which a shimmering silver cloud appeared beneath his feet. The cloud swayed before abruptly carrying him away as a ball of silver light, traveling at a speed that was not inferior by much compared to the azure thread. Only the giant man chose to remain on the spot and take the azure threads head-on. Red light flashed from his hand, and a massive axe that was around 10 feet in size appeared in his grasp. There were scorching crimson flames burning along the axe, and he positioned it before him like a shield. The axe had been refined many types of precious fire attribute materials, thereby granting it immense power and making it just as resolute as top-grade defensive treasures. This was why the man had decided to use it as a shield even after witnessing all of the armored warriors being sliced apart like cabbage by the azure threads. However, as soon as the man raised the massive axe, a burst of azure light flashed, and the axe suddenly became weightless in his hands. He looked down to discover that his axe had been severed into 7 or 8 segments by the azure threads in an instant, so he was left holding only a section of its hilt. Before he even had a chance to make a single sound, he was diced upon into chunks of flesh and blood. Even his soul was completely eradicated by the azure threads before it had a chance to escape. "Arg! Fellow Taoist Li!" The pale-faced being yelled with shock and fury as he reappeared over 300 feet away. The midget and the elderly woman had also appeared elsewhere, and both of them were horrified by what they saw. They were aware that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but they didn't think that one of their companions would be killed in virtually the blink of an eye. However, before the 3 of them had a chance to try and avenge their fallen comrade, the azure threads flashed and surged toward them again. After witnessing just how fearsome these azure threads were in person, the 3 beings naturally didn't dare to try and keep them at bay with their treasures. As such, they were forced to unleash their movement techniques and take evasive measures once again. Thus, the 3 spatial tempering stage beings were forced to flee for their lives, seemingly completely powerless in the face of Han Li's domineering might. As for Han Li himself, he merely stood expressionlessly on the spot, manipulating his sword threads to hunt down his 3 opponents. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted in the air above. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of white light appeared overhead, following which hundreds of pillars of white light came raining down from above. The operators of the remaining battle arc could see that the 3 spatial tempering stage beings had been forced firmly onto the back foot, and they were using the battle arc to provide them with some assistance. Han Li looked up at the oncoming pillars of light through narrowed eyes, and he made no effort to try and evade. Thus, his body was completely inundated by white light amid a rumbling boom. The azure threads that were hunting down the three spatial tempering stage beings seemed to have been impacted as a result, and they suddenly ceased in their pursuit. All three beings heaved a sigh of relief in unison, and only then did they stop in midair before hurriedly summoning a few treasures. The elderly woman raised a hand to release a shimmering golden piece of artwork, depicting an extremely complex golden formation. The midget opened his mouth to expel a green wooden bowl, and at the same time a dozen or so yellow darts flew out of his hand before revolving around his body. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being rubbed his hands together and a pair of glossy black bracers appeared on his forearms. Both of the bracers were covered in complex and intricate patterns, giving them quite a mysterious and intriguing appearance. Even after summoning their treasures, the three of them still wore tense expressions as they looked on at the vast expanse of white light in the distance. They were not naive enough to believe that Han Li would be killed so easily. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting boom erupted from within the white light, following which azure light flashed and a massive bird erupted from within. In the beginning, the bird was only several tens of feet in size, but its body instantly swelled to around 700 to 800 feet in size amid a flash of spiritual light. The colossal bird flapped its wings and transformed into a gust of fierce winds that appeared above the elderly woman's head in the next instant. A rumbling thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of white lightning that were as thick as large bowls surfaced over the bird's body. Its gargantuan talons came crashing down amid the flashing lightning, and before they had even descended upon their target, a mountainous burst of spiritual pressure had already struck her. "Look out!" Both the pale-faced being and the midget were quite alarmed to see this. The pale-faced being lashed out from afar, and ghostly howls rang out from his bracers as two pillars of black light hurtled through the air. Meanwhile, the dozen or so yellow darts circling around the midget's body also shot forth as streaks of yellow light. Both of them were trying to stop Han Li in his tracks. At this point, they'd all realized that they'd severely underestimated Han Li's power and that he was not an opponent any one of them could face on their own. Thus, they were absolutely petrified and were doing everything they could to avoid being divided and conquered. As soon as the immense spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li's pair of massive talons dawned on the elderly woman, her face instantly turned deathly pale. The massive bird was flying toward her far too quickly for her to evade, and in her desperation she could only grit her teeth before expelling a mouthful of blood essence onto the artwork before her. The ball of blood essence instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that was immediately absorbed by the artwork, and almost at the exact same moment, a ball of dazzling golden light erupted from the artwork, following which the golden formation inscribed upon it shot forth from within. The formation swelled to over 100 feet in size in a flash, then rose up rapidly into the air. The giant bird completely disregarded the oncoming pillars of black light and streaks of yellow light, clamping down with single-minded ferocity onto the golden formation with its huge talons. An explosive boom rang out as white arcs of lightning intertwined with golden light to conjure up a spectacular light show. The surrounding space exploded as a result of the clash, causing everything in the nearby area to twist and warp. The massive bird remained completely unscathed in spite of that explosion, but the elderly woman's face instantly paled as she let loose a pained groan within the golden formation, then threw up a mouthful of blood. Thankfully for her, the golden formation had managed to just barely keep the oncoming talons at bay. However, before she even had a chance to heave a sigh of relief, a cold light flashed through the giant bird's eyes, and it sent its other set of talons hurtling downward as well. The elderly woman's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. In the face of Han Li's devastating attack, she could only open her mouth and expel another mouthful of blood essence onto the golden formation up above. The formation expanded slightly in size as a result, and she could only hope that it would be powerful enough to withstand Han Li's attacks. She only had to keep him at bay for a short while before her companions would be able to swoop in and reinforce her. Despite how powerful Han Li was, there was still a good chance that the three of them would be able to kill him if they were to combine their powers. The woman had made the right decision under the current circumstances, but she had still underestimated the power of Han Li's Kunpeng transformation. Among the 5 transformations of the 12 awakening transformations that Han Li had mastered, The Kuan-Peng transformation was the one he was most proficient in. Furthermore, he had also absorbed 4 other true spirit bloods that further enhanced his body, thereby significantly bolstering the power of Kuan-Peng transformation. In his current state, he was no less powerful than the spirit birds who had inherited the bloodline of the Kuan-Peng. Just as the giant bird's talons were about to strike the golden formation, a cold light flashed through its eyes, and it suddenly opened its mouth to unleash an extraordinarily thick bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning struck the golden formation first, causing the latter to tremor violently. Right at this moment, the other set of talons also struck the formation amid an earth-shattering boom. The golden light emanating from the formation only flashed a few times before it was torn apart by the pair of giant talons as if it were nothing more than a frail rag. The woman was petrified upon seeing this, yet before she had a chance to unleash any other abilities, one of the massive talons flashed through the air, instantly splitting her body into several sections, and her dismembered remains plummeted from the air above amid a rain of fresh blood. At this moment, the 2 pillars of black light and dozen or so yellow streaks of light were also about to strike the gigantic bird's body. However, spiritual light suddenly flashed as a crystalline light barrier surfaced from within the bird's body. The pillars and streaks of light faltered initially upon striking the light barrier before being refracted in a completely different direction, thereby missing their target. The 2 pillars of black light disappeared into the distance in a flash, but the streaks of yellow light twisted around before hurtling toward the giant bird again. However, the bird merely flapped its wings to sweep up a burst of fierce white winds, and the yellow streaks of light were blown into oblivion. Arcs of lightning then began to flash erratically all over the giant bird's body, and it pounced directly toward the midget amid a string of successive thunderclaps. After witnessing Han Li slay the elderly woman before swatting aside his attack with ease, the midget's face instantly turned deathly pale at the sight of the oncoming Han Li. He immediately stomped a foot down onto his silver cloud before flashing through the air as a ball of silver light. In the next instant, he appeared beside the pale-faced being before pointing a finger at the green wooden bowl beside him. The bowl immediately transformed into a green light barrier, then shielded his body within. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being wore a dark expression as he let loose a loud cry. Bursts of black mist immediately erupted from the bracers that he was wearing, and the black mist enshrouded both himself and the midget in the blink of an eye. The black mist then began to surge in all directions, quickly covering an area with a radius of over 300 feet and continuing to expand outward, showing no signs of stopping. A series of ghostly shadows appeared within the mist amid ghastly howls and unsettling cries. Both the pale-faced being and the midget's auras disappeared within the mist. At this moment, the giant bird had also changed directions to pursue the midget, and it was greeted by the sight of a sea of black mist. In Qi. He almost immediately identified this black mist to be extremely pure In Qi. If a normal cultivator were to be caught off guard and ventured into the mist, they would be instantly reduced to a shriveled corpse. However, a peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Before the giant bird had even issued any instructions, the weeping soul beast suddenly let loose a cry of excitement. It then thumped its fists into its chest before letting loose a cold harumph, expelling a vast expanse of yellow light from its nostrils toward the black mist. The massive bird also let loose a clear cry, and it flapped its wings as the arcs of lightning surging all over its body exploded in unison, transforming into a dazzling ball of lightning. After the lightning disappeared, a loud thunderclap rang out, following which a bolt of white lightning as thick as a water tank emerged in the air above the sea of black mist. The giant bird emerged from within the bolt of lightning, then circled around in the air before swooping down toward the black mist down below. At this moment, the pale-faced being was lurking within the mist while holding a black flag in his hand, and as opposed to being enraged or alarmed by Han Li's actions, he was ecstatic. He let loose a loud cry before abruptly waving his flag through the air, upon which a vast expanse of black mist surged upward into the air to manifest a black ghostly face that was around an acre in size. The ghostly face was like a living being with green flames flashing in its eye sockets, and it opened its cavernous mouth as it rose up to meet the oncoming bird. However, right at this moment, the weeping soul beast's soul-devouring lights swept forth. The ghostly face had only just risen slightly into the air when it let loose a howl of shock and horror as it became embroiled within the yellow light. The massive face twisted and warped before disintegrating into countless bursts of black chi that were swept up by the yellow light. Not only that, but the entire sea of black mist down below also began to churn violently in the instant that the yellow light appeared. As the yellow light passed through, the black mist was broken down into countless strands of black threads that then disappeared in a flash. In the past, the Weeping Soul Beast had been able to combat Yin power, but it would have been quite difficult for it to absorb such a vast quantity of Yin Qi at once. However, following its many evolutions, its soul-devouring light had become far more powerful than it had been in the past. As such, most of the black mist was swept away in virtually the blink of an eye. Thus, the pale-faced being and the midget that were hiding within the mist were both completely revealed. The pale-faced being was holding a flag in his hand with an incredulous look on his face, and as soon as the two beings had been exposed, the giant bird lashed out toward them with its massive talons. Azure light flashed from the bird's wings, and it flapped them downward in unison. Nothing amiss seemed to have taken place as a result, but both the pale-faced being and the midget suddenly felt the air tighten around them, following which an invisible mountainous force crashed down on their shoulders. The pale-faced being possessed the superior cultivation base among the two, thereby allowing him to remain standing, albeit just barely, even in the face of such fearsome pressure. In contrast, his weaker companion let loose a muffled groan before being forced onto one knee. The azure light barrier around him became extremely warped, and a large section of it above his head had caved in significantly. At the same time, the barrier was shuddering violently, looking as if it could crumble at any moment. The midget was well aware of the immense defensive prowess that his treasure possessed, so he was extremely alarmed by this development. Despite how much their bodies were being debilitated by this immense pressure, they certainly weren't going to stand around idly and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, the pale-faced being forcibly flicked a wrist, and the black flag transformed into a black misty WIRM that rose up into the air. At the same time, black light swirled around his bracers and a projection flew out from each bracer. Han Li focused his gaze to discover that this was a pair of malicious ghosts, one red and one green. Both had sinister sets of facial features with twin horns on their heads and bare upper bodies, wearing beast-hide garments to conceal their lower bodies. The two ghosts raised their arms in unison, and a swath of black immediately surged forth, close behind the misty WRM. Meanwhile, the midget laid a hand onto the top of his own head and a small white jade sword flew out from within, then transforming into a streak of piercing light that hurtled toward the giant talons crashing down from above. In this dire situation, the two of them seemed to finally be fighting for their lives. A loud boom erupted up above again, and the silver battle arc suddenly unleashed countless pillars of light again, all of which hurtled directly toward the massive bird. However, the bird continued to swoop downward, but crystalline light flashed from its body in the process, forming a crystalline shield that flew out of its body. The shield was initially only around 10 feet in size, but in the instant that it was released, it swelled to become a giant shield that was over 200 feet in size, glittering under the sunlight in a dazzling display. All of the pillars of light that struck the giant shield were warped and refracted toward another direction, so none of the battle arc's attacks were able to land on Han Li. The white jade sword then crashed into the giant bird's talons amid a dull thump, only to be repelled with ease. The talons then closed around the sword like lightning, capturing it in an inescapable grasp that immobilized it no matter how much it struggled. The talons then clamped down with even greater force, and the flying sword was shattered into several segments amid a crisp crack. The midget down below immediately let loose a howl of anguish before throwing up several mouthfuls of blood in succession. Meanwhile, the giant talons continued downward and grabbed onto the azure light barrier, leaving the midget looking on with sheer horror in his eyes. However, the azure light barrier really was quite powerful. Even after the massive talons had closed around it, it managed to remain intact, even though it was creaking and groaning in an alarming manner. On the other side, the mist WIRM absorbed the vast expanse of black light into its body, and it suddenly seemed to have attained actual substance. Its previously misty and insubstantial body had grown a layer of glossy black scales, and it let loose a menacing roar as it violently whipped its tail into the massive bird's other set of talons. Despite the bird's enormous strength, its talons really were kept at bay by the black WRM. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, but he then opened his cavernous beak, and a silver ball of flames suddenly shot forth from within. At the same time, the huge beak came pecking down with ferocious might. Immediately thereafter, the black WRM was struck by the silver fireball and began to burn in an uncontrollable manner. The black WRM's body then rapidly shrank as if it were being devoured by the silver flames. At this moment, the gigantic bird's beak struck the azure light barrier with devastating power. The barrier was already on the brink of destruction, and it was shattered by the beak with ease. The midget within the shattered barrier no longer had the power to resist, and his body and soul were both crushed into a cloud of blood missed by the giant talons that instantly closed around him. Meanwhile, the pale-faced being was also in dire straits. After the black WRM had been shrunk down to around a third of its original size, it was no longer able to withstand the massive bird's talons any longer, and was promptly destroyed. Immediately thereafter, the silver flames enveloped the massive talons before sweeping toward the pale-faced being. The pale-faced being's expression had already changed drastically after witnessing the death of his final companion, and a look of shock and horror finally appeared on his face after witnessing his own treasure failing to withstand his opponent's attacks. In his desperation, he gritted his teeth and let loose a long, shrill cry. An explosive boom rang out, following which a layer of crimson light surfaced over his body, then swelled to form a ball of light comparable in size to a wagon wheel. Even the giant talons that were enshrouded in silver flames were repelled by this ball of light, unable to land on their target. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a faint crimson shadow shot forth from within the crimson light, covering a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, then sped to over 1,000 feet away, taking it not too far away from the remaining battle arc. With Han Li's spirit eye ability, the crimson shadow naturally didn't escape his notice. As such, he immediately twisted around to give chase. However, right at this moment, a pillar of golden light suddenly shot forth soundlessly and without any premonition, almost instantly striking the crimson shadow that had just reappeared above the battle arc. Several arcs of golden lightning struck the crimson shadow amid a loud thunderclap, and the shadow let loose a blood-curdling cry before being reduced to nothingness. Divine Devilbane lightning! Han Li was quite startled to see this familiar golden lightning.